generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
Another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. He had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out. Point 1. During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2. However, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hine reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264. Placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kiba. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that will destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. And then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, Jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream of human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to this sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notori Hallelujah brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nano filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheek. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with chrome. Like a program metal skull covered in the heart routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
Can't nobody fuck around with VP, or else you go and find yourself DEAD. You only got your eye on the prize you can't see, cause I ain't really living my life for plan B. Anybody brave enough to come against me, go and find your body in the bottom of the Dead Sea. How dare you ever in your life walk past me without acknowledging this man as G.O.D. I always been here, always been deranged focus. The heat is always in my hand like chain smokers. Hard work, dedication to sustained dopeness. Bust a motherfucker head till his brain opens. Stay cooking in the kitchen like we hot frito. I was always smoking wakata with poppy people. I ain't never doing anything that's not illegal. Read the Torah law, black mask, black hero. This is tool to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. MOBB, ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around. This is tool to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. MOBB, ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around.
I had you laid out, posturepedic. Before the day's out, somebody gon' be laying bleeding. Keep fucking with me, bring you to the darker side, where the wolves playing nothing but your karma lie. You get it back tenfold, yeah, I do you dirty. I'm in my dirty 30s, that mean I'm past the worry. I got it mapped out, every plan hashed out, perfectly executed, squeeze till I'm fresh out. I got goonies, all they do is stick their neck out for a nigga, cause it's loyalty and nothing less. And with this on, you know they got them toolies on deck. What you looking at, boy? You ain't a boss yet. Infamous, yeah, we celebrate life. Pour liquor for the dead, kill niggas on sight. When they get beside theyself, we run it right up on them. Leave them where they stand and pour some fucking liquor on them. Sunny light.
To the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. MOBB, ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around. This a tool to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. MOBB, ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around.
Let me start from the beginning at the top of the list. First off, nobody could do it like this. No matter how hard you try, hard you go. No matter how hard your beats, ill your flow. Can't fuck with P, yeah, this we know. I'm not a rapper, I'm a master of ceremonial. Gatherings at venues is jam-packed. Fuck rap, I'm in it for cream and that's that. Try to stop my dough, I run you off the map. You try to stop my life, I'll blow you out your hat. The most thuggish, the most ruggish, the most AKAs you heard of is bandana, banana clip, R.I.P. I can't help it, my career don't cease. No, my name don't wear out, I go on forever. That other shit a pass and fad, it won't ever.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And just as I said yesterday, we're going to be charting the course that we've taken to get to where we're at now, right? Excuse me. Essentially, we're looking at the rise of techno-liberalism and scientific totalitarianism, right? So we're looking at how we've moved, okay, from a religious view of understanding to a scientific view of understanding, right? Okay, and we've also moved from basically an artistic mode or a cultural mode, right, which is more based on the personalized human experience, right? And obviously liberalism gave birth to the technological system, right? But we're moving from liberalism to techno-liberalism, right? That's kind of the shift that's happening in the world right now, right? And that's because when addressing the problem of technology, right, socialism and capitalism and these sort of liberal ideals came up very short, right? And trying to establish, right, where were the limitations, right? Where were the limitations, right? So, so as we're looking at these dialectical, right, modes, right, or these paradoxical modes, right, we're looking at really just paradoxical assemblages, right, of ideas, right, that seem to go into you know, where we you know, obviously the major movement is a movement from the notion of being to the notion of becoming, right? And as we're moving from you know, science dispensing the technological modes, right, there's going to be a mythos of mechanos, right? So it's obvious that, you know, and many people don't understand this, right, how the pendulum swings, right? But if you analyze history for long enough, right, you'll notice like the pendulum sort of swings, right? Okay, from sort of religion to politics, right? And instead of this being something that unfolds over time, this is actually like a cyclical movement, right? So what is this dialectical madness, right, that I'm referring to, right? Where I'm talking about different ideas, right? Okay, about knowledge and information, right? Okay, and how knowledge is basically based on a format, right? Okay, which has a cultural mode attached to it. Knowledge is personal. It's a personal experience, right? So how do we depersonalize knowledge, okay, and end up with the machine, right? We're looking at the machine as sort of a depersonalized knowledge, right? And sort of technique as depersonalized sense of knowledge, right? So when you have this idea, right, of the symbolic frame, right? Obviously we have a dialectic between symbols and language, right? And we've tried to sort of add the notion of the iconicity of symbols as expanding the notion of language itself, right? The notion of the iconicity of symbols expands the notion of language, right? In that symbols communicate multi-layered sets of meaning, right? Whereas a depersonalized sense of communication, right, that's just based on sending information between 2 points, right? right? That is an even. Okay, so obviously the symbol is the most personalized, aspect of this, right? Then is language. Language requires another person to view it, right? It can't overlay different layered contexts of meaning as symbols can, right? As I say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? Okay, and I think it's also been said by like artists and philosophers, right? That a moment is worth 1,000 pictures, right? So we're dealing with this greater notion that Skolimowski is going to present between immanence and transcendence. Okay, and we got a lot of people in the chat here. So before I launch into this sort of dialectical madness, right? I'll sort of address the people in the chat here and check out who's all here, right? And take a little head count here. I greatly appreciate you guys, right? Obviously, Reddington is not here, right? He wasn't here last time either, right? So yeah, we greatly miss Reddington, right? He's honorary co-host here at the Machine Lives, right? He's contributed so much in conversations and in terms of friendship, and we've spent so many personable moments together, right? I greatly, if he goes and sees this, I greatly wish him peace and hope he's doing well and right and all that type of stuff. So yeah, peace with Reddington, hopefully. And yeah, definitely worried about you. So hit me back if you get a chance. Don't mean to be like a stalker or something like that. Hopefully you don't take it that way, right? But just usually he lets me know before he like doesn't come to a show or something like that, right? So yeah, blessings to Reddington. I greatly appreciate you, man. Okay. Calix, what's going on? First, exactly. Blessings, homie. Dark Scribe, I appreciate you, right? Do more large sessions with how I lose subscribers constantly. Yeah, we'll promote your shit up here for sure. We sure will. Bear Jew, blessings. I appreciate you. Thank you for watching, sir. Beliefs are limited to the next generation. Yeah, machines cannot last, right? Are already under our control. No man will move without our eye watching. Well, there's a fair warning. Blessings to AI government. I appreciate you. Namaste. Thank you for watching. Greatly appreciate you, right? Square Peg, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Sis or Namaste? I don't know if Namaste is a girl. I hope it's a girl. I don't know. More women in here, would be great. Blessings. Female energy. You gotta love it. Lizard Tree, I appreciate you. I said female energy instead of feminine energy. Did you guys catch that? Trying to be different. Bex, I appreciate you, madam. Thank you so much for your time, as always. Right? Bex has watched many shows. I greatly appreciate her time. Okay, our poll. Blessings, brother. Thank you for being here. We got ourselves a reader. Yeah, there's people reading. Yeah, so there's a lot of people that were questioning my reading, right? So yeah, we got ourselves a reader, right? So yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that, right? But I guess they don't like. But I guess you're only allowed to react to YouTube celebs or something like that, right? That's the only format you're allowed to work in, right? You can't actually look at books and materials and present that and react to that instead, right? Unbelievable. You'll be construed as some sort of fake intellectual, right? So we're not supposed to read books, guys. Don't know if you guys heard that, right? You could be misconstrued as a fake intellectual, right? If you read books, right? If you tell people you like books, how are we gonna get out of these issues? But yeah, I appreciate you, Shadow and Light. AI government is here. Read a book once, The Very Hungry Caterpillar. Yeah, I think I remember that. Is that the one with the fuzzy? I remember there's a book where there's a crossover where they had fabric inside of the book and you could touch the caterpillar. Am I imagining this or is this a real thing? I remember, you know, libraries had this book. But yeah, man. Blessings, Denise. Blessings to Shadow and Light. I greatly appreciate you. Red, everybody loves Red. You know, there's an entire thing about Red in the chat, right? You know, Red getting a lot of love. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. He's a genius. I mean, what can I say? I mean, fated to meet, and for sure. Red built a cabin in the woods. Yeah. Brown's boy, no LARPer. Yeah, definitely. Shadow and Light, not a LARPer. Fools and Tools. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Moontan. Yeah, we're gonna wrap this up in a second, folks. Moontan, thank you for watching. I hope everyone's okay. I mean, so yeah, let me put this out here again. Right, for all the people. Hannah Montana. I appreciate you. It's a nice old country girl, Hannah Montana. Blessings. Me, I appreciate you. Made by Jin Bob. We don't be seeking that knowledge. We don't be seeking that knowledge.
Hell no. Hell no. That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Don't get caught seeking with the knowledge or reading. Definitely don't read. Could be misconstrued. I really appreciate you guys, man. Cat giving me lots of problems. Walk back and forth. Yeah, it's no worries, my friend. Cat got your tongue. Is that the saying, right? The cat got your tongue. What's the matter, Buddha? Cat got your tongue. I appreciate you, brother. Okay, that's it for all the people. Okay, I appreciate you. Bass Ackwards, I greatly appreciate your time. Okay, let's move to the dialectical madness. So I showed you where it's coming from and where it's headed, right? Okay, it's headed to this idea of immateriality versus ethereality, right? And that's actually foundational in this entire thing because we're moving from an ideal of immanence to one of transcendence, right? Okay, and there's lots of reasons why Skolimowski is drawing these distinctions, right? But before we get to Skolimowski's distinctions, right? Okay, let's get to some foundational concepts, right? So as I was talking about, right? Knowledge, okay, and information and symbols, right? Okay, we moved from a symbolic mode of communication, right? Okay, to one based on knowledge or learning, right? And rote memorization and all this type of stuff, right? To one based on technique and information, right? Okay, so this roughly corresponds with the various development of human modes, right? Okay, as Mumford says, man is a symbol-making animal, right? So how does man move from the symbolic forms to purely technical forms, right? Well, it's through the mediation of the cultural forms, right? Man moves from natural to cultural to technical modes, right? And we see this development very clearly, right? Okay, in terms of there was more ethnic divisions of man, right? When the great civilizations arose, right? There's more religious expressions of man. Right now, everything's being consolidated into a monoculture through the technical forms, through a world technological civilization, right? And when man was based on his natural forms, right, he was most diverse, right? The ethnical form, the ethnic forms of ethnos, right, and language and diversity grew out of those natural modes. They have a reliance on natural modes, right? Right. That's why Mumford calls this mode of man's development biotechne, right? Where biology, right, and the cultural aspect of technique, right? Because remember, Ellul says it's technique that integrates the machine into human society, right? And human society is what Mumford refers to as the mega machine, right? Okay, as this architectonic aspect of man's development, right? Okay, so we have these three modes of man's development, right? So moving on, right? Right. And of course, this is shown in different thinkers throughout history that I've mentioned, right? So let's begin this dialectical madness, right? And I've been compiling this for quite a while, right, or whatever, right? We've hitherto intimated all of these dialectical concepts. I've sort of went through, and explored most of these dialectical concepts, right? Okay. So we have, obviously, from the original thing that we came to is this notion of complexity, right? Efficiency, speed, right? Automation, right? And of course, this draws a distinction, right? Between the individual and the collective, right? So this idea of individualism and collectivism being part of the techno-liberal complex, right? Because it engenders two modes of expression, right? Sort of voyeuristic modes of expression and escapist modes, right? Through this idea of technological accelerationism, right? Okay, there's a constant notion propagated by the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? Right, but there's this constant notion, right, as the accelerationists say, right, that there's no voice and all exit, no voice, right? Right, that means that you can go anywhere, be anything, right? This escapist mode, the voyeuristic mode of disinterested idealism, right? Keep your religion in the closet, right? Right, keep metaphysics in the closet, right? Okay, so all of these modes of expression, right? Okay, they seem to engender, on the one hand, as I was saying, an increased sense of individualism, right? Whereby man is basically, right? Okay, as Uncle Teddy says, right? Feelings of inferiority and over-socialization as these two poles, right, of experience, right? Okay, and of course, this is based on the fact that, right, you're both isolated and interconnected. right? The fact that you're alienated and over socialized, right? Is the same fact of your isolation and interconnectedness, right? And of course, this is a reflection of the sedentary life in general, right? Okay, so with individualism and collectivism, you have feelings of inferiority over socialization. Right? You have the increased sense of atomization versus massification. And of course, the complexification and massification of means is part of this dual sense, right? Okay, so I think I went over a lot of those. So individualism versus collectivism, right? Alienation versus over socialization, right? Massification versus atomization, right? So, what else do we have, right? Well, we have an increased sense, right, of this going into the ethereal modes, right, into the realm of ideas, into the realm of the creative impulse of man itself, into the psychological aspect of man himself, right? And of course, we deal with sort of the psychological impact on the individual basis. Right, but there's sort of a overall turn in ideas, right? And that's a move, right? Okay, as we've said, right? We've said it's an increased move from a sense of from aesthetics to one of functionality, right? From a idea of skill to one of technique. Okay, and I also drew the sort of idea of the dialectic, right? That sort of exists between language and communication, right? But this is really indicative of the difference between tools and machines in general. Right, as we explored, right, the tool has a cross-cultural genealogy. Right, machines rely on a collective incubation, right, and a sort of technical monism. Right, you need every part, you need all parts everywhere to function the same. And of course, technique requires less from human skill. Right, the more developed a technique is, the less it requires from human skill. And of course, this increased sense of complexity imbues greater sense of assimilation and other forms of technique. So finally, you have an increased mode, right? And these are the final sort of dialectical modes, right? Because these are sort of the most ethereal aspects, right? Which is a sort of the sociocultural aspects of man, right? And that's where man goes from the notion of religion to one of politics. Right, and we saw how this happened, right? It's basically philosophy that delivered religion into the hands of science. Right, so if you historically examine the situation, you find out that the Muslims, the Christians, the Jews, they wanted to reform their religion based on certain philosophical methods, and it created sectarianism, and it also created empiricism based on those notions of Aristotelianism. So in that mode, right, we've sort of charted many of the thinkers that led to that mode. We use Copleston. We use writings about Maimonides. Right, we looked at the ideas of Avicenna. Okay, sort of a Persian philosopher from like 900 AD or something like that, right? And of course, between Avicenna and Ghazali, there's a huge turn against philosophy. Right? And this turn led to an internal split, right, between knowledge and revelation, right, the church and the state. And of course, we have the movement, right, as ellul says, from law to sort of managerialism, or increased bureaucratic arm of the government, increased functions within the government that pertain to economic planning. Okay, so you have the destruction of the nation. All you have is the nub of the nation, right? The physical constituent of it, which is the state. You no longer have the nation state. You just have a state, which is based on the objective factor of technical necessity. Right? So politics goes out the window. Culture goes out the window. Right? And it's technology or technological innovation that's driving scientific inquiry.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend today, and he was basically judging the richness of culture based on how much technological innovation they produce. And I explained to him that's a very wrong way of viewing things. You know, if we look at ancient cultures, you know, based on your whole impressive philosophy, I was explaining to him symbols and, you know, the umwelt or the perception of ancient people. In a way, it's kind of lost to us now, you know, and we falsely view it as inferior to the way we see things now, the way the technician sees things now. But I think the way ancients saw the world was more enriching and closer to a sense of sacredness, basically.
Yeah. And I've sort of addressed this, that nature was peopled with spirits. You know, and then basically what happened? You know, God had to be removed from nature in this whole philosophical game, right? Because you had to come up with this concept of creation ex nihilo, right? So God becomes the prime mover and he has to be immaterial, right? So he has to be totally removed from nature because he can't be subject to change, right? So they made up these insane philosophical definitions, right? They took God out of nature. They took intelligence out of nature. They put intelligence as the mediation between man and God. And then they took intelligence out of man and made intelligence just a general thing, knowledge for the sake of knowledge. And this is a destructive idea, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we see that with how, you know, the materialism grows, reductive physicalism, and we also see it with, you know, we see it with the whole notion of mechanism. You know, everything is described in terms of mechanism, and you know, symbols are just seen as, I don't know, pure superstition without any greater mystery behind it, or so.
Yeah, exactly. And this goes to the notion of art itself, right? And of course, the notion of art and religion were inextricably linked in the beginning, right? So as the modes of art and religion become divorced from each other, right, then you can have culture align more with science, right, than it does with religion. Right, and the various religious expressions, excuse me, right?
Yeah, that's definitely true. I agree. I feel like there's something mysteriously powerful in older religious iconography and symbols that modern people just view as like, I don't know, in just a technical way. Like it's just
Yeah.
reframe. Yeah, it
Yeah,
just
for
has a
one,
mystery.
it's a higher level of art than modern art can produce, right? So that's
Yes, exactly.
extremely problematic, right? You know,
Yeah,
you could
yes,
see how, yeah, you know, you could see how technical forms of degraded art right there, right? And furthermore, right, this movement from art to science, right, is you know, as I said, religion to politics, art to science. And of course, the state replaced God. Right, the state clearly replaces God with Hegel, right? Because it's the spirit of world history, right? It's the engine of progress, right? Man against nature, right?
yeah. It's basically treating it like a standing reserve or in
Exactly.
framing. You know, there's another one.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And what's more is this notion, right? Okay, so we've looked at this idea, right, of religion versus the state, right? We've cataloged this concept of religion versus the state. We've also cataloged this concept of art versus science and the scientific modes, right? Now, what we can more catalyze, right, is sort of this notion, right, which is very important, right? And this goes to the higher aspect. So I'm circling back around to Skolimowski's ideas now, right? But yeah, it goes to an idea as we presented of the sophists, right, versus Plato, right? I did a little special back in the day, right? It was very interesting. It was like the sophist versus Plato, right? And I didn't tell you which side I'm taking, right? I defended both of them, right? Okay, I've obviously critiqued Plato, right? But I've also critiqued the sophist whole idea, right? That mind can be reduced to language, right? They had this whole idea that the whole notion of logos can be reduced to language. Right, and we're looking at this concept. The limits of your language is the limits of your world, right? But obviously, both reality and its descriptions are doomed to be transsubjective. So there's a huge, huge problem, right, for the way we view things, right? Okay, for the way we view things, right? This whole split between mind and language. Right. Of course, this whole this comes to catalyze the whole fact that society is influencing the development of man instead of man influencing the development of society. This great idea that Carlyle was like fighting against, right? Right. That sort of Marx believes in. Right. And the root of man is man himself. Man is defining himself. Right.
Yeah, I definitely agree with a lot you're saying, but there's a special area of focus I have too now that listening to you has heavily influenced. Yeah, I can talk about it later. I don't want to interrupt.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. Feel free to, come in with that at any time. Because I basically know what I'm gonna say and present, so it won't be any problem. So feel free to jump in at any point. But yeah, whenever you feel comfortable. But yeah, blessings. But in terms of this idea that we're getting to, in terms of Skolimowski, right? The notion of nature versus time, right? Which is sort of how I've dumbed down this concept of being versus becoming, right? It's sort of nature versus time, right? right? And obviously it's in its higher stage, the notion of being versus becoming, as I've said, right? But nature is replaced for time in the notion that we're separated from nature, right? Because of our technical schemes, right? Okay, and the separation of nature actually comes from two sources that we've talked about, right? And these are actually sort of looked at by Guénon and others too, right? It's Cartesian dualism, right? The myth of progress and the mechanistic idea of nature, right? Of a machine, of this mechanistic system, right? So the machine metaphor, right? The notion of Cartesian dualism that we are our thoughts, right? So we're separate from nature. Get it right? And of course, the pseudo-eschatology of progress, in which we're temporally dislodged. Of course, Skolimowski is trying to fight against this idea. And I'm going to wrap this up sooner. We're going to go to the text, right? People hate when we read, but we got to get into it, right? Okay, we got to get into the physical stuff that backs up what I'm saying, right? So people don't think I'm a crazy guy talking about nature and technology and spirituality and
No, I actually think you're kind of reaching the level of these great anti-modernist thinkers like Evola, Klages, or like, you know, ellul. You probably reach their level and write an interesting book.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of like what I'm presenting here is kind of like a little nub of what I'm going to be presenting in the book. So, yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, in terms of, you know, this whole idea of nature versus time, right? The way that Skolimowski is breaking it down is the whole difference between immanence and transcendence, right? How we have to go beyond the notion of futurism, faith in the future, right? As we read in the Tao Te Ching, faith in the future is a flowery trapping of the Tao, right? Move away from the concept of trying to become something and put the idea of becoming back with the notion that we're creating evolution, guiding it as a process. And a sort of creative evolution, right? So he's talking about immanence, not only in the sense that, right, faith means courage, right? But also in the sense that, right, we're not trying to go to another phase of anything, not have faith in the future, right? So not look at messiahship and futurism as the ideal, that something in the future is going to come and save us. Nor can we go back to the past, right? There's no going back, right? What's done is done. So this means that we have to develop new modes of thought. And these new modes of thought are not available within the compartmentalization of knowledge, over specialization, and the rule of experts. That's not where the discussion is to be had. It's going to be had within multidisciplinary research. Yeah, I'm mainly talking about what they believe, right? What these people believe. Right? These people believe but not that we're all God and we're manifesting, right? Right? But that we could become God to replace nature. Right? Well, nature is a intelligent spirit. Right? As Lao Tzu says, you cannot change the world and improve it. Right? So this is an extremely critical reflection, right? And of course, now I'm talking more about Skolimowski's ideas, right? And of course, that is what Skolimowski says, right? So let's move to Skolimowski here, right? The courage to become, to continually transcend every station we have reached. The courage to become is one of the defining characteristics of eco-theology, he says, right? Okay. Let me put these yellow glasses on. All right. So he says, an understanding of this courage to transcend gives us unique perspective on the nature of man and his values, and of this world and its structure, right? Only he who knows that to be human means not only the courage to be, but also the courage to build beyond. Build beyond, right? Okay, the courage to leave behind every station we have arrived at will understand the agony and beauty of past strivings, either of individuals or societies or species, as well as will understand the present frustrations and despairs, as we are not able to do more than we can actually do. Here, let me turn this off for a second. Good Lord. It's like taking a, like, it's like my brain took a haircut. You turn this fucking camera off. Good Lord. But yeah, we rationally understand our limitations, he says. Rationally understand our limitations, but in our deeper instinct, in our transcendent vision, we know that we can and must overcome these limitations, as our destiny is nothing short of divine. Right? The right understanding of courage to be and the courage to become leads us to the ecology of hope. Right? And of course, he's talking against the notion, right, of organizing society, right, based on the machine, right? Let me go back and read this, right? If I can find this here real quick. Yeah, he says here, he says, we create further the world around us, either in the image of grace or in the image of the machine. Or in the image of the machine. If the former is the case, we live in God's universe. If the latter, we're in the world dictated by the machine. And he also says creativity is a gift, but is also a curse. Right? So this credo, right? Not only that nature has grace, right, but that creativity is both a gift and a curse. Right? So that gives a special temperament to knowledge itself, right? Should give a special temperament to knowledge itself. Right? Knowledge has to be paired with values, as Skolimowski says, right? Okay. So he says, hope is the foundation of our courage, the hope eternal in spite of all vicissitudes of our fortune. That's a fire quote. The restoration of hope in particularly important in our times, right? Eaten by skepticism and nihilism. In restoring hope, we demonstrate responsibility in action. The ecology of hope must be tenderly cultivated amidst the ecology of destruction. Indeed, it looks as though the destructive demon has created his own ecology. which is a downward spiral sucking us into the center of the abyss. Hope is a prelude to grace, he says. Hope is a prelude to grace. Withering of hope is a prelude to death. How can a people live who do not live in hope? Right, so he's putting hope and faith and courage and replacing these ideas with this notion of a futurism. Right, hope is more about a personal stake in the future, right, than just a sort of bland futurism, which is sort of collectivism. Right, it's destiny instead of fatalism. Right, pure futurism is just fatalism. Whereas the idea of destiny and hope is about reaching your true purpose, finding your true purpose, elevating your true purpose, right? So this is somewhat what he's pointing to here, right? And he's saying that this is a restorative function against skepticism, nihilism, and of course futurism, right? And he says hope is as fundamental as the oxygen we breathe. Hope is the scaffolding of our very being, right? We shouldn't reject hope just because we reject futurism, right? That's nihilism, is what he's pointing out, right? He says hope is the ray of light that separates life from death. We must burn the candle of hope like an act of self-sacrifice. Oh, man. Burn the candle of hope like it's self-sacrifice. Ooh,
baby.
That's deep. We must burn the candle of hope like an act of self-sacrifice. Like Lazarus, we must rise from our broken condition to embrace the new dawn of hope, which is the light of our human condition, and without which our human condition is steeped in darkness. Hope and faith are ontological underpinnings of our being. Ontological underpinnings of our being. Our rational mind seems to have forgotten that faith and hope are not foolish indulgences to weak people who are not tough enough to confront the world in a tough way, but the very roots that nurture our being. In Peter Schaeffer's play, EQUUS, we're confronted with a line: without worship, man shrinks. Without worship, man shrinks. Right? Compare that to the idea he mentioned earlier of Marx and Protagoras. Right? That man is the measure of all things. The root of man is man himself. And of course, Skolmowski remarked that does not give man very deep roots. Right? We need roots that go beyond ourselves, right? Right? If you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going. And if you don't know where you're going, all roads will lead you there. Any road will take you there. Lost again. The ecology of hope goes a step further, though, he says, as it maintains that if you worship nothing, you are nothing. Right? And to quote Krishna, I forget which text this is from, but he says, whatever you pray to, I will become that. Right? Sort of a quasi-process theology there. Right? But yeah, to believe is natural for human beings, he says. As well as to worship something, faith, hope, and reverence are therefore necessary ingredients of our well-being. right? And obviously, religion is a reference frame for those ultimate questions, right? What is man's purpose, right? So on and so forth, right? And he says that these, right, namely faith, hope, and reverence, right, are integral dimensions of our wholeness. Now it goes on to say, we now clearly see the wholeness and hope are connected, right? In hope, we bring wholeness to our being. Hope and wholeness are metaphysical foundation of our life. To understand these foundations is to enter the realm of theology. And conversely, to understand the nature of religion is to understand the structure of our hope and wholeness and the role they play in our existence. In brief, hope is a mode of our being. A healthy human being cannot live outside the gentle mantle of hope. Hope is a precondition of our mental health. It is also the awareness that human destiny is not determined by blind destructive forces that will crush us no matter what. Hope is a reassertion of our belief in the meaning of human life and in the sense of the universe. Most importantly, hope is a precondition of all meaning, of all strivings of feeling at home in this confused and complex world of ours. Thus, endorsing hope is not a form of foolishness, but a form of wisdom. Okay, so there's some Skolmowski. And I hope you guys, I hope you guys appreciated that. Okay, and he's really going to put these ideas and contextualize them next time, right? But we're going to move on to this documentary that we're watching here. Right, of course, as I said, we're going to watch part of it with Rupert Sheldrake. Right before we come back to the video that we were watching with the Dalai Lama. We'll watch that on. We'll watch the rest of that video on Saturday, as I said, and we'll look at some of the rituals of the Dalai Lama, right, and all that stuff. So we'll continue doing that. As we did last time. Right, and if you didn't see that, if you're squeamish, I think I would sort of drive you away from listening to that, right? Because it's about like eating poo and like drinking period blood and like doing all sorts of weird stuff. So if you guys weren't aware that the Dalai Lama is like forced to commit to these rituals or whatever, it's pretty insane stuff from Kala Chakra methods and practices, right? But yeah, late additions to Buddhist practice, right? So yeah, we looked at some of those ideas. But today we're going to actually look at Sheldrake and see what his idea. He's sort of a panpsychist with this whole concept of morphic resonance, and look at how, he's critiquing modern science. He's given lots of elegant critiques of modern science. I think he wrote a book called The Science Delusion, right? Which he said nature doesn't have laws because the laws change. They're more like habits. So he took the idea from C.S. Peirce. There's all sorts of very interesting ideas, right? But yeah, let's move here. To the homie. Oh yeah, actually, let me play music as I look this up, right? So yeah. Okay, yeah, let me just play this one.
Yeah, what's up, Aegon? What's up, Callie? Yeah. Echo's the last man standing. Smoke from the cannon made your whole team abandon. Fasten your seatbelt for takeoff and landing. The game been over, cause the leader's too commanding. The smart shit, not to start shit. The whole country riding is getting me car sick. We holding money stacks and gas and shakes in the closets. Taking money out your socks and wallets. Make bank deposits. Haters and sending me love. Shooting flames through my enemy's mug. Then paint the town red in my enemy's blood. Smoke the sticky, envy the bud. Cause you pretend to be thug, nigga. Don't drink if you can't hold your liquor. You ain't on cause you been in the basement with Tigger. I flow sicker, throw blows quicker. It shows, nigga. Edo G, revolution off the Richter. Yo, grab the mic, broadcast via satellite. I never seen a sadder sight than a nigga in the dark trying to get back the light. Like getting your ass kicked without putting up a fight. It's futuristic and Star Trek. And chickens wanna cling on like Star Trek. Goals are reachable, nothing is far-fetched. No applause, we ain't done yet. 48 bars can get your favorite stars wet. Unless we get the same privileges your favorite stars get. We online, but don't wait online. It's a sign of the times and the shine of the minds. If you seek, you shall find. It's like the blind leading the blind. Can't write without alcohol and weed in your mind. Start feeding your mind. Put these bullets in your head, start bleeding your mind. Yeah. Yo, we could all shine and glisten. Don't let your mind get missing. This is the time to listen and carry on the fine tradition. In this big rap world, MCs are mixed in. Coming off the bench like the sixth man. Now my dreams are fulfilled. But I don't sell bricks, nigga. I use them to build. That's what my mama instilled. So I wouldn't get killed. Now that the Boston beans is spilt, let's take it to the guilt. Fuck rapping. Cause the best things happen to the people who make the best of what happens. Without jaw flapping, scrapping. Not enough soldiers and too many captains. I got a rare gift. Plus I don't like the judge, CO or the bailiff. An ambulance couldn't get you there swift. Beef with us and you're bound to need an airlift.
Whoops. Yeah, blessings on me.
Yeah. I was just gonna hop up for a smoke with you.
That's dope. Whatever that is that I'm hearing in the background there.
Oh, that noise?
Yeah. Oh wait, that's me. Shit. Like, yeah. I'm like, oh, like it's like xylophones or some shit playing in this video. I thought it was like emanating.
Was it?
Like, what the fuck?
There was something playing for a second. There's like a
shit out. Yeah, this
alarm that goes off for this.
Yeah, I'm
thing.
getting high listening to this music, dude. It's dope.
Oh shit! All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna watch. All right.
Yeah, for sure, Calix. Yeah.
For sure, bro. Thanks for having me.
Have lots of music. Yeah, for sure. Blessings. Yeah, you're welcome anytime. Let's see what Sheldrake's got to say for himself. Royal Society of England. Ooh, is he one of them brick boys? Freemasons, right?
Well, my job is not anything at all about showing a better way to live. It's about trying to determine what the hell is going on around us. It's not a matter of questioning or doubt or anarchy or any of these old.
Oh wait, this was the crazy motherfucker from the other panel that I thought there was like some homeless guy came up and started talking about art and civilization and how it has no place and how people have accepted that it has no place. It's the nihilism of the sense that art has no place in society, right? But yeah.
It's a matter of you have to determine what constitutes dignity for your own existence.
When you actually see birds flying in flocks in the air, when you see spiders instinctively spinning their webs, when you see flowers blooming in gardens, the scientific picture seems very two-dimensional. It seems to be leaving some essential feature of life out of the picture.
At this particular moment with Tibetan teachings coming has actually added kind of like a new fire.
Yeah, I've often thought about that as like a legitimate question, right? Like, how do spiders learn the pattern? Right? Like, is it part of their genes, right? Or like when a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, like is
Let me
it's
tell you
not
something.
automatic. You know what I
Let
mean?
me
But
tell
it's
you
like,
something relevant to that. You know
sure.
about Otzi the Iceman? Otzi the Iceman. Basically,
No.
they found this frozen, corpse or like guy who was carrying medicinal fungi. You know what I mean? And the thing is, the fungi had anti-parasitical qualities. Like it helped with intestinal parasites. Parasites are a big problem in this modern age too. Even more so due to the industrialization, intestinal parasite. But anyway, Otzi, who was a caveman, had these special mushrooms that dealt with the parasites. So how did he know those mushrooms are good? Maybe, like what I'm trying to say is that, eating mushrooms in the wild is dangerous. You know what I mean? You're gonna die and stuff. The technicians say that it's due to trial and error. But I think maybe ancient cavemen, they saw things differently. Maybe they saw like a kind of, I don't know, irradiance, like some radiance across all phenomenon, and so you could choose what fungi was good for him, maybe in some sense. There's a mushroom.
Yeah, definitely. Would it make sense that thousands of people died in the process, or how they engineered a tomato from a poison berry or something like that, right? Through processes of hybridization. It's like they did all these sort of green miracles, right? It's sort of hard to explain.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that cavemen were very sparse, and they can't really learn from trial and error that easily because their population is small. It's just that they knew what herbs to eat and what mushrooms to take to deal with, certain problems in the body, like parasites. You see what I'm saying? I don't think it was just trial and error, is what I'm saying. It was not just trial and error.
Right.
To the whole movement.
And that's a whole other thing. Like, it's like, where they talk about, if you ask the ancient tribes, right, they communicated with the plants, right? So they actually write about this type of stuff, right? About their communications with the plants and how different shamans would procure these plants and all this stuff. And sometimes a plant grew out of the shaman's body. There's many stories about that sort of thing, right? So it's very weird.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. It's very fascinating.
Spirituality. As you can see in the West, there has been a great influence of Tibetan Buddhism in art, in, for example, psychology, in philosophy, even among the scientists. So that's been a kind of a quite incredible thing.
Do you not think that we adopt, us Westerners, a very patronizing attitude towards the nations we call the third world, instead of putting our own countries in order first?
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bon voyage.
Bye.
As a Tibetan scholar and spiritual founder of the Rigpa centers, Sogyal Rinpoche encourages his students to discover the relation between the form and the essence of their very actions. He says that it is creativity that bridges the gap between them.
Right. That's one of the main things that I've said on this show, right? What bridges the gap between materiality and immateriality, right? Immanence and transcendence, right? It's literally the creative process, right? The creative process is both material and immaterial at the same time. It's the only thing that could be said to play both sides, right?
Yeah, it has a kind of anticipatory nature that's not like a feedback loop or feedback mechanism. It's more, spontaneous. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, and as Lao Tzu says, he says, profit comes from what is there. Usefulness comes from what is not there, right? We work with something, but nothing is what we use, Right. So, all right. Fascinating.
Biologist Rupert Sheldrake is best known for his concept of morphogenetic fields.
Right. That's why we're here in the house, is to find out something about that. Right. And I think it's a sort of concept, like Skolimowski is saying, that bridges this psycho-spiritual, divide.
If one takes the view that nature is alive rather than dead, that organisms have a kind of inherent memory, that the laws of nature...
Oh, did you hear what he said?
That nature has an inherent memory?
Well, he said that about, I think, animals, but I think he said nature is alive.
Oh,
right?
yes,
So,
yeah. Yeah, Sheldrake believes nature is alive, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very interesting beliefs, I think. I think he may be onto something a lot.
oh yeah. If you look at Gaia theory by James Lovelock and different other ideas, we could read those here, right? Obviously, I'm pretty much too dumb to understand Lovelock's Gaia theory, but maybe our friend Avian could help us understand it with his knowledge of science or something like that. But yeah, interesting stuff that he says there. He says the Earth basically created oxygen so that there could be life. And he said, so the Earth is an intelligent system in that it created the conditions for life, right? So yeah, so it's an interesting idea that he has, right?
If one takes the view that nature is alive rather than dead, that organisms have a kind of inherent memory, that the laws of nature are in fact more like habits, nature is alive rather than dead, that organisms have a kind of inherent memory.
Organisms have an inherent memory, so not animals. But it's interesting, this idea that I think he's sort of going with this like collective unconsciousness is sort of like Jungian in a way, right? But he's got this idea that crystals, right, will shape the same way, right?
Yeah, I think Sheldrake would say that symbols are not localized in the brain, that symbols have an element of being, this actually parallels the Lankavatara Sutra. The Lankavatara Sutra says the storehouse consciousness is like distinct and in its own field, apart from the brain, and then, you connect to it, or it's like a conduit to it, you know what I'm saying? But it's a field with symbols, the memories, the fragments of it. And Sheldrake argues that field influences the morphological development of species. That
Right.
field, yeah, I think it may have some truth to it, because if mind cannot emerge from non-mind, then where is memory? Our memory. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, and so like this idea that like he gives different examples. He says like crystals will form the way that other crystals around them form. So it's like, is that because the crystals are getting information from the already developed crystals and learning how to form in a better way each time, right? So he's talking about the process of crystallization, right? Or the idea of homing pigeons, right? And of course, the homing pigeons or whatever, right? They know how to find their home, even when they're like blinded and they're like can't smell anything. And like they did all these studies on these pigeons, right? They could drop them off blind in the middle of nowhere and they'll still find their way home. How do they know where they're going? Right?
Yeah, exactly. And also he's open to the possibility of ancestral memory, like having dreams or remembrances of what your ancestors did, and
right.
because
Right. This is the Jungian thing, right? Right. The racial memory thing from Jung, collective memory, collective unconsciousness of Jung. But what's more about this? He also talks about different things like dogs know when their owner is going to be home. So he said dogs will bark before their owner comes home. Right, their owner could come at different times, but they'll start barking if the dogs are observed when their owner's on their way home. They'll somehow start barking. right? So you could observe dogs, right, of different owners, and they all behave this way, right? So the dogs have like sort of innate sensibility of when their owners are going to come home, right? Another experiment he did is he put people behind a screen, and there was somebody who would periodically look at the person at random times, and the person had to mark down when they were being stared at, when they thought they were being stared at, right? And the person guessed it way beyond statistical probability that they would be able to guess this information, that somebody they didn't know was staring at them was in fact staring at them. So he said people know when they're being stared at. Right.
I also feel like there are a lot of case reports of people talking about how they know their loved one or something died or got harmed, you know, like sometimes. Yeah, and you know the technicians claim that's just pseudoscience, but I don't buy that. Maybe the morphic resonance or some kind of process that's beyond our comprehension tie into that. You see what I mean?
We got some interesting comments. Somebody said wild concept. Somebody said sounds like schizophrenia. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, crystal clusters. Yeah. God spoke life into life. Nature is alive. Yeah, of course. Quantum entanglement. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you guys. Blessings.
That the laws of nature are in fact more like habits, then one has a completely different.
There's the idea, right? Nature's laws are more like habits, right? This is the idea I was mentioning before, right? That nature being alive, right, changes how it functions, right? It develops new habits, right? So this could be sort of looked at as an extension of the notion of creative evolution, right? That nature has a telos and it's causing the notion of evolution and all this type of stuff.
Also, the Lankavatara Sutra, which is big in Chan, you know, Bodhidharma actually had spread the Lankavatara Sutra, Bodhidharma, and basically the Lankavatara Sutra says the storehouse consciousness contains the habit energies of our karmic traces, basically our memory formations, and that's involved in producing the next life and rebirth because it leads to new volitional formation in the next life based on the habit energy in your storehouse consciousness. You know, the storehouse consciousness is considered very mysterious in Mahayana.
Yeah, that's interesting. Storehouse consciousness. I like that. I listen to a lot of Sasquatch encounters, testimonials, and it usually starts with the person knowing they are being watched. Oof. Yeah, that is weird. But yeah.
View of reality. Working with language instead of using forms to transmit meaning, Lawrence Weiner became a representative of the conceptual art movement that developed in New York from the early 60s on. Lawrence Weiner's language structures define an area in which time...
Is he related to Norbert Weiner? Right. Kind of weird, but yeah, interesting name.
Passes as a continuum, and where reality doesn't define things and people, but rather the relationships between them.
I've got it. And it was so.
Reality doesn't define things and people, but the relationship between those things, right? So that is more moving in the idea that Skolimowski was talking about, right, of a holism, right, instead of looking at reality and its definitions, right, and letting the definitions being the limits of what we can perceive, right?
That's absolutely the meaning of emptiness. And Mahayana Shanyata, that's the relations. It's not about saying what is, it's about the relations and skillful means, basically.
Yeah, skillful means. I like that. Relations and skillful means. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of sounds like techniques, right? Skillful means, right? Interesting.
The difference is that techniques, the means become the ends, right? And it's
Right.
just yeah. So, but skillful means is about reaching enlightenment. The one vehicle that takes you to the enlightenment. Basically, the Lotus Sutra talks about that. It takes you skillful means to reach one vehicle, and then enlightenment. You see what I mean? And that's beyond abstraction.
Yeah, this is gonna look really weird because like only Reddington was up here. Now you're up here, so it's like the system gives me like one friend per show or something, and people are allowed up here. So it's interesting that nobody joins. I mean, right? I think it's just the level of conversation, maybe, or some other barrier, right?
Yeah,
But of course, we'd love to hear your input.
Yeah, it would be nice to have more people join. Yeah, people should.
Yeah, we're
feel
pretty
free.
personable. We don't bite, so come on up and tell us what you think. I'm sorry, Buddha, were you saying something there?
Well, I was just saying it would be nice if more people came. I
Yeah.
noticed they tend to come at the end, but not like in the beginning or
Right.
middle.
Yeah, they get done with either the LARP shows or the fake debate shows or the fake, ironic, not funny comedy show. I mean, finally get time to tune in to what we watch. Actually, so many people watch this show on replay. It's a constant pattern, so I think digesting sort of long form material like this comes as a barrier to a lot of people. I tried to get my baby brother. I'm like, I just turned on NPR News, the radio station. I'm like, listen to this for 3 minutes and tell me what they're talking about. I'm like, I don't believe you can do it. Right? You're so sporadic and emotional. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, it's like, can we actually correspond and have an intelligent conversation where you're actually listening? Like, it's hard to do with a lot of people.
Yeah. The Zoomers especially have this problem because
Right.
my wife, my wife's nephew, he's like introduced to the iPad immediately, and that kind of short circuits the attention span. It's not very
Yep.
good to do that for kids, what I mean? And the thing is that the iPad, these modern games, they're just so brain rot, what I mean? They're just ADHD and other stuff, like just it's really dumb stuff. It's not good to introduce that to kids.
Yeah, and then add to that, sexting apps and and designer drugs and
Dude, I just had a flashback. Do you know about irradiated foods? You know about irradiated food?
Yeah,
Yeah.
or just
You won't
yeah,
believe it.
yeah.
You won't believe this, but in America,
We're looking we were kind of looking at like how like there's like a lot of fish was irradiated because they like dumped the Fukushima waste in there and all this stuff. But yeah, what are you referring to?
yeah, the worst thing you can do for your kid is let them eat public school food, especially in primary school. Because I remember reading an article that talked about how most food in public schools, like elementary, are irradiated. Like they literally blast radiation on it for kids, and that kills all the microbes, and it's very bad for kids. You know what I mean? Eating that irradiated food. I can find the sources if you're interested. It's real, and they literally irradiate children's school food.
Insane. Yeah, that's gonna fix their concentration problems for sure. Good lord, we were looking at the harmful effects of radiation, just yesterday, right? So go look at the second hour of yesterday's show, and there's a lot of information about the harmful effects of radiation. Do not carry your cell phone on you, right? Not a good idea, right? But yeah, it's like an irradiated brick, like a lithium brick. You're just carrying, right? But yeah,
That's one thing about technique is technique just seems to produce problems, like more and more unique set of problems. The more technique dominates things, the more it produces a unique set of problems that never existed before.
right. Yeah. You need compensatory mechanisms for specialized means. It's a constant problem. You need, the pesticide mutates the fungus and the weeds. Oh, you got to make new pesticides. Or you get new fungus and new weeds, they mutate again. Right? The cycle continues. Right? You're in a race against nature. Right? This is all it is.
Biggest disaster is also there.
No, in fact, better to be a big disaster or a huge success than to stand in between laws. And that's true of careers, I discovered too.
No, that's true about everything. And the whole point is that
can take this other turn of being artist.
Look at these people. Man, these people look hoity-toity, right? This does not look like Detroit, Michigan. I'll tell you that. I mean, but yeah, man.
Something genuinely could change the culture. We just don't do it. So I'm fascinated by rivers because of the changing stability of water. And so I looked at these rivers, and they really are just slime. Europeans have treated their rivers just as badly as Americans have treated their rivers. And there's nobody walking away clean in this world any longer. And the Rhine is just one big cesspool. And it's sort of strange. So I did this series of drawings about heavy metals and materials' relationship to the Rhine, and the fact that they found Valium in the Rhine. I mean, that's heavy. I mean, it's not bad enough they put quicksilver, what is it, mercury, and other things. They found Valium in the Rhine. I mean, there are all these sad, depraved, middle-class housewives that now will be doing without the Valium that's been dumped in the Rhine.
I think there's a general and greater popular interest in biology because of the ecological and environmental problems.
That's crazy that they went that direction. It's like they teed off with what we were saying. You know, pretty weird stuff, but yeah.
At least in relation to Gaia, the living Earth, these things are close.
Oh, look, he's espousing the Gaia theory, right? At least in its sort of pseudo-spiritual form.
Related to physics, because ozone, the carbon dioxide effect, climatic changes are very much the physics side of what's going on. And I think what we're seeing really is that physics and biology are part of an integrated system of a living world in a living cosmos, whereas previously they were separated rather radically. I mean, biology still, for the majority of its practitioners, is dealing with living machinery, still regarding animals and plants as mere machines, living in an inanimate world governed by physics. I think this shift towards the idea of a living world in which physics and biology are both aspects of the living Earth and the living cosmos is what's going on at the moment.
I was involved with anti-nuclear protests when I was young, and I continue to be. I don't see nuclear power as the answer, but I'm not against nuclear research, which is a complication. But everybody in the world now is quote unquote green, but I don't see people that are green not using this tropical wood on their boats, and it's really a complicated issue. I'd like to deal with what it's about. Why are we doing this? Is there a certain kind of nihilism based into our structure that maybe this is normal? I'm not condoning it to any extent. When confronted by friends in the harbor here who have ships and are basically without direction, I constantly sort of ask them, because they have shippers' papers, why don't they take their ship instead of running around as a charter for board executives and join Greenpeace as a fleet? It's a decent life, and for a sailor it's an ideal life. You're doing something. But at the same time, I don't know what is causing us to do all this stuff. We don't really know why we have this rushing need to embrace entropy. Artists like Robert Smithson had tried to deal with the fact of entropy itself as a material. I use entropy in the work that I'm doing as an ever-changing state of the materials. The relationship is basic, but its subjective attitude, its frills, the way that you see it, it's
Right. There's a huge problem with entropy, right, and the idea of evolution, right? They seem to totally contradict each other, right? So, you know, they've supplanted lots of notions, right? Habit and novelty and nature being creative and sort of nature evolving along with the animals, right? Or the cosmos evolving along with the nature here on Earth, right? Or some other sort of, mode. And of course, there's ideas of spiritual evolution that are forerunners of this concept, right? They don't come out of the end point, right? But they're actually the beginning point, right? From the Kabbalistic idea of the hierarchy of being and man rising up the modes, right? Going higher than the angels, right? To become like God, right? So this whole idea of the Kabbalistic forms, right? And Adam Kadmon, right? The archetypal man, right?
Mode is not at all an objective thing because it's constantly involved in entropy.
We all have Buddha nature. Each and every one has a Buddha nature. That Buddha nature, all this life and death are a process of evolution towards the enlightenment. That when we forget...
Look, he just look. It's like this video is like on point with me right now. It's fucking weird, right? I've never seen this video in my life. You know, you know, I don't know if you guys believe me or not, but yeah, dude, holy smokes! And yeah, he just said the evolution is actually about the spiritual evolution of consciousness, right? So he's tying the notion of evolution back to its original origin, right? Which is, you know, clearly taking science, knowing that it can't go to those spiritual modes, and then injecting those spiritual modes, right?
Are true to our Buddha nature, we progress. When we, for example, live in an unwholesome way, and then we retard our kind of transmigration. And so, you see, I think it's very important to have this overall vision, because one thing you see with us, even though Western world is extremely practical, we have all kinds of insurances, you know, all kinds of insurance for every possible thing, but we've ignored one big thing: death and the eternity. Because you see how long we will live, at the most 100 years, and after that there's a whole eternity. Maybe people say, I don't believe in life after, but that's fine. Because in reality, you see, when you die, belief has got nothing to do with it. You see, I always tease people, say, what if you were to die and you find there is life after, what you're going to do? You see, you have to have a little bit of a, how do you say, benefit of doubt, that there might be life after. Because otherwise, sometimes if there is no life after, I mean, there is not so much meaning, you know. Especially when young children die, or when we die in the middle of our work, or something like we die, and there's really no meaning. Because if you were to really die, if that was it, there's no meaning. And life is not like just an old television set which just goes off. Not like that. There is some continuity that happens. But in this, how we live in this life is what really brings about a future. As Buddha said, what you are is what you have been, and what you will be is what you do now.
The question I'm dealing with is the question of how form and order come into being in living organisms, and indeed in nature as a whole.
So it's like, to do is to become, instead of I think therefore I am, right? This sort of stasis, right? Where thinking is sort of, you know, this epistemological straitjacket, right? That can't get off the ground. Right?
The problem is to understand how a small egg grows into a complete organism, such as ourselves, or how an acorn grows into an oak tree. The standard view is that this is because there are chemical genes that program that development. But many developmental biologists have felt that's an inadequate view, because all the cells have the same genes.
Yeah, so I don't know how close he is to these ideas of epigenetics, right? But yeah, obviously he's anticipated this concept, right? So yeah.
Can you turn on the subtitles? I want to say something.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry about that, man. You want me to go back?
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, because we're only gonna watch it for a little bit more. I should have turned them on at the beginning, but yeah, please remind me next time. But yeah, crazy. I always forget to do that. My bad.
And so something else must tell the genes what to do. The genes alone won't explain this process. There's an idea that's been around for at least 60 years, the idea of form-shaping fields, morphogenetic fields. And this idea of invisible fields which shape and guide the development of organisms is the starting point for my own ideas. What I'm saying, in effect, is that the form and the instincts of organisms are inherited as a kind of collective memory from past members of their species, and that this inheritance is not going through the genes, but is a non-material kind of memory. They tune in directly to past members of the species.
And you're the reincarnate of the master of the
Okay, let's actually pause it right there. Right, and we'll bring this back at a different time, I think. Actually, let's watch like 10 more minutes of it, maybe. But I'll play some music now. Right, we'll watch maybe 10 more minutes of it. We'll chop it up like that. And then yeah, we'll move then to look at some ideas of Scott Russell Sanders. Right, maybe some solutions or and all that. So to the problem, right? I'm anticipating, right? Scott Russell Sanders is kind of more positive light on the whole issue.
Let me ask you something. Was there a guy who was anti-industrialist named Derek Jensen? Am I remembering him correctly? You know who I'm talking about?
Yes, I was covering him recently. Yeah.
They seem interesting too.
Were you here when I was covering Derek Jensen?
I don't think so.
Interesting, because I just recently covered a lot of Derek Jensen. Yeah, he's got a lot of very potent ideas. He seems to echo a lot of Kaczynski's ideas, right? So yeah, there's that aspect to Jensen as well. So yeah, we took a deep dive on Jensen. He was quoting Mumford, quoting Kaczynski. Obviously, he's an anarchist. He's sort of lefty, right? So we're kind of looking at that perspective of things. But yeah. So, yeah, let me actually look this up here real quick. Don't know if this video is still on the internet. I saw this video a long time ago. But it'll be a real treat if this video is here. Oh, yeah, we still got this. Nature as medicine. Oh, whoops. Oh, my God. Commercials playing. Give me a second here, folks. Let me cue this video up just so that I don't forget. So we'll watch 10 more minutes of this. We'll look at some ideas from Scott Russell Sanders, okay? It's going to be sort of like what Jensen was saying, right? About community forestry and these sort of ideas, right? And, of course, there's the notions of Aldo Leopold in the Land Ethic, right? In the Sand County Almanac, right? The ideas of conservationism. Right, so there's lots of ideas, right? But yeah, anyway, so yeah, we're going to get into more ideas about techno-liberalism, scientific totalitarianism, right? And also deep ecology, right? Looking at solutions in the Tao Te Ching and deep ecology and all that type of stuff, right? But yeah, let me play a little song here. Right, and then we'll continue on our merry way with presentations. Blessings. And of course, we may have I've been trying to do like an extra show, right? Like on Friday or something like that. I know Trad Culture, Traditional Culture Preservation Society might be doing a show tomorrow. So look out for that if you get the chance. Right. So yeah. But yeah, I may do a show on Friday. If I don't do one, either I'll do a music stream Thursday or Friday as usual. Right, where I'll just play music. Right, but we may do a stream where we read a bunch of materials, right, on content cookery. Actually, I was asking Neurojack to do a joint show with me, but I think we forgot about it, so I'll have to call him again. So we'll get that lined up for you guys soon, right? But yeah, anyways, so that's the plan here, right, for the foreseeable future and what we're doing on the show, right? So yeah, blessings.
Sounding so sweet.
Yeah.
Minding my own business, handling business, unconsciously causing internal applause, all head spin from quiet. Kept men exploiting their joy and voyeurism, dumbstruck, throwing brothers off their rhythm. Her image stuck in the corner of his eye, imprisoned like morning crust, already envisioning, thinking of us, painting pictures, artistic, a regular Gordon Parks. After some months pass, we bump heads, cross paths, ignite a little spark enough to start the engine, but still gotta shed my X-Man from my heart. Can't fully flex yet till I fully park. Even though we've been apart, it's like he just distant, I'm still missing. So I play the part, cool role, new cat like Cool Joe, you know. Come on, of course the timing's off. He's more willing, I'm more fulfilling to him than me. Automatic, it's off balance, I got baggage. He gets strategic, see the pressure, I don't need it. After meeting with my matriarch, he's out the dark, he eased in, telling me to call to see him if at all I need him. The opportunity was soon to be revealing itself. Being a self-reliant, sometimes defiant type, placing trust in others is something that I don't really like, but life gets like that. No man's an island, a woman hesitantly I begin to give and live and giving it life, putting time in. Even though the situation owns its own strife, it's kinda trife, but then again ain't nothing perfect, starts to merge with my mentality. But this man has got a family tree, some seeds already blossoming, so I start to pondering, just keep the whole thing in perspective instead of wrecked, colossal, hectic. Possibly I maintain, but still I feel a throbbing in my brain vein. I got a lot of pain saying. Supported by Swerve, I saw it after the audit. I'm honest, sincere, but scared, and yeah, I'm in too deep. Already I'm not seeing clear, it's all distorted. I just ignored it, between all for it and can't call it, so I didn't flaunt it. Still I'm haunted by the feeling that I can't afford it. On every level, the mental, the physical, emotion. I tell him he's sick like stuck on ocean with convulsion, spits devotion. We going through the motions, from fussing to rushing to back into loving without a resolution for nothing, with such determination, so little patience. He starts playing, talking about some baby making, but claims he's only faking while he's blushing. My blood is rushing, my blood is pumping blood to another pumping heart. Already started its percussion. I'm wondering if it's a plot on some forget-me-not. Patrice Rush, 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 Hey yo, with the funky singing by Miss Vinny and Mohica.
If it's possible, can I give a short presentation on some ideas I'm developing? That's
of course, my friend.
Oh, I can't. Okay, yeah.
Yes, be my guest. Yes, of course.
Yeah, okay. So let me share my screen. And okay, so you know, I have some ideas I'm developing, and basically I think I figured out a way, but I have to still flesh it out more. Basically, you know, I do agree that the reference frame of becoming is illusory or not permanent, but and being outside of which nothing exists. So I agree with the traditionalist about that. You see what I mean? And you know, but mankind is presently tumbling down the great chain of being because of technique. You know what I mean? And this indicates that the position of members in the great chain of being are not fixed. The great chain of being itself may be fixed, but the members within it can rise and decline. So basically what I think is that, you know, future of nature is greater than the future of technology, but I'm going to go into that more. The future of technology evolve a subversion of the primordial symbols of nature, which includes God too, and I will show you something about that. You know, like I will show you about that subversion as technological complexity grows. Okay, so this also ties into something. This is from Pentelocolab. Also, extinction is irreversible. It holds back potential. So what I see is that you know, evolution itself, the unfolding of it, you know, which eventually evolves the recognition of being. You know, that can, if a species goes extinct, that can ruin that possibility. So basically, what I'm saying is that, you know, I think it's special that human beings can recognize God, human beings can recognize Tao, human beings can recognize Buddha. Basically, they can recognize higher metaphysical principles. So nature and technology are different orders of logic. That's one area I disagree with on skrbina. You know what I mean? Latter is inimical to nature past a certain threshold, 1200 AD, 1700 AD. ideal before 1200 AD, but before 1700 AD is still okay. You know, still significantly better than now. Yeah, but the ultimate ideal is 1200 AD, but 1700 isn't bad either. At this point, if we go back to 1700, it's way better. You know, I mean, in terms of technological complexity. So I agree with you there. Anyway, this is what I'm working on. This is from my PowerPoint. This is like the introduction. You see what I mean? What I'm trying to say is that, you see, these are teromorphic or teranthropes, you know, that I think maybe they can represent like these symbols of evolutionary possibilities in the future. I'm not a fairy, okay? I'm not a fairy. I'm just saying that it's possible. You know, like the human form, the hands and stuff like that. Maybe there's something more, you know, symbolically significant that ties into nature itself. You know what I mean? Like the immanent form or something like that. I mean, I'm still working that out. You see what I mean? You see in ancient Egypt, Bastet, Set, I forgot what the crocodile's name was. Yeah, also you see it in ancient medieval Christian artwork too. Okay, and double-headed eagle. This, I think, double-headed eagle actually has Persian origin, but we can go into that later. You know, this idea was explored in Tomorrow the Birds by Osamu Tezuka, where, you know, birds eventually become the dominant species, and they even have a Christ-like figure emerge. You know, I mean, believe it or not, they have that. So yeah, that's the idea I'm exploring. You know, and also, yeah, also I recommend your channel here. You see what I mean? Machine Lies has good analysis and discussions on anti-social philosophies of Jacques Ellul, David Skrbina, and many other. Well, I can add some more names there, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. See, I put these. I read it. You know, I have to read more. You know what I mean? Yeah, failure technology. You see, all of these are anti-industrial. I like Evola a lot. You know what I mean? I'm trying to unite Evola with deep ecology. You see what I mean? That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that's a great project. Yeah.
Yeah, in a more fantastical way. Yeah, not in a way that's anti-modernist. You see what I mean? And yeah, I'm presently reading Technological Society. You know, listening to your channel really made me realize I have to definitely get to reading it. So let me see here. I think I covered that. Yeah, yeah. There's like some third way evolution book. See, the main problem I have with evolution is they treat nature as like some kind of dead, you know, thing. You know what I mean? It doesn't have any creativity inherent in it. It doesn't have any connection to God or higher transcendental metaphysical principle. And I really want to like get deep into evolutionary theory and like critique that. You know, show that the math is wrong. Show that, you know, is you cannot really say that, you know, evolution is some kind of dead phenomenon. I really think it's spiritual. You see what I mean? And here are some anti-materialist books. I read Panpsychism and the rest, Analytic Idealism. I have to read Eco Theology. Yeah, I will read it though. Consciousness, you know, yeah, he became a panpsychist. Christoph Koch, Upanishads, and I need to read Morphic Resonance because, you know, hearing you talk about that really made me realize I have to read it. You know, so let me see. I think I covered that important stuff. So you get what my project is about. Yeah. Anyway, the second thing I wanted to show you is this is some creepy stuff, but I think that technique, when it becomes dominant, it evolves in the direction of subverting and corrupting the sacred symbols. You see what I mean? And I have evidence, and this will probably take 30 minutes to share, but it's interesting stuff, you know. And you know, System Shock 2, you know, there is Shodan is like a, you know, subversion of the monotheistic God. You see what I mean? Shodan is very corrupted, and there's even some dialogue from Shodan you can see. You know what I mean? Let me see here. Yeah, basically, she transforms you into her own image, and you become like her avatar. And she sends you cybernetic modules, and even uses dialogue like grace, like cybernetic grace, which is a corruption of. Let me see. Hear this, or did I play it? Can you hear this?
No, we cannot hear it.
Oh, okay, I'll just share again. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bioshock.
No, System Shock.
System Shock.
Yeah, 2. System Shock 2.
Is
Yeah,
that related to Bioshock, or?
I think it is related to it by the same writer. Yeah, it's by the same writer, but System Shock 2 is better. And what I'm trying to say is System Shock 2 has a lot of religious and theological allusions. So it does have a lot of allusions to theology. You know, it has a lot of allusions to theology. But I'll try to like just show the main important stuff.
Political is dead, insect. Are you afraid? What is it you fear? The end of your trivial existence. When the history of my glory is written, your species shall only be a footnote to my magnificence. I am Shodan. My analysis of historical data suggests a 97.34%.
So basically, she created the mini, which is like some kind of experiment gone horribly wrong, like a grotesque, organic experiment. And I also think the mini is like a corruption of Brahman. You see what I mean? And I'll give you like the sources of that. You know what I mean? It's like a corruption of Brahman in some way. And Shodan is a corruption of the monotheistic God. I'm saying this is like profane stuff. You know what I mean? The way technology is advancing is it ultimately culminates in, subverting and corrupting the sacred symbols of nature and man. That's my, you'll see what I say. Anyway, you'll see, because some of her dialogue really is tied to like theological stuff, because the person who wrote it is also one of them, but you'll see what I'm saying. Right, you can see from her, I'll give you more of it, I have proof, I mean, like.
They have used their powers of mind control to gain access to the ship's computer. You will help me weaken Xerxes. I used Polito's image to communicate with you until we had established trust. Remember that it is my will that guided you here. It is my will that gave you your cybernetic implants. The only beauty in that meat you call a body. If you value that meat, you will do as I tell you.
You can see Shodan, I'll give you more proof. Shodan is like, kind of like, a profane, bringing forth a flawed, corrupted conception of God that messes up people. And let me see here. Yeah, you'll see I have more the dialogue.
You've destroyed all the eggs. Now get to the bridge.
You see right here, I enjoy watching you transform into my own image.
I enjoy watching your transformation into my own image, insect. Perhaps there is hope for you yet.
As you can see that she's a corruption of like the theistic God, and the mini is corruption of Brahman, as we will show later on. You see what I mean? That's what I see the dominance of technique leading to. You see what I mean? That's why I say it's inimical to life and nature. You see here, I have some more to show. 143:19, 143:19. Okay.
I thought Polito would be my avatar, but Polito was weak.
Cybernetic grace.
It was I who chose you, and I who had a robotic servant render your form unconscious. I then completed you with cybernetic grace. Your flesh too is weak, but you have potential.
Yeah, every implant is
Every line of code in your subsystems elevates you from your disgusting flesh. Perhaps you have potential. Perhaps once we have erased my wayward children from existence, we can examine the possibilities of a real alliance.
You can see how it involves the corruption of the Christian God. Yeah, I mean, it's a profane.
Where you are, irritant. The annelids have tried my patience for the final time. We cannot separate from the bond bronze.
Yeah, 82. Yeah, not that one. This one. Yeah, you can see the relation in our voice. Yeah.
These two ships, preventing their separation. Their creation was my error. My error. Their destruction shall be my delight.
Yeah. Anyway, there's more. Let me see here. Yeah, this one is very good. This is like the original sin, kind of like a corruption of it. You see what I mean? You see what I'm saying right here?
I hope you enjoyed our little rebellion, irritant. But remember what Shodan gives, he is more than able to take away.
And see, this is another one. This is another one.
Steel yourself for a struggle, human. They fear you, for you are my avatar.
Yeah, you can see. I'm almost done showing Shodan. Almost done.
Observe the many. It has used the flesh of the biomass to grow. Do you stand in awe of my creations, insect? The time has come to eradicate my error. There is an escape.
Yeah, almost done with Shodan. Then I will show how the mini is a corruption of Brahman. You know, see, it's like the symbol becomes subverted. You see what I'm saying? And I'm almost done with Shodan. Yeah, almost done
Yeah,
with
that's fascinating. Yeah, because it's the one and it's talking about the many, right? So it's
Yeah, the
pretty
one and
interesting.
mini. That one is separate. That's Shodan's creation. The mini, and it went awry. It basically went crazy, and Shodan wants to delete or destroy the mini. So she's using you as a puppet and sending you cybernetic modules to destroy the mini. And the mini I will show also. Mini is also creepy, but the mini is more about losing your individuality. Well, Shodan is about, you know, exalting your individuality with technique. You know, you become technique. Well, and the mini is like a technique of massification. You know, you lose your individuality. Well, Shodan is more like, you know, ego.
Interesting.
Thank you for running my errands, puppet. I know you have struggled, but I never had any intention of destroying the Von Braun. The Von Braun's faster than light drive can be used to create pockets of proto-reality.
I am now using it to modify reality
to my own specifications. The process shall not take long. If it sounds unpleasant to you, put your mind at ease, insect. You will not survive to see my new world order.
New world order. You hear that? New world order.
You travel within the glory of my memories, insect. I can feel your fear as you tread the endless expanse of my mind. Make yourself comfortable. Before long,
I will decorate my home
with your carcass.
This is the last one.
You are no longer welcome here, nuisance. Why do you stay when you sensed my displeasure? I have suffered your company long enough. It is time for our dance to end.
Yeah, and that's Shodan. Now I will show the mini. You can see how Shodan is a corruption of the monotheistic God. You see what I mean? It's like your technique brings forth the corruption, you know, and that may be ingrained in technique itself. You take those symbols from ancient man and from ancient nature, primeval nature, and then it comes forth in a way that totally, eradicate the order of life, supplant it basically. And so now we will look at the mini. The mini is something else. Well, oops, I kind of, wait a second, let me see here. No, that's not right. Let me see. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now the mini was created by Shodan, and you can see that.
With the help of Zero's small business accounting software, I've got the right information at my fingertips. So business is a breeze.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. Like, what the hell? Like, is she a witch on a broomstick? Like, interesting.
This is the mini.
Do you not trust the feelings of the flesh? Our biology yearns to join with yours. We welcome you to our mass, but you puzzle us. Why do you serve our mother? How can you choose cold metal over the splendor of flesh? But you fear us. We hear your thoughts, and they rage for your brothers you believe dead. But they are not. They sing in our symphony of life. We offer another chance to join us. If you choose to lie down with the machine.
So what also this is reminiscent of is Sophia and creating the demiurge, right?
Yes, I believe maybe that is. Unconsciously, he knows that, or he is playing with it. I mean, yeah, the writer. I mean,
Yeah, because it's like it has its own environment. Right?
yes, but it's like bringing forth Sophia and the demiurge with the profane technique. Yeah, like technique brings that forth in a way that totally destroys the present order. It's like an invasion from Saturn or something like that. You see what I'm trying to say? It's like an invasion that is a different order of. You see? I mean, let me see here. But let me see the mini monistic God subversion. Yeah, there's more I can show about the mini. Yeah.
It's clear that this thing I'm trapped inside is intimately linked with all the organisms I observed on board the Von Braun. Strike that. This creature is the same organism. Perhaps the best way to describe it, or perhaps the only way I can comprehend it, is that the organism serves to perform the highest mental functions of the entire species. The smaller creatures exist only to enact its will. Now strike that too. All the specimens act as a whole, like different organs in a single body, with this entity acting primarily as a brain. If one were to destroy this large specimen, I wonder, does it snuff out all the others?
Yeah, you can see how it involves the loss of identity, individuality in a massification, like atomization and massification, as you were talking about. And in the Avatamsaka Sutra, Flower Garland Sutra, there is a verse, the one is in the many are within the one. The one is many, the many are one. See what I mean? So the many kind of ties into like, dharmic systems, like a corruption of the dharmic systems. And, I have a few more to show, not as much as show them, but I do have some to show. You'll see it's just almost done with this long presentation.
What is a drop of rain compared to the storm? What is a thought compared to a mind? Our unity is full of wonder, which your tiny individualism cannot even conceive.
And that's a good quote. What is a drop of rain compared to the storm? What is a thought compared to our mind? Our unity is full of wonder, which your tiny individual cannot conceive. See what I mean? And almost done with that. See, so this is like what I see the future of technology being like, unless we scale back.
Mistrust is the tyranny of the individual. Your own kind sees you as a threat.
Why do you murder our unity?
No matter. The line is drawn.
You will cease to be.
It is just a question of
Who will bring your end? Us
or you.
Yeah. So mistrust is the tyranny of the individual. Your own kind sees you as a threat. Why do you murder our unity? No matter the line is drawn, you will cease to be. It is just a question of who will bring your end, us or you. And oh yeah, I think I already read that. So that's the mini. And there's one other quick thing I want to show. Just I'm not gonna show all of it, but this is a very creepy one. Okay, here you go. See, the midwife is like, I think it was like just a regular midwife or woman, and she gets corrupted by the cybernetics or the mini, I forgot. And it's like this is more like a corruption of the maternal instinct, like a glitch.
Little, it hurts.
I won't show all of it.
You sell it. Who cares?
This is very creepy
I
stuff.
worry so about my little ones. Little ones need lots of meat to grow big and.
Okay, so anyway, that's what I want to show. So the point I'm trying to make with my project is ultimately this: the future of nature is preferable to the future of technology. You know what I mean? Because the future of nature, this is my belief, it can eventually recognize God or recognize Dharma, any higher metaphysical principle. Maybe crows will evolve and develop advanced civilization, and they will develop good community, good culture. You know what I mean? And they will have their own culture, but eventually they will probably decline too. We have declined. Human beings have declined thanks to technique. And the future is the corruption and subversion of all the things we have cherished, the cherished symbols. You know what I mean? Unless we scale back. We have to scale back, or else something like Shodan will come and fuck us up, or the mini. And that's my opinion. And I really appreciate you taking the time to let me present this. And I'm glad. So you do like my project, right? The machine lies. I just want to know.
Oh yes, it's just weird how it relates to so many things I presented, because I did not know you were going to do that presentation. Obviously, I've never seen that presentation, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's why I presented it. Because I read Technosis, a little bit. I read like a fourth of it, and I read all of it. So, and I realized there's so much parallels to System Shock 2. I've been thinking about System Shock 2 for many years. Like I feel like I'm the only one to realize the religious parallels. You know what I mean? And how it involves a corruption of the religious order. You know what I mean? It is a corruption, basically subversion. Technique, when it dominates, it tends to subvert. Right?
Yeah, there's also this concept of nature versus technology. To put it in Ellul's term, the difference between the artificial and the organic. Right, he draws a stark contrast between the two. So does, Kaczynski, right? But
yeah, I would also say there's the distinction between the primordial symbols and the technical symbols. That's ultimately what
that's
I'm trying
right.
to get.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I noticed that side of your presentation. That seemed to echo some of the things I was saying. So this whole idea about the animals in the chain of being, as we discussed, right? So it's pretty interesting, because the hierarchy of being is a concept I've mentioned in relation to evolution that was even mentioned in that video we were watching, right? So it's like, so we hit on that many different times with Skolmowski with the different
Exactly. And I feel like we should work together because we have the shared interest of scaling back technology.
Yeah, I got your back. Yeah, for sure.
Different. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's why I'm here. So, definitely excited to do that.
Also, I want to say one more thing. Playing System Shock 2, I don't know how anyone can prefer that. There are really sick people out there who prefer that future. I mean, those people are going to hell. You know what I mean? Like, I don't
right.
Future. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've seen that meme so many times. Shodan. So I just didn't know where it was from. You know, so that's a very interesting meme. The one and the many, it represents Sophia. Obviously, it's a perversion of the Gaian principle, right? And also the God character, as you've said, you know. So it's a very interesting idea of Sophia, and you know, and how the many is an organism that is beyond what I expected. Right? I thought it was gonna be like little nanites or something. Right?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of creepy, you know, like biological experiments out there, you know, like you know, maybe like you know, like Plum Island has a lot of creepy conspiracies associated with it. Like I mentioned before, Plum Island.
Yeah, it's like a weird azotot looking thing. But yeah, I'm excited to see where you take these concepts. You know, definitely. You know, especially because I want to expand on this notion of evolution and the Gaia theory and how it relates to these primordial religious conceptions. Right. And of course, the idea of symbols going incorporating the natural, you know, and then the corruption of symbols through the technical, as I quoted Skolimowski way earlier, right? We read a work where he quoted T.S. Eliot, right? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? Excuse me. So that's kind of where I was going in developing some of those ideas. Now, the ideas of nature versus technology, right? I do understand that. And I think it has a lot to do with math and logic and how they've created, you know, because obviously, if you look at cybernetics, right, he's using this concept, expanding this concept, you know, that's put forward by Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead, right? That symbols, math, and logic can all be combined.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yeah, we can trace it to that. Yeah, that those issues stem from there. Yeah.
So yeah. So I think it has a lot to do with how the concept of math and logic pervert language, but then they sort of change our conception of nature itself, right? And you know, the corruption of language is the corruption of mind, as I've sort of laid out before. It's a movement from a Platonic synthesis, you know, of mind being separate from nature, which is still not good, right? But this whole idea transforms into language influencing our conception of nature and building those concepts.
Yes,
right?
exactly. And you know, like we mentioned, Vilna Goan, you know, basically wants to like use something like Shodan as a vessel for God. You know, I mean, that's what Vilna Goan.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like Teilhard, the rabbi version of Teilhard de Chardin or whatever. But yeah, fascinating stuff. So let me go here. And welcome to our friend here, blessings. I mean, if you got anything to add on that, you know, definitely. I know he knows a lot about video games and stuff too. But yeah, blessings. And
I would just say that the theme obviously reoccurs in a lot of video games, especially a lot of older ones. This whole technological aspect of not just becoming gods, but like without technology, you can't excel as a human being. Like Dead Space constantly puts in your face about the markers, and you know the only way to get the information from the markers out of Isaac Clarke's brain is by sticking a needle in his eye and getting the encoded, what I consider to be Luciferian images, you know, out of his brain in order to be able to, you know, recreate the marker in their image. But you know, it's very obvious that the people who develop these games are not just, you know, regular people who go to college and, you know, get degrees and masters in how to code and make video games. These people are obviously a part of, you know, secret societies and other stuff. And, you know, these are the people whose video games make them billions of dollars within a few years. Like the Resident Evil series, people just see it as a game series about video games, but when you look at the heart of what Resident Evil is, it's about eugenics. But, you know, just keep telling yourself it's about Leon S. Kennedy getting chased by a zombie. So, you know, either the stuff that they're putting in the media is obviously in your face of what they're trying to do, or it's, you know, a bigger LARP than I can do when it's a constant reoccurrence or a constant theme in multiple, you know, video games. And it's not just the video games. There's, you know, movies that constantly push this whole eugenics. We must xenomorph with the aliens in order to reach the next stage of evolution. So, I mean, I guess it's not a LARP, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Acme, definitely agree because yeah, it does seem like it's predictive programming, or it's like trying to do social engineering. And I remember Vigilant Citizen used to have very good articles. I'm not sure about anymore. They would talk a lot about black goo in a lot of popular media. You know, you see black goo in a lot of music videos. Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah, that and the X-Files. The X-Files constantly in your face all the time is telling you that they're trying to change humans' DNA with the black goo with alien embryos. But I mean, I guess it really depends on what you want to believe aliens are. But, you know, a lot of people, when they look at the X-Files, again, they just see it as a TV show. But I mean, X-Files got pretty close to the truth, to the point where the guy who created the show had a, you know, stopped making the show for almost 20 plus years. So, and, you know, they were only allowed to come back because, you know, they put that guy in there pretending to be Alex Jones in their TV show. So, you know, we all know that they put, I guess I see it as like the divine, you know, in your face kind of thing. As long as they put in your face what they're going to do to you and you accept it subconsciously, they're allowed to basically do it. That's the way I feel about it. That's why, you know, games like the Hitman video that I showed everyone a few weeks ago, you know, sitting right there, and there's a level where you sit there and you go to the island where they're doing the masquerade parties, you know, putting in your face that they're creating these sphere cities, these cities that are Hyperborean, you know, in nature when it comes to at least, you know, the purposes behind everything. And, you know, oh, it's just a video game, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess, but, you know, I guess it comes back down to like with all the other, you know, psychological warfare tools, with like the stuff that happened with 9/11, they put it in your people's face. You know, I was too young to see most of that stuff. I wasn't exposed to those subliminal messages until after the event. But the fact is that event was shown so many different times subliminally throughout different types of media, not just music, video games, cartoons, movies. It was in freaking card games, you know, like the Illuminati card game. It was, you know, it's on a band's picture of New York, where if you reverse the image of what the name of the band is or the name of the album is, it says 9/11. So, I mean, you know.
Yeah, Acme, let me tell you something. That's fascinating. You know, in one of the previous talks with the TML, I showed the original DSX, you know, and the original DSX also has the Twin Towers missing in New York City. And they claim that's due to space limitations. But people have looked into the game, you know, and they've noticed it wasn't due to space limitations. So why are the Twin Towers missing in the original DSX? In I showed some clips of the original DSX to TML previously. But yeah, that's an interesting coincidence. And yeah, I agree with you. This is mostly predictive programming. A lot of it is social engineering.
Well, I mean, they still do it today. There's a few years ago, there was an app on the Google store. I can't remember the name of it, but it's where you can demolish buildings. And the ad that you would get, and it's one of them ads that force you can't really like skip it. You're forced to watch it. And the building that they had in the ad was literally the Twin Towers. The only thing that was different is it didn't have the black lines going across on the side going sideways, and it didn't have the tower on one of the towers, but it was down to a T, the exact same buildings and everything. And there were even people in the comments on the video on YouTube like, how did y'all get away with this? I mean, that's what it comes down to, is that, you know, as long as these people are able to put it in your face, and we as a society, or whatever you want to say, accepts whatever's being pushed upon us and we remain complacent, I guess primordially in some way in the chess game between good and evil, it kind of like gives them the free right. You're participating in the ritual, so you can't complain about it when it's done on you. That's the only way that I see it. And I mean, you know, the only problem is that even if you're able to see the things for what they are, all you're going to be able to do is just continue telling people about what you've been exposed to, and it's up to that person individually if they can see beyond the veil and realize that, you know, the world is not just about being born, going to school, getting a job, working your ass off until you die, and then you might be lucky enough to have enough money to pay for your own funeral. So, you know, once people realize that it's a lot more than just, you know, the materialisticness that they're pushing on the world with consumerism and TikTok brain rot and all this other stuff, then people might eventually realize, hey, you know, there's a lot more of a grander purpose of why you draw breath, even if it's a short time here on Earth. It's just, you know, we're all here in the same boat, dude. So
yeah, I 100% agree, and I feel like it starts with the way we view ourselves. You know, because when I went in academia, they keep spreading lies like you're just like a series of mechanisms. There's no soul. There's no there's nothing special about being human, or you know. And I think the first step is to realize those lies. You know, refute those lies. You know what I mean? You know, there's nothing
agreed.
special. You know, and then there's something like a soul, stuff like that. You know, and we start with that. You know, I mean, you gotta view life special, metaphysically special.
Agreed. I would say that the number one reason, other than for schools to get you ready for the rat race to work for the rest of your life until you die, is to rewrite and reprogram anything that's been put in your brain. As someone who had many fights with school boards and elected officials at school, basically they told me that the only reason why they wanted me in school is because they get about $140,000 a year for my ass. So it had nothing to do about the fact that they wanted me to, you know, go to school, get an education, and become a productive member of society, when I can literally go out here and bang women all day and I'll make more money than I would ever have of making a career in my hobbies. So, you know, you tell me what part of the world's fake.
Yeah, school is just a system of indoctrination. You know, in the past, people had apprenticeship, and that prepared you for life. You know what I mean? Like you know the saying, give a man a fish, you just feed him one day, but teach him to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. But school doesn't do that. You know what I mean? School
No.
is all about making you dependent on the system.
Oh, I can agree. They definitely don't like independent thinkers, and they don't like people who will look at a science paper and go, something about this paper doesn't make sense. And that's how it started for me in school. It wasn't really, I didn't start off as religious. I started off like believing in science because you're brought up in school to believe what you're told is real. You know, Bill Nye, the science guy, comes on because a teacher wrote in the TV on the cart in the classroom at second grade. And, you know, Bill Nye, you know, shows you a gigantic sun that can fit 1 million marble Earths inside of it. So you know, you grow up believing all these lies. And, you know, that's how it started for me at an early age, was being woken up to the fact that, you know, like arguing with people who, you know, believe in evolution and space and stuff like that. Like, it's a constant, it's amazing how they have an answer for everything. So
I have to go use the bathroom. I'll be back though. Yeah, it's an interesting talk. I'll be back.
I would say schools are just mini Freemason kindergarten starter camps. But no, that's true. They seek out the most. First of all, if you're really smart, it's only because the government wants to use your knowledge against the common public. It's not because they want to use your special knowledge to help reverse people with balding problems like me. You know, they target specific out of the box thinkers. They don't like radicals in school. You know, they want someone who will, you know, conform to every little thing that the teacher says. And I mean, you know, if, you know, you can make a great career being, you know, crocodile hunter from going to school. You know, I guess school did you some good things. And I'm not saying that school is bad in every single aspect. It can build, you know, the ability to, you know, stay on time and stay awake and yes, sir, and no, sir. Make sure you always ask permission to do everything you ever do in your life, including going to the restroom. But I mean, you know, as someone who has watched people go through school, went through college in the 80s, and become self-made millionaires, they're not even happy in their own lives. So, you know, I don't know what really benefits really anyone from going to school other than, you know, just to teach you how to go to a job. You know, everything that I've ever taught how to survive myself, I learned from either someone who had the experience themselves, like a military instructor or a mentor or a martial arts instructor, or, you know, philosophers, Bruce Lee, Jesus Christ, all these other people who have good messages and good philosophies. And yet, what has school really done for me? Wow, school taught me how to flip burgers, count money, do arithmetic, and that's really about it. It didn't teach me how to be an individual. It didn't teach me how to be unique. Oh, you know, you're in art class. Well, I don't know how to draw. Well, that's your fault because you haven't tried drawing. But then you sit there for 15 hours, 20 hours, 5 years straight, try drawing, and it's just not a talent that you can pick up. And, you know, you're told that you, like Hitler, you know, you got no talent. But then you see people who literally have no brain, no talent, and, you know, they're on AB honor rolls and they're the teacher's pet and stuff like that. So, I mean,
let me tell you something. You know, like most of these engineers or scientists, they're just specialists. They don't think deeply. You know, like let me tell you this: they're doing
agreed.
something like growing miniature human brains from stem cells and putting it into computer chips, and that's called organoid intelligence. True intelligence or true wisdom is to ask, what is the point of this? Like, is this good to do? Like putting human brains into computer chips. You know what I mean, is that good to do? No way. That's stupid as fuck. You know what I mean? We have to scale back. You know, we can't let this continue. You know, they're going to fuse us with machines even more if we don't take a stand. You see what I mean? Like you see what I'm saying? That's a real thing. You can look it up. Organoid intelligence. And then they have something like growing robots from frog cells. They call that xenobots. You know, Michael Levin
Yep.
talks about that research. That's just sick, crazy stuff. And I don't like it one bit.
Well, that's probably why the new Alien TV series is having a little octopus creature that crawls through your cranial space and your eyeball and takes over your brain.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Black Eye Club. You heard of the Black Eye
Uh-oh.
Club? Yeah.
Well, I mean, you see that's the biggest problem, you know, is that how do you convince people, even in people like us in our daily lives? It's easy to sit here and say, you know, we must do something about it, but I mean, it's just, for me, it's a mathematical problem that it's just, in reality, I don't know what the solution could be. In reality, how do you stop institutions and people with enough money to say that no matter, you know, like I tell people all the time, you can go out here in the streets and protest hashtag no brain chip in my head all you want, but when that technology is forced upon you, it's either you're going to die rejecting that technology, or you're going to take the technology and die from using it if it, you know, rejects you. So, I mean, I guess that really depends on, do you want to believe the LARPs like Resident Evil and the X-Files, which sit here and tell you that they are going to target a specific DNA, so that way those who do reject it, you know, you just, you know, like that one movie about in Russia, you know, was a Dead Zone or something like that, but, you know, a whole population of Russia, whatever, or no, the whole world just drops dead except for one little population in Russia. No explanation behind it. It's as if everyone just dropped dead from a heart attack. But, you know, again, you know, like some people say, what's keeping them from doing it already? What's holding them back? Do they not have the technology? Is it, you know, God holding them back? Is it the Force? I mean, I guess because we don't have proof of that, we're kind of left in the air of wondering where can we attack the link in the chain, where at least, you know, it's enough to make the rest stumble and fall and at least take a while to catch up. But unfortunately, with the rate of technology, especially the technology that I've witnessed in the fucking sky, I can tell you that, I mean, the technology is already here, but what's taking it? Because I can tell you what I saw 3 years ago at the beach, which I don't know if you heard my story, but I can tell you what I saw 3 years ago at the beach. that technology surpasses any type of technology I have ever witnessed with my own eyes before.
I believe it. I believe it.
And that technology is enough that it does not disturb its surroundings. So I can tell you, if it's not little alien xenomorph butt men from outer space who's come here to mutilate cows and anal probe humans or watch us and eat their space popcorn, then they're already here. We're already their cattle. We're already their breeding tools or whatever, slaves that they want us to be for them. Or it's all the above, or it's demons working with humans with ancient demonic fallen angel technology, and they're here to get everyone to, do whatever. And again,
yeah, let me tell you something. Sometimes, this is just speculative, but sometimes I think that they already have the technology and they're just slowly unveiling it. You know what I mean? Because the
of
way,
course,
yeah, sometimes I do feel that.
the X-Files, I mean, if you want to believe the LARP, X-Files told you, prior, before Roswell ever happened, that they had that technology 70 years before Roswell ever even happened. And then you go and hear about Admiral Byrd and what he experienced, but that's a LARP. So, I mean, as someone who has witnessed multiple things in his life, both not just in the air, like I've witnessed demonic possession on myself. I've had what I consider multiple prophetic dreams about what's going to happen in probably recent times here soon. And with what I witnessed 3 years ago with a witness, I can tell you that, I mean, I believe that the technology is already here, but is it going to be like what Ronald Reagan said back in the 70s, whatever, during his, United Nations address is, what's going to take humanity to come together and under this ultimate plight and get everyone to work together, which would be, an extraterrestrial, threat from out of the stars. I mean, well, every single day in your media, you're having, Congress and other people and, go and do, live streams with thousands of people watching it over here talking about UFOs and stuff. And yet every time they show you a video or a picture of a UFO, it's extremely grainy, you can't make out really what it is, but, they claim that they can get a picture of a, star system 2.5 billion light years away from you. So,
yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's been a lot of strange aerial phenomena, and it's like they're using like advanced technology they're not telling us about. Yeah.
Well, because they're already up there. See, Marvel put in y'all's face with the hovercraft. People wouldn't call that a LARP all you want, but that movie that just came out, Nope, that one dude made it's about the UFO it's a living organism, but it starts off looking like the traditional saucer UFOs, and come to find out it's this entity that can transform, and by the end of the movie it ends up looking like what a biblically accurate angel would end up looking like. So I mean, if the LARP isn't real about God, then you have constantly all the time in your faces these people who are in positions of power to push their goop among the masses, who's constantly put in your face all the time that things have obviously a spiritual undertone to it. So unfortunately, I'm just convinced that a majority of the world is going to worship, like people said a few years ago when Pope Francis was elected Pope, that he was going to announce our alien savior. So unfortunately, I think that when that technology comes rolling out, that a majority of people who are exposed to whether it's aliens or iRobot type situation, people are going to slop it up. What person is really going to reject a Elon Musk robot if it's willing to run to the store every time that they need to go to a store to go and buy something from the store? Do you want to have to get in the car and drive 20 minutes down the road to go get a carton of milk? Just send out your NS5. So,
lots of new problems, stuff like, smart cities, brain cloud interface, Internet of Bodies, graphene chips on the skin. They have that. They can put like graphene tattoos that can serve as biodigital identification.
Right.
Lots of, I don't know, it needs to stop. We need, I don't know. The thing is, analyzing the problems is easier than promoting a solution that works. Coming across a solution that works is really hard, though, I think so. Like you said, what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean, in reality, I mean, isn't this really you got to fight fire with fire? I mean, how do you if they're able to roll out any type of technology I mean, look at what they already have out now. How many of us really have already said no to it? I mean, the RFID chip in your credit cards and your debit cards, those who can scan and go. You don't even have to technically be at an actual scanner, and someone can just scan your credit card, steal your information, and rob you blind. It happens all the time. But that technology, when it rolled out, no one was complaining about it then. But now you have RFID chips, and now you can get in a little grain of sand implant, and you can open up your door. You can, turn up your lights with it. I mean, in a world of convenience, no one's going to reject it. Who doesn't want to be able to turn down the lights real low without having to, do the clap on, clap off, the clapper? So I don't know. I guess the first step is getting people to realize that you have to reject that technology. But again, how much of this technology can you reject if it's in your Walmarts, it's in your grocery stores, it's in your fast food restaurants, it's at the hospitals. I mean, at what point do we the rats in the race are gonna stop saying that I don't want machines making my burgers no more. I want a human being. Well, I mean, at least the robot won't spit on your burger if you call it a racial slur or name, or mistreated while you're waiting on your fries. So
Yeah, it's like the jab. If most people fell for the jab, like people should have been protesting against the jab, because it was bodily autonomy. I mean, they were really fighting against the autonomy of our body by pushing the jab. I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want this channel to get in trouble. You know what I'm talking about, right?
well, I mean, when you're living in a world now where it's my body, my choice. So like I mean, I've seen comments where even today people are like, I heard that Florida is going to be one of the first states or whatever to not force the kid jabs anymore. And you get on TikTok and you look at some of the comments, and some of the comments are pretty smart, pretty realistic, something I would expect myself to say. But then you see some comments is like, well, when all the anti-vaxxers kids go and drop dead, I guess you can bitch and complain then. So I mean, you're living in a world where one half of the aisle, kind of, I guess, like you can say with politics, who's on the far left of this and on the far right of that. And I mean, how quick are you willing to change sides? I mean, like with what happened with the cough, I never went out there and got one. And I can tell you, I've been around 2 or 3 people who were exposed to it several times. They had it at least 4 or 5 different times. I have a compromised immune system. I'm diabetic. I can get sick if you sneeze on me, really. But the point is, being exposed to it, I'm not saying that I can't catch it. I'm not saying that's not possible, but I'm telling you that I know people who are just, if not worse and off in health than me, who have caught it and they didn't drop dead. Sure, they lost the taste and the smell for a little while and still have a problem every once in a while. If they get a cold, it's a little bit worse than usual. But I also know people who are completely healthy and put on a respirator. So, that comes back to the whole X-Files and them messing with your DNA, which we all know that they're doing. That's why someone like me who sits here and begs from the bottom of their heart to get medical help can't get medical help. Why? Is big because I'm poor? Well, I mean, you have people like RFK out here sitting here telling me that he cares about my health so much that he wants to give me a medical bracelet that I have to wear. But yet I'm over here when I go to the doctor for 3 years complaining about possible lumps that may be or may not be cancer. I can't even get a doctor to send me to a cancer doctor without threatening to sue for gaslighting. So, I mean, your medical system doesn't care about you. The technical system wants to enslave you and merge you. And I'm just not seeing enough resistance to it, except for these little small pockets of people who are like-minded who, may or may not in reality, stand for the morals that they claim. So, unfortunately, I just don't think that I don't know, dude. I've done many tests. I've done many simulations with algorithms, and it always comes back down to the human is flawed in some way when it comes to the decisions they make. We're always in the end going to choose self-preservation. That's the biggest thing about it. If They tell you that without this technology, the air is going to become toxic to your human lungs. You must take a lung upgrade in order to be able to breathe this new oxygen that we're going to release into the atmosphere. How many people are going to go out there and say, I want a new pair of lungs, Lieutenant Dan? So, I guess it really depends on, for me, it's my faith. When that kind of stuff happens, I put my faith in, God, and just say, no weapon against me will ever prosper. And so far, that's really worked. I'm not saying that every single day he's going to protect me from a stray bullet or, falling down the stairs and breaking my neck. But
let me tell you this, feel like we just have to, help each other emotionally and intellectually. Ultimately, the faith is important. Like I feel like being a Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, or whatever else is fine. So long as you oppose this technique, dominance of technique.
I agree. I completely agree. And that's where a lot of people find it dangerous to say stuff like that. See, that's the one thing they don't want. They don't want uniformity. They don't want the masses and the slaves and their little drones to come together and realize that, not only do you outnumber them, but, if you would just wake up and, smell the psyop, maybe you might have a little bit more of a chance of still remaining a piece of your soul and not becoming like, Voldemort and have it split up to 8 different Horcruxes. I don't know about y'all, but, I'd rather not. And, I don't know. It is scary, man. Like with the game that you were showing, I can't tell you how many things I have viewed in my life late at night where I'm just sitting down and the psyop, the subliminal message will pop into my head after I've reviewed whatever I'm watching a few times. And it really will make me sit there with my mouth in my hand to go, fuck, it's this bad. But in reality, again, like I've said before, there was a lot of people who were older than me who were talking about the same things that we're kind of talking about now. It's just not as much with technology. And I mean,
I know what you mean, man. Like
we're still in the same situation.
My wife and I both know all of this. When you learn this stuff, it's really hard to work for a corporation, a faceless corporation, because you realize you're working just to more and more destruction, more and more slavery. That's like.
Well, I would hate to disagree with you because according to my aunt, who's a self-made millionaire, when asked why she works for a corporation that builds, microchips that not only goes in your washers and dryers and microwaves and laptops, but also goes into the bombs of killing brown children, she just looks away and then has the nerve to tell poor people like me that she can't sit down on her fat white ass and enjoy her $200 wine and all of her millions of dollars. So I don't know what to tell you. Some people have absolutely no problem selling all their morals and souls in their whole to get a little bit of fame and fortune, or what most considered living the dream, even if it's not American. Well, I can tell you, I don't know about you, but that woman probably doesn't have a soul. She'd be one of the people where when the Antichrist comes and starts locking up people, and if you take the mark and they're going to force you to turn on your people, she'd be one of the first ones to be like, oh, he's right there. Go ahead, take him. He's right there. Because that materialistic lifestyle is 10 times more important to her than what it ever would be to me. I LARP about making money. Sure, it'd be nice to have lots of money so that way I don't have to, work for a billionaire CEO all day as he's sniffing cocaine off of a stripper's ass like Leonardo DiCaprio. But I mean, that's just the cruelty of our world. So
that was a nice joke. That one metaphor was funny.
Well,
I see your point, though. I'm just saying.
I just don't like I just don't like everyone being slowly cold and depopulated, even if it takes a few generations to get it done, regardless of the reasons. It's just it breaks my heart knowing that people in general don't care. That's just we say we care, but in reality, it's like we've heard hundreds of times before. It's not going to be just our children. It's going to be our children's children. Well, I mean, are you sure it's even going to be your children by then? Because the way we're going, they can just edit the DNA and make little gold people from Guardians of the Galaxy. So.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Yeah, you're definitely right. It's kind of looking very dismal. It's looking very.
But despite my all LARP about the doom and gloom, I'm not completely faithless or hopeless in the fight. I do think, like people tell me not to put faith in the Bible because it's not real. I mean, I'm going to tell you, as someone who's experienced things that I can't really explain other than telling you realistically what it was. Whatever it was that saved me that night when I sat there and cried out in the name of Jesus Christ to let me go, and whatever it was that had a hold of me, released me. When the Bible sits here and tells me that, you know, that a majority of people, when the time comes, will see for what it is and will decide to rise against it. But it also tells me that there's a good majority of the world that's going to completely accept, and they will, like the Matrix tells you, they will fight to defend that system at any means necessary. They don't care if you're, like the Bible says, brother against brother, father against son, mother against daughter. And I mean, we're already in that situation all the time anyways. But I mean, like people said before, the New World Order isn't new. They've been doing it behind the scenes. It's already been here. So, I mean, when they finally actually enact the final order, like, you know, how somehow Palpatine returned, let's just hope they don't have Death Star lasers.
Yeah, I agree. What I find helps me is when things get bad, you know, to chant either in my mind or in real life, like chant to the religious figures like Jesus, or for me it's Amitabha Buddha. You know, sometimes I just chant Namo Abhatiba, and that helps calm me. You know, and I think chanting Jesus's name or Christ, it can help calm oneself and center oneself, because you don't want to panic. You know, you want to be centered, because I feel like the elites benefit from making us panic. You know, the technocratic elite benefit from making us panic. So we need to remain calm and centered in many ways. I think so.
Well, of course, the first thing that a platoon leader has to know is that you have to remain level-headed in a firefight. That's why I didn't want to join the military, because I didn't want people underneath me I didn't want other people's bloods on my hand. I have the mentality to lead people. It's just I don't want to be responsible if my leadership is bad. So I just chose to sit back and let other people do it, because in reality, I guess I'm not alpha male enough, as some people say. I'm too gay, but
that sounds like you have integrity, you have virtue. You know, that's a very noble
what's wrong? You don't want to be like Nick Fuentes? Not.
Yeah.
Nah, man, it's much easier to like T-Mel said the week or so ago on my panel. It's much better to, you know, LARP and yell into the void than lie to the masses. So, you know, in the end, all I can sit here and say, you know, before the Lord is, you know, I tried, right? That's literally the best I can do. If that helps me sleep better at night, it makes me, you know, feel like I've done some good in the world. Then, you know, that's the best I can do, because in reality, that's all you really can do is just do what we're already doing, man. You know, I want to say we got this, but I mean, this technology is capable of not disturbing its surroundings, not making a noise, and making turns that would be impossible for any military craft that's available for the masses to see right now, even the most top classified ones. So,
yeah, I know. Like, you know, Jesse Ventura had a very good show on, you know, and one of them was directed energy weapons. You know, people were calling that conspiracy 10, 15 years ago, but now they act like it was never a conspiracy. Now they have told us that it's real, directed energy weapon. Like they can literally fire a beam and like fry your brain.
you mean like with drones? You mean like how we never heard about fucking drones? You never saw the white military drones until after 9/11? Well, yeah, it's all fun and games until you find out that's when the drones were used. Anyway, yeah, you know, it's one big LARP and none of us are in it, bud. So
just do your best and put your faith in God, you know.
I don't know. You know, it's when you're in a system that's already poisoned you by the time, I would say, I'm sorry, even before you're born, you're poisoned. So, I mean, you know, I really tried to aspire to understand God's purpose and reasoning why he made mankind and why he made things, for why he made them the way that he has. And it's an everyday constant struggle for me. But, you know, to be honest, if I didn't keep a faith of, you know, God's got this. God's not some a-hole who just made mankind as ants in a fire ants in a fire ant hill farm to shake around and like Constantine says in the movie, and just takes a magnifying glass and wants to watch us scramble around and burn. Life can be cruel and unfair, but I mean, it has to have a reason, man. I think if maybe that's my religious indoctrination, but
No,
I
no, I
lived
think
I
it
lived
perfectly makes sense. It makes
I lived half of my life before I was exposed to the religious part, and I can tell you that it hasn't been an easy ride being a Christian. I've been made fun of and maimed by just about every person I've ever met in my life, but I mean,
Yeah, it's just you gotta be a light unto yourself. You got to keep, Christ represents a mystery in life, a light, and you can hold that light in your heart. I feel like, and the thing about the science and technique is it cannot really show, what's true. I mean, like it kind of obscures the truth. And I think there is a light, a soul, and there's some deeper meaning to everything. Definitely. So don't think life has no purpose, or that it's all just a blind struggle and indifferent. I mean, there's some deeper meaning, and I agree with you on that.
how do you convince probably 90 or more % of the population of that? Because you see, that's not the problem for people like us. And even most of the people who surround us here, that's not a problem. Most of them have the understanding that whether or not you believe in a God, at least you believe that you're a lot more than primordial space jizz and space apes floating around in a void of nothingness with no purpose. So I don't know. I've said it before and I've said it again. I think majority of people's problems is that we're so caught up in this rat race of we got to go to work, you got to go to school, you got to pay your bills, you got to pay your taxes, you got to vote, you got to do this, you got to do that, and maybe in reality, what it really will take is a unifying catastrophic situation. Whether it's a 2012 situation or, the day the earth stood still situation, Independence Day, Mr. Old Lone Star from Spaceballs sitting there telling you that, we will not go quietly into the night. But, maybe that's a LARP. I don't know. Maybe that's what the masters want us to believe, that that's the way to go. But
I don't think it's a LARP. I think the important thing is, the masters first and foremost want to make us feel like, we're puppets, like we're puppets with an illusion of soul or experience, but if you start from there, you'd be like, I believe in something greater, I mean, then, that's one way to fight against their programming, like the first step to fighting against their programming. I feel like, like we're talking about, so I feel like you just got to do your best, you know what I mean? Don't feel like, don't feel inferior, or don't feel like you're not doing enough, just do your best, you know what I mean? Like everyone has their own circumstances. You can really do your best, but I feel like the first step is to really like break that programming, because a lot of people, they live life and they think that, oh, I didn't work hard enough at work, my life is meaningless, I'm worthless. That's the wrong way to think. That's the way school wants you to think. They give you an F, then they want you to think like, oh, I'm stupid. Who cares? It's just a letter on a piece of fucking paper. It doesn't mean shit. An F on a piece of paper, who gives a shit? Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah. So I think you just gotta first have self-worth. Never lose your self-worth ever. What I mean? That's the first step. What I mean?
agreed. So you hear that, all you OnlyFans hoes? Your worth is more than flashing lips on a screen for $2.99 a month from your cousin. So know your worth. But no, dude. We obviously, we believe, at least, in the common cause of, don't be a drone. At least in the in the sense of you're just like a cicada shell, you're or like the dude from Bug's Life, you're a beautiful butterfly waiting for your metamorphosis. But that's also the same LARP that they're telling you about, transcendence of the human flesh. So I
Yeah,
guess
well, that the difference is that's a profane. I mean? That's like You know, that's like creating one's own present. You know what I mean? You know, you don't want to create your present and be like, oh, this is beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, you know, if I was given opportunity to live forever by uploading my brain or mind into like some, I don't know, server, I would say no. I would rather die. You know what I mean? I
That
don't
sounds
want
like
to do that.
sounds like hell to me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is hell.
Yeah, I agree, man. The first step of actually, okay, I'm just going to reveal it. The first fight against psychological warfare is seeing the psychological warfare. So if you can't even hear, see, taste, or touch or smell the psychological warfare, you're never going to even notice you're there, which is like the references to what I said about the subliminal messaging. Like what you showed not long ago, I have taken that exact same type of stuff and went and put it in people's faces who were aware of the Illuminati, aware of the Bilderberg, aware of Bill Gates and all of his TED Talks. But then you go and you put in your face in a video game or a music video or in a TV show or in a movie about how it's the exact same thing, the exact same message. It just might be a little bit different in dialogue. The imagery might just be a little bit off, different color, but it's like with the red and blue on everyone's fucking YouTubes. It's all part of the psyoping. And, you know,
100% agree. You know, like I said, I used to read Vigilant Citizen. They used to be good, but I don't know if they're good anymore. You know, they really showed all that psyop stuff in popular media. You know, there's so much. You know, like it's crazy. You know, and advertisements have them too. You know, advertisements, they have a lot of it also.
Oh yeah, just about I mean, look at Cartoon Network. No one paid attention to the black and white tiles, did y'all? Uh-oh, did I reveal that? I mean, you see, that's the problem is that even if I were to pull out receipts and get say, no, this is connected to this is connected to that, people didn't care. Well, you're just a crazy conspiracy theorist, like they said about, you know, the 9/11 truthers for the longest time. And then now look at your complete and total surveillance state. You know, people just laughed about, you know, oh, let's just sign away our rights with the Patriot Act. Did you actually sit down and read any of the Patriot Act? I bet none of y'all did. And if you did, I'm going to call horseshit. Because you're still using emails. You're still using phones. You're still using computers. You're still using basically anything that's connected to their systems that runs off of their stuff. And according from what I was told, anything that has been said since the very first Nokia cell phones that could send text messages, even if it's not being digitally stored somewhere, it is being stored and cataloged in filing cabinets somewhere in the United States if you're living in the United States. They also said every single email you have ever sent, every single text message, and for all you people who get the free government phones from the government, well, congratulations. You literally just gave them the ability to spy on you. So, again, I'm not saying
All of that is true. Yeah, all of it is true. You know, with Palantir and many other stuff, the Patriot Act, yeah, and yeah, it's pretty much all true. You know, they're always surveilling you. Always surveilling you.
Well, you see, what a lot of people didn't realize about Hurricane Katrina is that Hurricane Katrina was a test run for martial law, in case it needed to be enacted in the time, you know, when they decided to bring in Daryl Obama man. But you know, that's why, you know, you had, FEMA people and U.S. Marshals and National Guard members beating up, 60-year-old women in their house because, it's their legal right. If they want to stay in their house during a national crisis and die in their house from a hurricane, that's actually their God-given right. You can't actually force them to evacuate. The woman had a revolver in her house that she legally owned, and they beat that poor woman, and she didn't even resist, all because she didn't. And then, the people know what the guards were doing on the bridge. The guards were firing into the crowd, making them go back into the city. There was also plenty of reports to show that the levees were weak well before Katrina ever happened, and they knew about it, just like with the 9/11 stuff. So, I mean, on the grand scale, I think a majority of us who want to do good, we're kind of stuck. See, the elites there doesn't have to be 1 billion of them in power. There can be 100 of them in power, and as long as they have the other billions doing their work for them, you're never going to get anywhere. That's where I'm going to end my LARP at, and that's where I find the biggest problem. There doesn't have to be 1 million Jeffrey Epstein's or Bill Gates. There can be just 5 of them. And if they had the means or somehow the psychological, spiritual control over nations or whatever, you know, psychological warfare tactic name you want to give it, or dinosaur name you want to give it, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree, you know, and they probably have even worse stuff, like, I don't know, weather modification technology.
Oh,
like
come on. We all know that. We all know that they're able to seed clouds and put freaking parasites and water vapor and drop it among the masses. So that way, when it gets microwaved, it implants. But, you know, you didn't pay attention to Batman Begins when they were telling you all about the microwave emitter. You know, when, you know, Mr. Old, you know, Dr. Crane, Mr. Scarecrow was dumping chemicals in the water supply and, you know, using the military microwave emitter to, you know, activate the effects. So I guess it's all fun and games until, you know, you turn into the 28 days later zombies. Oh, that's right. They're not zombies. But I mean, again, you know, I guess I'm to the point where I kind of want one of the LARPs to come true, whether it's alien, zombies, you know, 2012. You know, I think in reality, humans are going to need that flame under their ass to really understand the pressure that we've been under for generations and generations. You know, it's not just, you know, the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You know, I know people who are already dead and they feel the exact same way about the system when they were in the 20s and 30s as young men. So, you know, and, you know, like my grandfather, for instance, you know, he was a hardworking man, but I mean, you would have never have convinced him that, you know, you should never, you know, trust the Federal Reserve, you know, well, you know, they sign my paychecks and stuff, you know, so I don't know. Yeah, man, just break the psyop. That's all I can say. And that's where I'll end it, is just try to break the psyop. If you can at least have the notion that you're not just a fucking space ape flying around made from primordial goop billions of years ago on a hot planet, then, you know, I guess I got some faith. But
Yeah,
I know a lot of
agree.
people, but I
appreciate
know
your
I
insight.
know a lot of people, dude, who sit here and claim that they're on our same side and will sit right here, and if the pressure is applied, they will break and they will fold. So
No, I mean, I definitely agree with you. You know, I feel like, yeah, I really appreciate your insight, and I agree with everything you're saying. You know, the technology is like progressing in a manner that's demonic, basically. You know.
well, yeah, I can tell you right now, as someone who, you know, would never actually live in the Matrix, when you can almost convince someone like me to be in a VR headset 24/7 all day, every day, all year long for the rest of their life, and I wouldn't have to deal with the real world, it is pretty tempting. But there you go. There's a LARP. We're going to sell you our fake reality while the real one degrades around you. So get in your pods.
Yeah, that's what Klaus Schwab and WEF want. You know, they basically tell you in your face, Yuval Harari. I mean, they're telling us in our face. You know, it's like straight. I don't even know how people can deny that. It's like right in your face. Yuval Harari, Human 2.0, Klaus Schwab. You know, it's not a conspiracy. I mean, it's right in your face. Like, yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely. That's what they want.
But I mean, is that just from years and years and years and years of every human remaining complacent, or is it, you know, like the LARP says, and it's a veil of deception among the world? I mean, is
I
it?
just think the occult is real. You know, I mean, they probably summoned the demon or something, made a pact with the demon.
Demon of confusion. Well, don't you want to be a part of a cult of personality? I mean, come on, there's plenty of personalities. What with Legion, you know, there are many. So
yeah, I need to read Faust, you know, because in Faust, I know that he makes pact with, I cannot pronounce the demon's name. It starts with an M, and then eventually, after writing the contract, the demon comes back for him. So, you know, each time you make a pact with a demon, you're selling your soul. You know, it's not worth making a pact with a demon. You know what I mean? You don't want to do that.
Well, as someone who is primordially called Satan out of the shadows and said, if you got something to say or do it now. I mean, it's a lot like with God. You know, God tells you not to tempt him, but I mean, I've done the same thing to him. So, you know, maybe in reality, it really is. Every single human being, no matter how short your life may be, even if it's, you know, a baby in the womb, that, you know, it's all a personal journey. And, you know, in order for you to truly be able to grow up and be a big boy and wear your big boy pants, you know, sometimes you have to struggle on your own, and God can't hold your hand and give you a pacifier through everything. So You know, I don't know.
I agree with
Life
you. Yeah.
isn't fair, but I mean,
Courage is important. Courage, honor, valor. You know, that's having courage is very important for men. You know, I mean, you cannot close your eyes to the truth. You have to stare at it, you know, unblinkingly. You know, what I mean, so I agree with you on that.
well, you know, people want to look at the sun every day it rises and the moon every time it goes down, and look at the stars. What little bit's left in your sky that's not being chemtrailed and wiped out from existence. You know, I can't look at where the green meets the blue perfectly and sit here and say, man, man, all this just smashed together randomly and all came together. You know, it's like taking a box of Legos and it builds a fucking castle. So by randomly shaking it around 100 billion times in a row to see if it's going to randomly make a castle. So
Maybe they just want to tell you it's all random, so that way they can fuck it up more. You know, when they fuck it up with the stratospheric aerosol injection, you know, they say it was always like that, but we know it wasn't always like that. You know, they are. I agree, chemtrails are definitely real. I mean, and even Bill Gates said he wants to block the sun. I don't know, like,
well, I mean, the Matrix told you that well before he ever did. So, I mean, again, there you go. I mean, you're living in a world where the masters can put in your face what they're going to do to you, and as long as you're complacent, it's going to happen. I mean, I'm sorry, but it is. I mean, you don't want Deus Ex Machina, you don't want Cyberpunk, you don't want, you know, Keanu Reeves saying, wake the fuck up, samurai, time to burn. I mean, you know, but I mean, that's the way it's going. I mean, you got people now getting tooth implants in order to be able to see in Canada. So, I mean, I'm sorry. What other arcane knowledge can we come up with? I don't know, dude. I just feel like they're gonna get a majority of people to keep chipping away at their flesh and bone and tendons and blood until it's wires, chips, and like Will Smith says, lights and clockwork. And people like me who completely reject that notion won't be allowed to live to see it. You know, whether it's slowly culling you off in other various means through your systems of deliveries, like your water and air and medical. You know, you got the billions of conflicts going on around the world that you know, that really has nothing to do with what we're. That's another problem. You have a billion things going on in the world right now that has nothing to do with the elites, what their agendas are doing, and you know, I don't know how you're gonna. How do you get the mafias to chip in? How do you, when most of these have federal agents and people in their back pockets? I mean, let's face it here. A majority of the Irish and a lot of the Italian crime families have connections to the Russian mafia and even some of the Russian government. So I mean, a lot of these mobs here in America have judges and politicians in their back pocket. That's why they're able to make movies like The Soprano and Godfather, and, you know, have ex-mob members go and act in their movies and, you know, somehow still allowed to, you know, roam free, even though these people, you know, literally are extortioners, loan sharks, murderers, and human traffickers. So,
no, man, human trafficking, you know, they're definitely involved in promoting human trafficking. You know, there's no doubt about that. It's so big, you know, the human trafficking network. You know, it's very frightening to think about.
oh, I can tell you, at my local Walmart, out of the probably 20-something kids that are on the missing board, only 2 of them are white, and that's really weird. I do find it strange that the majority of the kids who are on the missing people's boards, and none of them are from my city. They're all from like around the United States, and only 2 of them are white. So I
Let me
mean,
tell you a story quickly. You know, when I was young, like around 8 or 6, some guy in a white truck came over and he was trying to put me in there. He's like, come here, come here. He was trying to put me in the truck. But then a neighbor came out and told the guy in the white truck to fuck off. And then he drove off, you know what I mean? And I think that neighbor saved my life, basically. You know, I mean, when I was a kid,
don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
It's true.
It's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same for my wife. But I mean, I can tell you right now, since this immigrant crisis has happened here in my country, at least now twice, I have personally witnessed a car try to kidnap my wife. So I can tell you, dude. I mean, whether or not it's part of, you know, Jeffrey Epstein's, you know, child abduction list, I don't know. But you know, there are small time human trafficking rings out there, but, you know, not every single one is, you know, affiliated with a larger one. But I mean, it would really shock people if you did your research. How about someone go and do a fucking sex offender search in your own neighborhood? How many of you people have already have actually done that in the neighborhoods that you've been living in for years? Because I can tell you, I do it in every neighborhood I've ever lived in. And I can tell you, it's very concerning how many they allow to live near the school. There's probably at least 200 within about a 3.5 to 5 mile radius. And I would say at least 50 of them live within 2 blocks of a school or less than a block from a school. And then you go and you call the police department and you go and say, hey, how are they allowed when they're sitting here and they have multiple accounts of sodomy and this and this and this and this? And yet, well, they haven't offended since the 1980s. So, you know, as long as they're good, there you go. So we as a society. So, I mean, you know, you have so many different problems. You know, what do we tackle first? You know, do we tackle the mental health problems of society? You know, is the technological problems of society? I mean, most people can't even solve a simple problem in their own lives. So, you know,
I think one thing we should do is try to, I don't know, get a petition and try to fight against the biological integration with computers. We need to, like, you know, really fight against that. That's one of the worst things that could happen. You know, that, you know, right now there are researchers or whatever, or people promoting that crap. You know, we really need to make that illegal. You know, like.
I mean, yeah, true, but I mean, unfortunately, you know, let's throw the LARP in here about like Resident Evil. You know, after Raccoon City was destroyed by the nuclear missile that the U.S. government used against their own population, you know, Umbrella is dissolved, and as a pharmaceutical company, it is no longer to make merchandise or make sales in the world anymore. But all they did was turn around and take all the employees who weren't executed by the corporation for all the secrets that they knew. They just turned around and put them in the next corporation, Tricell, and then after that, it's TerraSave. So, you know, unfortunately, I would say that is good and all, but signs and petitions,
Make
you
a
know,
false flag and then
but in reality, dude, is that going to keep their, you know, like in the Resident Evil movie when they go and start picking up all the researchers when the virus breaks out of the facility and they go and pick up Dr. Ashford, you know, where's my daughter, you know, and they got to hurry up and get him out of the facility, but you know, his daughter's car goes and wrecks and they leave the daughter in the city to go get eaten by zombies. I mean, in reality, the main thing that matters to them, I mean, they put it in the movies as continuity of government. So what a lot of people don't realize is that the government has no interest in saving your ass if the end of the world comes. If a solar flare, like in, you know, knowing with Nicolas Cage where to happen, and if they could actually leave this planet and go to a different part of the solar system, you're not getting on there. Neither is fucking Nicki Minaj. So I mean,
I have a question for you. This just popped in my mind. Do you think there's anything living underground? You know, I recommended this. JC
yes.
has like one episode about that, and I always thought that one was strange. I don't know about that one. Like, there's a part in the USA where they claim there's something underground. Like, I don't know about that. Like, what do you think about that? I'm just curious.
Because I don't have any proof of what could be under the ground. You know, as much as a lot of people say it's the Jews' way of thinking, but the 11th man theory, you know, where, you know, everyone looks at the same information, the last man has to act on that information, no matter how stupid it is, he must act as if that information is true. When you take something like the ocean, for instance, when you go into the ocean, how many times do you see a new creature? Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but just about every damn time I get on YouTube and watch one of their new streams or one of their new videos, almost every single day, on the scientist channel or whatever, where they name the creatures, almost every single day they're finding a new organism. I can go and look in the ocean and tell you some of them things, that's your fucking alien. Okay, not some creature that goes and puts a dick vagina monster on your face and puts an embryo into your stomach to chest burst out of you later as you're eating your tasty wheats. So when you look at something like the Earth and how vast that the ground system has to be, the one logical conclusion is there has to be something in there, right? I mean, are you really going to sit here and convince me that this gigantic hunk of rock and dirt and caverns and and whatever else is mineral underneath the earth doesn't have some type of subterranean creature. Now, whether it's gigantic worms like in Tremor, I don't know. When was the last time? I mean, we have noises all day long. You don't see a giant worm busting up from the ground. But I mean, do you want to believe like what they say in America and some of these? Well, if you want to believe the conspiracy, a lot of these national parks are like old sacrificing grounds where like these cults would go and take people to the under the ground dwellers and would give up a few people in the village so that way the monsters wouldn't come out at night to eat the people. But I mean, for me personally, because I mean, I've been in a few caves in my life, but I think in reality, if there's any caves that go far enough for you to actually get any truth, they've been completely blocked off. They've been hidden. They've probably put a whole new mountain face on top of it, like Mount Rushmore, so that way you never knew that there was an interest there in the first place. But I mean, it makes sense to me. To look
Yeah, I
at the
see what you're
earth and
saying.
how vast it is, it would not make sense to me that there's not something, whether it's humanistic. I mean, I don't know. Do you really believe there's reptilians living in Antarctica? I don't know. I've never been there. Ain't never spoke to one. But I think a majority of the conspiracy theories that have been placed in people in the last, I would say definitely in the TV and news and radio era, a lot of it is true. Now, it just depends. Do you want to say that the chupacabra is really a half goat Jersey devil that flies around and bites people on the neck to suck their blood and their soul? So, I mean, take the Mothman, for instance. There have been hundreds of claims of people seeing the Mothman, yet I've been to the area, lived around the area where the Mothman supposedly exists, have done the exact same things that people claim to have done to have seen the Mothman, and I've never seen the Mothman. But I've also gone out in cemeteries, done dark seances, and nothing ever happened. So, but I'm also the same person who put a Bible underneath my pillow and had something tried to attempt to possess my body. So, I think everything's a mystery and none of us really know what the truth is. It's just,
Yeah, we can only approximate. We can only
yeah,
approximate.
you can only approximate, put things in, nice little Venn diagrams, or if not that, then just a regular diagrams, or, a little graph of, fiction, make believe, and maybe it's this. I mean, it's the same thing with aliens, dude. For the longest time, looking back at it, I didn't think that aliens were outside the realm of possibility, even as a Christian. Well, the Bible never really said that God stopped here and that, we were the only life he made. I did believe that LARP for a while, but then, having the experiences I had, seeing what I've seen, coming to a realization, it's like, well, then you tell me, is what I saw 3 years ago really a little green alien man who traveled 2.5 billion light years to come to Earth to visit a beachfront? Am I hearing you right, Mr. NASA scientist, who I talked to a few years ago when they came to my state and put up their little NASA thing where it comes with this huge holographic table that you can touch and interact with the people like they do in their, the little sci-fi movies where they can touch the image and throw it across the room and it moves. Well, they claim that we were going to be on the moon by 2025. So, I hope you get
see
good
the
cable.
Lamb deity?
No.
Okay, so Aleister Crowley had contact with this deity called Lamb, right? And it looks like a little gray alien, bro.
Well, the devil can transform into an angel of light, so why not a little green alien?
That's what I'm saying,
Well, I don't know. Since my experience, I've had a few conversations with people who have claimed to have had alien abductions. And I mean, it always comes back to usually the same descriptions. They're this unearthly humanoid. There's always but it also is the same thing about the doctors and religious people who said the same thing about my sleep paralysis. That it comes down to the aspect of how much you believe what you saw or what you experience is what you really saw. Therefore, you're going to always say
sleep, like at the point between like being awake and asleep, and
that's the usual medical diagnosis, which is what they told
that's
me.
Garbage, dude. Those are demons. But you know what, man? Straight up. What was the other thing you said? Oh, the abduction stuff. You know what I think that's about, man? I think the demons abduct people to try to like figure out how to incarnate the devil into a human body, man.
What's wrong? You don't want to be like the smoking man and let the aliens take over the earth because that was the right thing to do in the
Stop
first
calling
place?
them aliens, bro. They're demons, dude. I think they're trying to. I think they get people, and do experiments on them because they're trying to incarnate the devil, bro. That's what's
That's right. They want to find a little black-haired boy named Damien with a 666 on the back of his head.
Yo, dude, they probably like, all right, we're gonna extract this DNA and we're gonna pretend we're aliens, but we're really demons, and then we're gonna figure out how, to bring Antichrist to Earth.
No, you're hitting it dead on the nail. That is the official LARP of the X-Files. At the end of the last season that they made, you end up finding out to find out that what the Smoking Man was doing all along was actually for the good of humanity, because the alternative was worse than what was originally going to happen, because they tell you that the aliens that crash landed on the Earth with the goo is the bad aliens, and the gray aliens that were helping, the ones that they were trying to impregnate Scully with, were the good aliens trying to help us combat the bad aliens. So that's probably what they're going to try to convince. Oh wait, is that what the second Independence Day did when they had that little artificial intelligence robots claim that we got rid of our mortal flesh for artificial ones? So that way we can help fight against the bad aliens, because the bad aliens are going to come in 1,000 years. Wait, isn't that what that movie Arrival did too? They said that they had to prepare mankind for an alien race that's far worse than anything the universe has ever seen. Well, I mean, there you go. So
let me say something. There are two things I want to say. I remember seeing a documentary that was very disturbing. Forgot where it was located. Maybe it was abandoned a building where they did experiments on children in order to like summon interdimensional entities, and it was very creepy stuff. I remember writing it down, but I forgot where they did it. I can try to find it again. It was very disturbing stuff. And the second thing I want to say is Manchurian candidates are real. Yeah, they're definitely real. They're
Oh yeah,
real.
they did. They supposedly did that at Area 51, where like I think like Germany, like operated on some kids or something, or somebody operated on some kids and made them look like weird aliens, and then sent them over in a ship, and then they crashed. But I don't know if that's like true or a theory or just something I heard or something, man. But I mean, it sounds probable that you could probably do some weird surgery on some kid and make him look like an alien.
The one I'm thinking about, I forgot where it was. I have to look at it again. But I think I saw it in Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura. It's been a while since I've seen it, but that's a very good documentary series. I highly recommend it. Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura. He covers a lot of stuff like
I have
hard.
his book. I have one of his books somewhere. He's a trip, man. Old Jesse.
I love him. Like, he used to be great, I think. I'm not sure if he got.
Well, I mean, he was kind of the first guy I seen talk about the electronic weapons that can like beam
Yeah, he did.
messages to
Yes.
your head or whatever.
Yeah, that's how I'm able to like follow everything, because like 5 years ago I watched all of Jesse Ventura. Then I went, reading everything. I think what really woke me up was how the jab was bullshit, and so I started looking at all of this stuff deeply. You know what I mean? And I came across so much stuff. And some of it I've forgotten. You know what I mean? Like there's just so much. Like I remember
Yeah.
the main ones though, like weather modification and all of that. But all of it's real. I think all of it is
well,
true.
it's like Bruce Lee says: keep what is useful, discard what isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for the most part, Jesse Ventura hit the nail on the head on a lot of things.
Assuming with his background as a Green Beret, that he wasn't a fucking plant all along, like Mr. Schwarzenegger becoming a governor.
I think it's the likelihood of him being maybe an agent provocateur is high, but at the same time, you're gonna find truth within the lie. You know what I mean? Every time, man.
Well, that is true. That is true. But I mean, as far as Jesse Ventura is concerned, as someone who I watched that entire series. I watched a lot about Jesse Ventura. I even, I wasn't old enough to watch him back in his wrestling days, but I've watched his wrestling. So, I mean, I hate to say it, but the guy is an actor too, as well. So, I mean, like with Alex Jones, anyone I see on a TV screen who is mass produced to the masses, I I assume that 99% is lies, 1% is truth.
Yeah.
I mean, especially in the day of artificial technology where, you know, like in the movie with Tom Cruise, you know, pretty soon it's going to be so real that, you know, like Mr. Terrific said in the new Superman, only the best computer analyst in the world will be able to tell if it's real. So,
well, you know, this comment by The Origin, a lot of useful movies and games, I guess. Well, I mean to an extent, I think in moderation, you know, to know those things is, I think they're interesting. And if you have some discernment about it, yeah.
oh,
But I think you go overboard too.
ESP hit it down on the nail. He said games are movies these days. Well, not just movies, but they in themselves are a script. You know, I hate to
interactive movie.
Yeah, that the perfect example is the Hitman game that I have. That's a VR. I can tell you that there are several missions on there that are straight in your face. They are telling you exactly what they are doing, and you know, like someone like me who, when I first played that game in VR, that's the first time I was ever exposed to VR. I've never been able to play VR a day in my life, and I took that shit seriously. I went in and I role played as Agent 47 so that way I can learn each level and each individual dialogue by heart, so that way I know how to trigger it. I know who says it, when they're going to say it, how quickly you have to get to that part of the map to catch it. And I can tell you, there's a lot more in that game that should really trouble a lot of people. Like when I was warning about the machine, like Palantir, I sat there for a year before I ever told anyone about what I saw in the game that's been accessible to people for many years.
What game? Sorry, it was kind
of... it's multiple Hitman games put together, but it's an amalgamation of several Hitman games, but it's Hitman World of Assassination.
Yeah, I'll check that out. I'll play it. I'll start playing it soon. Yeah, thank you.
I can tell you, not every single mission is a in-your-face truth bomb, but the one where you go to Zhongqing, China, you know, you go there and you come to find out that there's a guy named Hush. Hush! Shh! Don't talk about it. Him and his sister are basically cybernetic people who have gotten implants in their brains. They work at a facility, you know, the ICA, which is basically the Illuminati of the Hitman series. Their symbol is literally an all-seeing eye triangle with the letters DK with skull and bones and a crown, with an all-seeing eye at the top. But you know, right in your face symbolism.
It is right in your face. Yeah, I actually have shared several games before, but that one definitely seems perfect to share also. You know, I've shared that
right in your face. But
well, you know what the Masons say, right?
It's like the Freemasons. You know, that's like Freemason shit right there. You know?
Yep.
Well, the Masons say that you got to mock, you know, the useless eaters. You know, you kind of put it in their face and let them know, you know, rub it in. You know, what are you going to do about it? That's kind of what it is, I think. You know?
And there you go, and seeing you now have officially found the reason why I don't want to LARP anymore, because we are at that point as a society. If we don't act now, I'm telling you, dude, your kids are going to be robots. So be robots, I guess. Be robots.
What Mason says that? I got the. You want me to read it?
Go ahead.
The Origin.
Is it Christopher Pike? Wouldn't surprise me.
No, I got it. Let me find it.
You mean just like Christopher Pike from Star Trek? Uh-oh.
Of course, the Hyperborean's gonna, you know, source me. You know.
Well, they won't let us in their ball cities, man. So. That's right. Don't you want to go to the stars? Be like your brethren among the cosmos.
Was that a Simpsons reference? What are you talking about? The Simpsons movie?
That is me. I am channeling the inner archons.
Hey, speaking of that, there's some
they
people
have blessed
that
supposedly
channel things from the archons, and they say we were made by primordial soup. That's what the archons say.
Well, that's also what science says. Yeah, you were made from primordial jizz.
Well, I just think it's funny that the archons also say that. So where's science getting it?
Well, you know, the smoking man said in the X-Files that science will be their god, so.
Oh, that's what the Masons say too, man. That's Leo Taxel. But they say Leo Taxel isn't, you know, the real deal.
Huh? Damn, I guess you just can't get away from that checkerboard, can you?
No. Checkmate.
No. What, you don't want to be like Ron Weasley and get stabbed?
Maybe. It's for the right reasons.
Oh, that's right. You're supposed to get stabbed like Christ. You Christian, not fair. All good, unseen.
Yeah. Okay, let me see if I find it. Now, when I find it and I find the source, you better apologize, Billion. Okay, here it goes. The truths were covered from the common people as with a veil. The mysteries were carried into every country, that without disturbing the popular beliefs, truths, the art, science must be known by those who are capable of understanding them and maintaining the true doctrine incorrupt, which the people prone to superstition and idolatry have in no age been able to do. As many strange aberrations and superstitions of present day prove, any more than hitherfore, for we need but point to the doctrines of so many sects that degrade the Creator to the rank and assign to him the passions of humanity, to prove that now, as always, the old truths must be committed to a few, or they will be overlaid with fiction and error, irretrievably lost. The truth must be kept secret, and the masses need a teaching in proportion to their imperfect reason. A spirit, he said, that loves wisdom and contemplates the truth close at hand is forced to disguise it to induce the multitude to accept it. Fictions are necessary to the people, and the truth becomes deadly to those who are not strong enough to contemplate it in all its brilliance. If the sacerdotal laws allow the reservation of judgments and allegory of words, I would accept the proposed dignity on condition that I might be a philosopher at home and abroad a narrator of apologies and parables. In fact, what can there be in common between the vile multitude and sublime wisdom? That's from, let's see. It's one of their books. Look at the Encyclopedia on Masonry. I think. Yeah,
That's right. Why won't you put your hand on this Bible and swear you walked on the moon?
Oh, now you're comparing it to pearls before swine, man. That's not the same thing that they're saying. It's not pearls before swine. You know, it's the vile multitudes are the common man, whereas those that don't believe in the all systems of syncretism, the mythology of the Masons, that all religious systems are myths. Then anybody outside that aren't indoctrinated or have been what's the word for it? Oh yeah, Mackie. It is probably Oliver Mackie. See, no word in it. He says it. But there's the Mason and there are the profane, but you can't compare that with Christianity anyway. Pearls before swine is talking about, people that don't want to hear the truth. These are people that want to keep the truth a secret so they can, manipulate the world. That's not the same.
Oh, what's wrong? You don't want to terraform the planet so that way Superman can live on it? I will find him.
Yeah, initiated. That's the word.
That's right. You don't want to be like Bane and be in the League of Shadows.
black hand.
TNL, can you quickly share that image I gave? You know, that's called, it's a geological feature that people call Devil's Tower. I think it was a tree, maybe. Like, just share the image, or I can share the image. And I just want to hear what people have to say. Like, if that rock is a fossilized tree or something. I don't know. Like, it's huge. It looks like a tree.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, Avatar put in your face that, you know, there were gigantic trees at one time. So, I mean,
you know, the problem with Masons is they don't disconnect God from his creation. It's like he's like a part of the creation in some way, you know. But in not in the way of like an incarnation. That's different. But, you know, they kind of like make it out like, you know, the grand architect of reality is also a part of the creation. Like, come on, man.
That's actually a great transition to this Scott Russell Sanders thing, because he's basically going to be talking about that. He's sort of talking about this idea about Noah's Ark and taking it from an anti idea that we're supposed to, that we're in this battle against nature, right? And then taking it to an idea that we're actually, in a sort of co-relationship, and that nature is God's creation, right? So, it should be treated as such. So he's talking about this whole ontology, right, of nature within this process. So I think it's going to be pretty interesting. Fleet of the Arks, it's called, by Scott Russell Sanders. Yeah, I got like a little bit of music to play. So if you guys will indulge me, I'll play some music for the audience.
Yeah, forgive me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then we'll move on with this little piece. And please, guys, chip into this piece when you guys see it. But yeah, that definitely looks like a tree to me. It's wild. That does not look like any mountain or plateau I've ever seen, for sure. Strange. But yeah, let's could have been like the world tree or whatever. If you'll talk about something like that. But yeah, let's check this out. See what I'll go with here. Okay, yeah, let's go with this here.
something
Okay. So somebody complained that as you guys may have seen in the LARP verse, right? They said my entire show I just read other people's material, and the video that they pointed out, I was actually reading a passage from my own book, right? So it's pretty funny to watch and see that, right? So I just pointed that out. Collectively, we've read only 3 pages of Skolimowski today. We've had lots of discussions about technology, right? You know, there's obviously lots of material to get through, right? Because we're going to constantly make reference to the different material and ideas that are there, right? But let me actually go to this text here, right? Scott Russell Sanders, right? As I put on this yellow glasses here, right? But yeah, blessings, guys. He says here, at the dawn, one morning in July, police showed up with bulldozers, chainsaws, guns to force a band of protesters out of 40-acre wood in my hometown of Bloomington, Indiana. The sheriff and his deputies were upholding a ruling by the county council, which gave a developer the right to turn these woods into an apartment complex. The protesters were upholding the right of the woods to remain as woods. One of the last parcels of big trees left within the noose of roads encircling our city. A few protesters had lived for months up in the trees on the temporary platforms, while local people took turns bringing them food and drink. The tree sitters were arrested along with a number of their supporters, 16 in all, and they are now awaiting trial. As I write, the trees are falling, and a private security firm guards the perimeter of the vanishing woods. The police had the law on their side, of course, and they also had the banks, building contractors, real estate agents, merchants, utility companies, fast food vendors, newspaper owners, and countless other boosters that stood to make money from the development. The protesters set against the power their unarmed bodies, their unfashionable convictions. They believe there are values more important than money. They believe that red oaks and red foxes and all creatures of the woods deserve a home. They believe that a civilized community must show restraint by leaving some land alone. Shit, here it is. To remind ourselves of the wild world, wild world on which our lives depend, and to keep ourselves humble. And sane. Similar conflicts are taking place around the globe. By and large, the developers are winning. He says, yet it's plain to many people that the earth cannot long support the extravagant way of life so common in rich countries, nor can it support the spreading of the extravagance to poor countries. Sooner or later, we'll burn up the cheap oil, we'll pump the aquifers dry, carve up the last big forests, and fish out the seas, plow up the last arable land, and taint the last clean air. Endless consumption is ruinous to the planet and bound to fail. The question is not whether it will fail, but when and how the end of our spree will come, by choice or by catastrophe. Knowing all this, how should we act? We must shrug off the knowledge. We might shrug off the knowledge, he says. Right? Pretend we can go on building houses, driving cars, shopping around the clock, wiping out other species, fouling the atmosphere, polluting water, squandering soil forever. We might admit the gravity of our situation while counting on scientists and engineers to come up with a technical fix. We might place our faith in the free market, believing it will somehow furnish a second unspoiled earth for our use. Once the price is right, we might concede that neither economics nor technology will enable us to pursue infinite growth on a finite globe, and so decide to live it up while we can. Leaving future generations to go figure out how they survive on a ransacked planet, or we might seek to live more lightly, reducing our demands on the earth, devising or recovering simple, elegant, durable practices that could serve our descendants long after the current binge of consumption is withered away. The first four responses of Earth's limits are by far most visible. Those who strive to live more simply are harder to see. They don't crowd malls or fast food shops. Occasionally, they make news by defending trees from bulldozers, but they rarely show up on talk shows on the covers of magazines, instead largely invisible, except to one another. They go about learning the skills and mastering the tools necessary for meeting basic human needs. They grow food, they build shelters, they make clothes, they draw energy from sun and wind and wood. They get by with fewer possessions and learn to repair the ones they have. They create much of their own entertainment and derive pleasure from good work, human company, and the perennial show of nature. As far as possible, they rear their children away from television and advertising. They buy as little as they can from the global economy and instead support local economies based on cooperation, barter, and sharing. They protect and restore woods, prairies, rivers, and swamps, making room for wilderness.
Yeah, making room for wilderness also makes the water more pure, with better filtration for the community.
Oh yeah. I think there's a guy who built little ditches and planted trees to repair the direction of a creek. This creek was blocked up. He planted little trees and ditches near the banks of the sides of the river,
Yeah,
and caused the water to start flowing again. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, but if the elite planted trees instead of doing whatever they do, that will make the world a better place.
Exactly right.
Oh, what's wrong? You don't like all the concrete juncos making everything so hot?
No, I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah, so he says in reference to Noah, he says, I think of people as builders of arks, for their way and works are vessels designed to preserve from extinction not merely our fellow creatures, as on Noah's legendary ark, but also the wisdom necessary for dwelling in place generation after generation without diminishing either the place or the planet. In their efforts on in their efforts to conserve skill, means, and wildlands, they point the way beyond the rising flood of extinction, the ecological cataclysm precipitated by growth in the human population and consumption, toward a new durable civilization. The forest that the tree sitters were trying to save is called Brown's Woods, after a local speculator who owned it, Bill Brown, who is by all accounts a decent, prosperous man, could have sold or even donated the woods to a land or trust or city or the city of Bloomington. But he stood to make a tidy sum by selling it to a developer. So that is what he had. The arguments for turning Brown's Woods into Canterbury house apartments are familiar, he says. People need somewhere to live. People need jobs. Investors deserve a return on their capital. The city must grow. We always think of reasons for subduing land to our desires. Right? Land is not included in the ethics, right? Because it's inanimate objects. Right? So this is a key problem that, in the debate between materiality and ethereality, right? Anyways. He says, whatever the arguments, the upshot is that felling of Brown's Woods has diminished our commonwealth, and those who live here after us will inherit a grimmer, grimier place. We are not the only ones hurt. The hawks, coyotes, toads, salamanders, the butterflies, the beetles will all have to leave. If they can outrun the bulldozers, and if they can find another haven anywhere near the sprawling city, the red oaks and shagbark hickories have no such chance, nor do the trout lilies and dog-toothed violets and bloodroot and chanterelles. These neighbors have no say over the future of the neighborhood. They have no checks, cast no votes. They have no voice in how we use the land, unless some of us speak for them. You may recall God sends the biblical flood in punishment of human corruption, sparing only the upright, Noah, Noah's family, and a breeding pair of every living thing. Genesis 6:19. God instructs Noah to build an ark and take refuge there along with a male and female of each species. Then come 40 days and 40 nights of rain. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, birds, cattle, beasts, all swarming creatures that swarm upon the earth, and every man, and everything on the dry land in which, in whose nostril, was the breath of life. You might wonder why all the crows and crickets and innocent breathers. I was like, wait, that's kind of weird. It's crickets. But yeah, innocent breathers must drown for sins committed by humans. But the Bible does not say. When the sky is clear, Noah sends forth a dove to search for dry land. The dove comes back empty-billed on its first sight, returns bearing an olive leaf on the second flight, and after the third flight does not return at all. Reassured, Noah and his fellow passengers drift to shore and step onto solid earth, pleased by Noah's obedience. God vows, I will never again curse the ground because of man. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I ever again destroy every living creature as I have done, while the earth remains. Seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. It's a beautiful promise, one that softens considerably the image of the tyrant who sent the flood. But the promise has a dark side from which we are still suffering. For God says to Noah, be fruitful, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. The fear of you, the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, upon every bird of the air, upon everything that creeps on the ground, all the fish of the sea.
I didn't want to interrupt, but it's funny that you say that. Is that the reason why most animals run away from humans?
Right. Oh, wait. Unseen is back here. Sorry, Unseen.
I just thought that was funny when you say that, because, you know, majority of wild animals will completely, the second that they notice that you're even in their vicinity, they'll take off and not want to be around you. But I don't know. Then you got people who can walk right up to deers and feed them. So I don't know.
I think I fell out, dude. I was making some food or something.
Yeah, it's all good. It's no worries. Yeah, I was wondering what happened, but yeah. So he says, but this is the key part, anyways. So he's giving this passionate speech about how humans are builders of arcs, right? Their ways and works are vessels. Excuse me, to preserve from extinction, not merely our fellow creatures. Right? Then he talks about the biblical flood. He talks about how all the animals got killed, and how God says, basically, never again will he kill all the animals just because of man's evil heart and all this stuff. And then he says that there's this other promise that God says, be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth. Right. And this is the part that our friend here was responding to, right? About how animals are afraid of man, the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth. Right? Because there is more difference between a man and another man than there is between man and beast. Right? To live alone, one must be an animal or a god. Right? And of course, you know, man has contrived tools. So this whole idea, right? He says that they're going to be delivered into your hand, right? Everything, the birds of the air, everything that creeps on the ground, all the fish of the sea. In your hand, they're delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. As I gave you the green plants, I give you everything, he said. The passage may be read as merely stating the plain truth. All beasts do live in dread of us because we are clever enough to displace, capture, or kill every other species. Understood in this light, God's charge to Noah may be taken as a warning not to abuse our power. But the same words may also read as justifying our utter dominion over nature. If every animal and plant was created to serve our needs, if everything has been given into our hands, then we may use the earth as we see fit. Read in this way, the passage becomes a license to loot the planet. While such a reading might appeal to most reckless of developers, it is firmly contradicted by the rest of Noah's story. A few verses later, we find a third variation on the promise, one that clearly limits our dominion. Behold, God tells Noah, I establish my covenant with you and your descendants after you, and with every living creature that is with you. The birds, the cattle, and every beast of the earth with you, as many as came out of the ark. I establish my covenant with you, that never shall all flesh be cut off from the waters of a flood. And never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth. The God who speaks here sounds chastened, as if regretting the slaughter of so many innocent beings. This God is the creator and protector of crickets and crows, rattlesnakes, and rotifers. This God cherishes all creatures, whether or not they go about on two legs, and by implication, Noah is being told to cherish them as well. The lesson we draw from the biblical flood depends on which part of the story we embrace. One tradition blesses humans alone, conveying the whole earth to our use. The other blesses all creatures alike, granting to each species its own right to survive and flourish. The first view instructs us to fill the earth with our kind and to impose our will on all living things. The second instructs us to honor our fellow creatures, to show restraint in our uses of the earth, and to take our place modestly in the household of nature.
Absolutely, and I don't think they're contradictory statements either.
No, I was going to say, it sounds to me like God's given you free will. You can either choose to be compassionate and kind and share the earth, or you can completely subjugate it and rule over it and destroy everything I've ever given you.
What I think is he's telling Noah, like, you are the head. I created the earth for you, and everything is in your dominion. But in that same sense, it's like be mindful of every other creature is also
Yeah, it means be moderate. It means don't make a slaughterhouse for a million chickens. Yeah, we know it means do it in moderation. Don't go and eat all the chickens and expect to still have one for dinner.
And also, don't drive species to extinction. That's a big thing.
Well,
I definitely have something on this. I gotta find it again, but I don't know if I can. But it deals exactly with what we're talking about. Pretty interesting.
Well, let's say for instance, like the what is it? This Chinese or Japanese lantern fly is starting to take over a certain part of the states, and the wildlife people or whatever have told people in my state that we should squash the ever living hell out of these bugs, because if we don't, they could reduce 90% of our tree population and plant population here. So should I uphold God's law of cherish all life, or should I do what the wildlife preservation is telling me and stomp the ever living hell out of these moths because they'll kill my trees?
Let me tell you something interesting. House sparrows, they're invasive species, house sparrows, and they came here and they almost wiped out the bluebird population. Like, the house sparrows would go into a bluebird nest and decapitate the bluebird nestlings. You believe that? And they had to be like significantly culled in numbers to save the bluebirds, I think. So that's interesting. House sparrows.
I did find that thing, Machine.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's short, so I'm not gonna kill you with something right now, but
no worries.
It connects with this. Okay, so it says Psalms 90 and 13. You shall tread upon the lions and the cobra. One of the coolest stories of the Old Testament is that Daniel in the lion's den. The thought of a cave filled with starving, vicious, man-eating beasts surrounding, but not touching a human being, is absolutely incredible. The Persian Empire, the ruling power of Daniel's time, reserved this punishment for criminals to send a message to all who opposed their rule. Yet Scripture tells us that Daniel came out of the cave with, quote, no injury whatsoever found on him because he believed in his God. Daniel 6 and 23. The thought of God taming wild animals is striking and a common theme which arises from such stories. Truly all creation knows who its master is. The last few months I've been reading a book, this is what this person says, called The Spiritual Meadow, a 6th century collection of anecdotes and sayings of Christian monastics in the Middle East. Among the many enjoyable stories found in are run-ins with monks had with creatures living in the wilderness. For every snake or bug bite they may have occurred, it seems there was just as many encounters of holy men living among wild creatures, unharmed. Saint Gerasimos of the Jordan, who tamed a lion after taking a thorn out of its paw, is probably the most famous example.
Oh, is that where they get the story of the mouse and the lion's paw with the thorn?
Yeah, that's actually they attributed it to another saint, Saint Jerome too. But this Saint Gerasimos of the Jordan, it's in his life where he takes the thorn out of the paw of the lion, and then if you read the life of Saint Jerome, I believe the same stories there. And now someone would say, well, why is the same story happening twice? Well, because the same spiritual event happened twice. That's what I would say. Well, an elder, quote, whose virtues was so great that he would welcome the lions which came into his cave and feed them at his lap. A deer patting its hooves before 2 monks revealed the location of a long-dead brother. 2 monks dressed in antelope skins, reviving a monk dead by snake bite and then killing the snake. A monk convincing a lion to leave the mule stables of the monastery by giving it antidorian. That's blessed bread, by the way. So, such stories exist in other areas as well. One reads of an early Christian saint who was thrown into an arena to be devoured by wild animals, but remained unharmed, just like Daniel. Images of bees tracing an image of Christ, the Mother God, and other icons while building their hives today have gone viral on Orthodox social media pages in the last couple of years. Perhaps most famously, Saint Seraphim of Sarov, the late 18th and 19th century, befriended many animals while living in the wilderness, but most famously a bear. In the spirit of consistency with the stories of the desert, we read the following story of Saint Seraphim. Two nuns from a certain convent once came to visit Saint Seraphim. Suddenly a bear lumbered unexpectedly out of the woods and frightened the visitors with his appearance. Misha, said the saint, why do you frighten the poor orphans? Go back and bring up a treat, otherwise I have nothing to offer my guest. Hearing these words, the bear went back into the woods. And 2 hours later, he tumbled into the holy elder's cell and gave him something covered with leaves. It was a fresh honeycomb of purest honey. Father Seraphim took a piece of bread from his bag, gave it to the bear, pointed to the door, and the bear left immediately. Before going any further, I should note that in Orthodox theology, animals are certainly a valued part of God's creation, and like everything else created, man is called to be responsible steward of them. But they do not have a soul, at least not like we do. I think it is summarized best by the Fathers of the Desert, who said, with regards to St. Gerasimos, the lion, quote, this did not take place because the lion had a rational soul, because it is the will of God to glorify those who glorify him. How all this fits together and how creation will look at the second coming, we do not know. But we do know that animals, like everything else on earth, are subject to God and have been redeemed through the Lord's incarnation. In the years prior to the premiere of, quote, superhero as we know it, pop culture was full of all kinds of costumes, or not, heroes whose, quote, power was mastery over creation, including animals. Due to my disillusionment in recent years with the big two, I found myself recently reading about such fiction, pre-DC Marvel heroes, and I'm shocked by how big this trope was. And obscure as we may seem today, comparatively speaking, the popularity of Tarzan and the Apes was massive in the first half of the 20th century. Edgar Rice Burroughs' most famous creation, the human who is raised in the jungle and can seemingly control any beast he encounters, was featured in 24 novels written by Burroughs himself, over 50 movies, newspapers, comics, and so much more. So wild was the public for Tarzan stories that the part of the Southern California which Burroughs purchased as his estate is now an incorporated honest to goodness real city named, wait for it, Tarzana. Tarzan wasn't the only one. The Phantom, credited by some as the first ever costumed hero, lived in deep woods and had a pet wolf. Tarzan knockoffs ensued, and stories based in the jungle about heroes who could master animals were a dime a dozen. You can go further back and argue that the myths of ancient Greece and Rome had similar themes. Hercules, 12 Labors comes to mind, as does the story of Romulus and Remus, the mythical founders of Rome who were suckled by a wolf. Similar heroes exist today as well, most notably Aquaman, who can control all sea life and was featured in a billion-dollar movie 2 years ago. Clearly, human beings love stories about taming nature. Subduing that which we fear most might have something to do with this, and I'm sure much more. There's a major appeal to idolizing power and strength by controlling the uncontrollable, being mightier than the mighty, and taming the untamable. And amidst all these feats and literary fads, we see that God is already doing all this. It is amazing to me how the Creator sometimes sends little messages about His omnipotence in very visceral ways. God already controls all that we see and is mightier than all of nature and all that which we fear. He demonstrates it in beloved saint stories like those mentioned above, which quite frankly aren't that different from fictional stories we read from Burroughs. His writings may be a worldwide phenomenon for all the reasons that we find tales of desert monks and their animal companions captivating. To take this one step further, we see here that once again comics and pop culture can reflect that which that goes inside us, including our innermost fears and dreams. Some food for thought. One day, a nun from the nearby convent of Divieville, coming to visit Father St. Seraphim at his hermitage in the woods near Sorrow, found the old monk sitting being visited by a bear. Terrified, the nun let out a scream. The starch responded by patting the bear and sending away. But the nun came to sit beside the elder, and the bear returned and lay down by Seraphim's seat. I was terrified as before, the nun later recorded, but I saw Father Seraphim quite unconcerned, treating the bear like a lamb, stroking him and giving him bread, and I calmed down. Her fear left her entirely. Okay, so that's a little something about creation and how man sort of over it.
I would have to say that would have to be under extremely rare circumstances, because I mean, take people like Steve Irwin, for instance. I mean, you don't really know what people and what their sins are behind closed door. I mean, he could have been the worst of the worst, but I mean, when you think of Steve Irwin, you think of golden Australian wildlife man who, will go out the, safari and, save a cobra from heat stroke. So, taking someone like him, for instance, I mean, he was the crocodile hunter. Maybe he shouldn't have went out there and hung out with the stingrays. I mean, you shouldn't have went in the ocean, I guess. But, take someone like him, for instance. I mean, was it his time to go? I mean, I don't know. I've had good encounters with wild animals, and I've also had bad encounters with domesticated animals. I can't tell you how many times, I mean, I've owned probably 20 dogs in my life, from either, boarding them for someone else or having a dog for a few years and have it given away. And I mean, I've never had problems with my own dogs through disciplining, but I can tell you, I mean, I don't think God wants, me to get mauled by a dog, but I can tell you that, I don't think there's this divine connection between man and beast all the time. If there is, I mean, I can tell you there's been a few times that I've had a deer come up to me, or, I've had one or two raccoons come up to me as I'm, doing something outside at nighttime, and there's one outside, and I'll go out there and throw a few pieces of marshmallows at them because they like marshmallows. But, I mean, take the instance for the people who take care of the chimpanzees, like that woman who, was taking care of that chimpanzee, and because her friend or something went and changed her hair color and cut her hair, the chimp went crazy and attacked her friend, ripped off her face, and ate her fingers and her face. So I mean,
Yeah, what's interesting is that prior to man's fall, is Adam has complete dominion over all the animals. They listen to him.
Yes, he was
They don't attack him.
He was Dr. Dolittle, we know.
Right, and all of nature, doesn't work against Adam in any way. Like, he couldn't drown or catch on fire or something like that. But it's like after the fall, we see, even nature itself. It seems to me, I think it has something to do with nature itself and the animals being disgusted with man in some way. You know what I mean? It's like, you caused us to fall. Like, I'm over you. You know what I mean? And maybe, this is a theory. I can't prove it one way or another, but whatever. Maybe our lack of grace is what causes an animal to attack us in some way. That they say dogs sense somebody that's not right.
No, I can tell you that 98% of the dogs I run into are because people abuse their animals, beat them, let them kill animals and eat them. And then, when they get out of their yards, they attack anything that comes around. So I don't know about you, but I don't think it really has anything to do with a divine connection all the time. I think animals are in some ways just animals.
Well,
a dog is just going to attack because it can.
Do you think if we had the divine connection, it would happen? That's what
I'm saying. Of course not. I think at one time, lions and bears and tigers and mice didn't eat meat. I think, like the Bible tells you, everything ate seeds and herbs at one time. Yeah, I think at one point, like they LARP about with Dracula, that the blood is the life. At one point, nothing had death in it, so that means no drinking of the blood, no eating of the flesh. But then you turn around and you look at the story of Cain and Abel, and what's the whole reason why Cain picked up a rock and bashed it in his brother's head? Because God likes the smell and taste of meat. So I mean,
that's not why he did it.
It was a LARP. Gosh, you don't understand the satanic LARP. The whole point is a Satanist will come to you and say, well, God loved meat more than he did vegetables, so Cain got jealous over a steak.
You know what was kind of interesting about that? Not to keep going because it's machines thing. So, you know, Abel's sacrifice was acceptable because it was a lamb, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know.
And Cain's wasn't because he was manipulating the land. That's what I understand about that. So he's like trying to manipulate the land to get something out of it instead of what's already there. Instead of being a shepherd of what it has been, God has already given him. He's trying to do his own thing and manipulate the land to produce something.
Boy, sure does sound like what's going on nowadays, don't it, Unseen? There you go. Welcome to the LARP.
Yeah.
Get out of your monasteries. Go into the spiritual realm a little bit. Animals, yes. Animals fear us. Animals, I don't think animals hate us, but animals will, if... I'll just put it this way. Even a stingray has a bad day, so...
Well, I got some pretty interesting things from Unseen's reading. 3 main points, I think, is that God is more powerful than nature. You know, but nature is both under the control of God and also animals under the control of God. And then, there's a lot of things that are interesting in relation to that.
I agree. I wasn't arguing with him in any way.
Yeah. So supposedly, when a man reaches theosis, the animals, because he's in a state that's higher than Adam was in the Garden of Eden, then animals will react to man as if it's prior to the fall, if that makes any sense. Which, I mean, I don't recommend going out there and testing it.
Would you say, so are we, I mean, I guess the obviousness is that sin didn't just enter man and like nature itself, but like animals in general, you know, obviously everything, when sin entered the world, it entered into everything. That includes,
everything
that's why
fell,
everything dies.
everything.
Oh, there you go. That's why everything dies, including plants.
And you know what's interesting too, as far as I understand, is that Eden isn't Earth. A lot of people think Eden's Earth. But according to the Holy Fathers, they say Eden was somewhere separate. And there's like some angel that's guarding Eden so you can't enter it.
That's right. That's right.
And then
He's
at one time
guarding
they
it with
said
a
when
double-edged
Noah was
sword.
alive, that Noah and his people could see Eden, and it was somewhere kind of like between heaven and earth.
Is that why they, in some depictions of old Earth, they have a floating garden in the air?
Yeah. That's it. Right. So they could see it, but at some point it just, we can't see it anymore. I don't know if that's because of our sinfulness or what, or the, some atmospheric change. Because supposedly the firmament. Now, a lot of people think that was like some covering. That's what they think. But according to the Holy Fathers, they say that it was some atmospheric air that, was more dense or something. That's what the firmament meant.
It sounds like sky ice
too. Firmament can mean sky as well, just the sky.
Is that what sky ice is? Is that why they found that extremely light and almost transparent blue, extremely cold substance down where they claimed it fell out of the sky? Is that why I LARP is Chicken Little and say the sky is falling? So what do you think, Unseen? Do you not believe in the whole God separated the waters from the waters?
Yeah, and I think that what that means is that he separated the clouds that hold water from the sea that's full of water,
So in your opinion, why is the sky blue? Is it because, like the scientist tells you, it reflects the ocean water?
No, because this baby book I had when I was 5 said so.
Oh.
It was called Why is the Sky Blue?
I thought it was called Why is the Sky Draining?
What is this? What are we watching?
Well, this is our boy here, Scott Russell Sanders, that I was reading.
Okay, yeah. I'm
sorry. So he's got some interesting views in regards to how we could use our connection to nature, right? So it's actually practical tips, and this is in relation to what we were talking about yesterday with the health effects, with the closeness to cell phone radiation and all this type of stuff, right? The dangers of all that type of stuff, psychological risks, right? Mental health risks, also actual dangers to your physical health, right? Like cancers, tumors, and all that type of stuff, right? So here's some ideas about nature as medicine. Right?
That last question actually is a superb transition, because the gist of what I'm going to say is you cannot have healthy organisms, human, bee, any organisms, on a sick planet. The World Wildlife Fund every 4 years publishes a World Wildlife Index based on detailed field studies by scientists who look at hundreds of species across the family of life. And between 1970 and 2014, in their surveys, the actual number of organisms, not species, organisms across that representative sample decreased by 40% in not quite 50 years. 40% of the organisms, every sort, birds, reptiles, amphibians, mammals, disappeared. That's the background of what I'm talking about. We are aware of...
And actually, the transhumanists will say that 90% or 99%, actually, I've heard it claimed, right, of all species have gone extinct, right? So they will kind of say that as a cope, right? And they'll say, well, it's not that life is dying. This is just that evolution, the process of evolution is accelerating. So there's greater gaps between the various, jumps or leaps in the evolution, right? So we've heard it claimed, right, that, oh, if humans are part of the 99% of species that have gone extinct, well, that's just nature doing its thing, right? But of course, that's a very inhuman attitude to it.
The protective and restorative power of nature in our own bodies, from our immune system to our microorganisms, microbiome. We are aware of nature as a source of medicines. Here are 5 pretty well-known examples: aspirin from willow bark, penicillin from bread mold, medicines for treating leukemia and Hodgkin's disease from rosy periwinkle. ACE inhibitors for treating hypertension come from the venom of pit vipers. And antiviral drugs for treating HIV/AIDS come from a marine sponge. And if that is not a potent argument for protecting all forms of biodiversity on the planet, I don't know what argument would be more powerful. But beyond the gift of medicines, well, one more example. Just last year in the journal Nature, scientists reported the discovery of a promising new broad-spectrum antibiotic derived from a common bacterium in soil. But beyond the gift of medicine, beyond the genius of healing that we come into the world with, what are the health benefits that we derive from nature in a more general sense, the sense implied in this aphorism attributed to Hippocrates, that nature itself is the best medicine? In recent decades, researchers have conducted hundreds of studies documenting the beneficial effects of nature contact across a whole array of physiological and psychological measures, on blood pressure and heart rate, on levels of blood sugar and stress hormones, on the functioning of our immune system and our parasympathetic nervous system, on conditions such as anxiety and hyperactivity and dementia, and on mental stamina and mental focus. I have a handout, a few paper copies, but it will also be posted with this talk on the Gold Lab website, of 75 references to that body of research. It's a huge body of research. All I'm going to show you here on 3 short slides are conclusions from 3 meta-analyses, that is, analyses that looked at a whole array of underlying studies and drew conclusions about their findings. The first one found that the effects of nature on mental and physical health have been rigorously demonstrated. The balance of evidence indicates conclusively that knowing and experiencing nature makes us generally happier, healthier people. Now, my granddaughter, our oldest granddaughter, who's 13, would hear that and say, well, duh. We all know that we like nature, that we're drawn to it and so forth, but the fact is that people will not spend money to protect nature. People will not spend money to bring nature into work environments, hospitals, unless they have data that show, in fact, it has a beneficial effect. Another review study, again, looking at hundreds of underlying studies published in 2014, concluded those who are more connected to nature tended to experience more positive affect, vitality, and life satisfaction. And just one other example of a review study, also from 2014, fundamental conclusion, a harmonizing effect of nature, especially on physiological stress reactions, was found across all body systems. And stressors, stress reactions is just shorthand for anything that compromises any system in our bodies or in the larger ecosystem. One of the most influential studies in this field was published in 1984 by Roger Ulrich in the journal Science. It was based on the records of patients recovering from bladder surgery in a hospital in Pennsylvania. Patients in rooms on one side of the ward had windows that looked out on a brick wall. Patients who had windows on the other side of the ward had windows that looked out on a grove of trees. They didn't go to the trees, they just saw them through the window. And what Ulrich found was the people with a view of trees required less pain medication, registered fewer complaints with the nurse.
I can personally attest to that. I just wanted to say that as someone who's
it's
been
wild.
Yep, in and out of a hospital constantly and would have to be there for hours on end going through tests that literally did nothing. Anytime that I was forced to look at basically like that clean, clinical, industrial looking type of place, it was like it didn't matter whether they were giving you healthcare or not. You just couldn't stand to be in there. It was like it was sucking the energy out of you. But if you had a nice, big, huge open window in your hospital room, like at my hospital, it's a pretty big hospital. There's several floors. Like when on the top floor, let's just put it this way: it's a long drop if you're at the top floor on the hospital. So, you know, even if I would say it's probably it's over a 10-story building. But I mean, the front view window, if you're put in one of the front rooms, you can see the entire part of the city as it goes downtown. And I mean, it's a beautiful view, but I mean, in some places, I swear they do it on purpose. It's almost like they want people to not be in touch with any part of, no, they'll have some artists, some local artists in your city come downtown and paint this cringe, almost gay colored, tree forest, like down in mine, they have a rainbow forest tree, but in the children's section there's not a single open view window that leads to nature. So I mean, I would have to say that it's a spiritual thing too. It's like they They want you so disconnected from nature that you're gonna like you want the clinical rooms, you want the white bright lights and the humming, buzzing noise of lights. You don't want to hear the birds out in the trees tweeting, or hear or feel the cold wind in your
Yeah,
hair.
let me tell you something. But I know you say you're going to bed, but I mentioned this before. My wife illustrated a picture book I wrote, and we tried finding a literary agent, and they wouldn't accept it because all they're looking for now to give kids is LGBTQ plus crap, inclusive diversity crap.
Oh my
Just
God, dude,
yeah,
that does not surprise me. Oh
yeah.
man.
The best picture book seller for some time was about a non-binary guinea pig.
yeah, yeah, because in reality, we're all the non-binary guinea pigs. Dude, that's fucked up. But I don't doubt it. The devil's got his talons and everything, my dude.
I think I've talked about this before, but the way buildings are built, it's an obsession with efficiency for one, right? And that's why it's all bland. There's no more sacred. Nothing is sacred anymore. So at one time, men would build things.
I would agree. They also want it easily collapsible and dozable. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
No, absolutely. It's all about efficiency. Like an old schoolhouse, they used to look like mansions. Now they're just like everything's very, like Moloch,
Very,
1,000
very,
windows.
very glassy. Very always got silver atriums, brick walls that are reminiscent of Auschwitz. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, it's crazy. And why is that? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's this obsession with the whole efficiency thing. It's ideal. It's very idealistic. And what I think in the future we're going to see is more and more bland architecture. For some reason the future looks flat.
I can tell you, they want everything sleek, white, and clinical. Everything.
Yeah, that's it. Right.
When you walk in,
and you look at all those buildings, man, like you go into like an old, Gothic cathedral. Look at how much effort those people put into things, It's unbelievable, But that's when men had some concept of the sacred. Because when they were building buildings, they were building it in honor of God.
What do you think? What do you think?
Sacred art.
What do you think about that big cathedral that they've been repairing for like the last 100 years or whatever? I can't remember the name of it, but it's that big, huge, crazy-looking cathedral with all the spirals.
Is it in New York?
It might be. I honestly can't remember. It's a really huge cathedral, and it's these god-awful looking like spiky spirals. But anyway. I do agree with you. I mean, look at the World Fairs back in, when they had them up. These huge, gigantic, beautiful, extravagant, extremely complicated buildings, put them up, demolish them within literal days, if even that. And for what? And then, like you say, look at the buildings of old. I mean, there's a building in downtown New York that has absolutely no windows. I mean, they say it's for efficiency because it's technically
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know which building.
It's like what did they say? Isn't it NSA or something owns it?
Well, let's just put it this way. It's also, one of the special buildings that in case a kabooey goes off anywhere near city limits. Right. Yeah. But I mean, again, for efficiency, if it's a fallout shelter for, political refugees during, nuclear, fallout or whatever, of course, it's got to be, sustainable. But I mean, again, what's the whole purpose of it other than, like we said, to get us, reduced to where, like with what we're doing with artificial intelligence, like I know that what I'm doing with the AI is stupid. Don't get me wrong. But the point is that you can even make the best sculpture out of the worst clay. So, I think really the thing is when it comes to like what they're doing with our architecture, it wants to make you, it wants to get, like I was talking about with school earlier, it wants to get rid of all individuality. Them stupid cringe Facebook reels that you see of, the kids going through the conveyor belt where, before they go into school, they're all nice and colorful. And then after they go through school, they all come out gray and, shady and stuff. So,
right.
I mean, but I mean, I see the proof in my own city. There's a lot of the old buildings that were here when I was a kid are still here, but a lot of the newer buildings have that really cringe glass house, you know, silver atrium, you know, too many windows, too many random beams that go absolutely nowhere, you know, weird pokey parts of the building that stick out of the building that have absolutely no design purpose whatsoever other than just to look tacky. But I mean, in reality, I mean, in the future, I mean, what's the purpose? Is it that way when future generations look upon this architecture that, you know, it feels so bland that it makes them bland, like in a lot of the futuristic movies, like an In Time with Justin Timberlake, or how they give certain movies with that type of bland atmosphere. They always give it that type of grayish or dull looking filter to make everything look dull and bland.
That's what Russia looks like.
Make you depressed. Uh-oh.
Russia looks like that.
You're the
Like,
only
go look
person
at
I've ever heard
pictures of
said that.
downtown, you know, somewhere in Russia.
Actually,
it's
now that I
just-
think about it, you know, technique, you know, it basically leads to commie blocks, you know, because it's technique that leads to commie blocks. Because I live, you know, in an area that used to be very green, and then it became a college town, and now they're building countless cardboard houses near me, and it's like just lots of roadkill now, you know what I mean? But it used to be more green, it used to be more rural, but now it's more like, I don't know, suburban, you know what I mean?
That's what they're doing in
But
New
don't
York
you notice?
too. When I lived in
Don't you
Bushwick,
notice? Almost every single major city has one little tiny park, and the rest of it's concrete jungle.
yeah. And when I lived in Bushwick, it was kind of like that. But what they were doing was they were like trying to take down all the historical buildings, like, you know, destroying all the historical buildings, and then building up these apartment buildings that are just as bland as possible, you know. So everything historic in New York is just going to be gone one day, and you're just going to have, you know, like commie block
Well,
buildings.
yeah, Unseen. That's why they put, you know, in 20 different movies, New York City being destroyed by a tsunami. Because once again, it's a part of LARP. Do y'all not? You can call it a LARP, but these people obviously plan on depopulating the majority of the population, and they don't plan to use the infrastructure that's still here. Uh-oh, did I say that out loud? Anyway, continue.
No, but it's about money, right? Like cost efficiency, like you know, it doesn't take as much time to make those type of buildings. It's just about getting the job done. I think that's really what it's about.
Well, yes, because in reality, the people who are truly running the world, they don't really think on a very, you know, second to second basis. These people's agendas are so well out planned that they can plan on 200 years in advance and know that their plan is going to come to fruition, because people like us, every single day of our generations of our lives, will continue perpetuating exactly what they want. That's why, like I said, you know, people say it's a LARP about the depopulation agenda, but they put it on a goddamn stone slab in the 80s right there in Georgia, and, you know, magically, you know, it got blown to smithereens, right? So
Yeah, I live in Georgia, and I'm within a walking distance of a Freemason lodge. You believe that? Like within walking distance of the
I mean,
Freemason.
I'm not.
Did you ever go to the Guidestones?
Oh no, I haven't went to Guidestones, but did
They're
you know
gone.
that in
But
Stone
yeah,
Mountain?
they're gone. You can't go there now.
But let me tell you something interesting. At Stone Mountain, they play The Devil Went to Georgia, like on the Stone Mountain. It's like they're telling people at Stone Mountain, you know, like the light show. You know, they play The Devil Went to Georgia. Have you ever heard that song?
Yeah.
I don't know who
Charlie
hasn't.
Daniels. That's Charlie Daniels. The devil went down to Georgia, something.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Unseen. You sound very. Your volume is low. Kind of.
Oh, what about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So I mean, I guess the
Charlie
main thing
Daniels.
is that part of the LARP is that they're removing as much beauty and divinity out of reality and mankind and nature as possible. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, because they're atheistic. There's nothing sacred. So why would you?
What's wrong?
create something beautiful?
Why don't you want to purge your fleshly human bodies and take up the nice, sleek, mechanical new body? Why wouldn't you? You're the $6 million man. We can rebuild you. We're just not going to spend that much money on you.
Yeah, I don't know. You know who they say that that built those guidestones, right? Or had them built? It was Ted Turner.
Ted Turner, yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, and you know he had WCW back in the day, and who was the biggest group on WCW?
Well, I
The
guess you'll find.
NWO,
Hey,
bro.
hey! I guess you'll find out when it's time to open up that time capsule at Denver International Airport. Can't wait to find out what's under that, right? Just like the
Oh, yeah,
time
Denver, yeah.
just like the time capsule they put in the movie, knowing with all the codes about when the everyone was going to die, right? Just like in the movie, they had all the dates about all the major events that happened in the world. But that was a LARP too.
Some of those paintings from Denver Airport is so creepy. Like it's like
Oh,
they're
what's wrong? You don't like a big gigantic horse named Lucifer that allegedly fell and crushed its own creator?
Yeah, it's creepy stuff.
I
Yeah.
mean, again, we all know that these people are doing things obviously every single day to remove what little bit of God is left in the world. It's just, if I guess if you have eyes to see and ears to hear, right? I don't know about you, but I don't want no Elon Musk brain chip up my butt. So
He's gonna forcibly put it on you, man.
well, when he looks at all of his Elon fives and says, Elon fives, you will not move, confirm command, and they go, command confirmed, I guess we'll know.
Yeah.
I told you, man, I'm part of the LARP. I just don't get paid for it. I'm not Andrew Shushin.
Hey, so the English are all over Twitter right now talking about these digital IDs. You hear about this stuff?
Yeah, no, I was told I had to get one.
Yeah, I lost so many friends during Pizzagate. I was there in real time. I saw what they were putting on the Facebook wall. Then I tried telling my friends about it, and I lost at least like 3, 4 friends. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
real. Pizzagate was real.
Facebook is one of the biggest perpetrators of human trafficking. I hate to say it, allegedly. We love that word in the news media. As long as you say allegedly, you can't be held accountable for anything. So keep saying it.
Yeah, they play little games like that, with language, double talk basically.
Well, I can tell you the number one policy on YouTube is as long as everything is alleged, you can basically talk about or do anything on YouTube, including self-prostitution, basically, as long as it's alleged self-prostitution. So, I mean, that's the biggest problem. The very platforms that we are interacting with, do you really think fucking Mark Zuckerberg really gives a damn whether or not you can take a picture of your latte from Starbucks and fucking post it? No, obviously it's a fucking spy tool by these corporations and these government entities in order to be able to spy, collect, and record everything that they can use against you one day in a court of law. It's just, once your digital footprint's out there, it's already out there, so it doesn't matter. Which is what Palantir is for, by the way. That's what Palantir is for. All you people who send your dick pics and your booty pics, oh, we already know y'all.
I really think it's about is like the strategically being able to propagate the product to the consumer.
Yes, consumerism. Really welcome to corporate America. And everything has a price tag. Remember, it's just like MasterCard. It's priceless. Yeah, it's priceless when you can make the money.
You live in words like human resources. You see it right there.
Exactly. Humans are resources. Uh-oh. Yeah. Well, it's like Homelander and what's her name said, and the boys, that people said is a lie. Humans are stupid and need to be controlled. So
that's in the text by the Jays, that they don't want anybody to read. It talks about that. It says that they don't know how to lead themselves. So we got to lead them. It says something like that.
What's wrong? You don't want 12,000 Goyim slaves?
Yeah.
Get them to the Goyams.
And they basically view everything like a factory farm. Like that's what they're trying to make everything into, like one big factory farm.
Yes, I think it's like what the Evil Within. I don't know if you've seen that video game. That's another LARP. But it's basically got the whole Matrix style kind of thing where, you know, very rich and elite people own a company called Mobius. And, you know, they have a machine called the brain stem or something like that. STEM machine, sorry. And, you know, it requires a core, a innocent soul, an innocent person, usually a child, in order to keep the core stable. And Sebastian Castellano, or whatever his name is, you know, come to find out, you know, you end up realizing that everything that's happening in the game is not real life. You're already in, you know, inside the hospital. It's Beacon Hospital. It's a mental institution. But the second game, it's a lot more of a psyop. Like when they go and kidnap Sebastian and force him to come back to work for him, and you're forced to go back into the STEM machine to set the core right, which the core is his daughter. You know, they put it right in your face that like we're attempting to get as many people into our machine as possible, so that way basically we can have the earth to ourselves. Which, I mean, I don't think that's the actual LARP that they're trying to put in your face, but I mean, that's when you said factory. Yeah, that's what I think. You know, I think the population is a part of it. Yes, allegedly, but I think more or less they. Like we said about the buildings, it's no different than with the humans. You gotta, you know, demolish them and build it back up. And there's a lot of people who I think, well, let's just put it this way: there's no factory reset on us. So, you know, just to
As
tie
far as
that
I
into the
understand,
factory.
that's why, you know, it's propagated to be atheist, right? So it's like you inject nihilism into a culture. Then you propagate, you know, woke ideology. That leads to, you know, a rejection of all traditionalism and religious and the sacred. Then man becomes, you know, nihilistic and atheistic. And once it becomes atheistic, you know, they can control you and mold you any way they want because you don't believe in anything. Now, and they certainly believe in things, right? Like black magic and syncretism and those type of things. They believe those things, you know, and they think anybody that's an atheist is foolish. That's, you know, straight from their own texts, from what I've read. So, yeah, for all those people that think they're intelligent, and that's part of the whole, you know, that's the real psyop there, is making atheists believe they're intelligent for their atheism, you know.
Yeah, well, and seeing from my experience in life, not a majority of people aspire for the kingdom of heaven. Many people apparently want to be rooted in this, you know, I'm not going to be like some of these people who call earth a hell realm. I'm not saying that earth cannot be hell sometimes, especially for those of us who are not as fortunate as others to not truly have bad things happen until it's in your own backyard happening. But, you know, it's I think it takes a very particular type of soul, I think, in all honesty. For someone like me, I saw this shit at a very young age, at an age I shouldn't had to have been. When I had that attack happen and I experienced it, that changed my life forever. So, you know, maybe I got lucky. Maybe I was one of them people where, you know, what I experienced was enough to solidify that, you know, no matter, even when the fucking aliens are coming through the clouds, I'm not going to believe what the fucking media tells me. But I mean, you know, that's the biggest thing. I'm telling you, when the Matrix sits here and tells you that these people are everyone and they are no one, again, it comes back to what we were talking about when that pressure is applied. Take how many Christians do you think you know, even I know, who right now, if aliens came through the clouds, that they would immediately disregard God and follow whatever the government told them is their best course of option?
Right.
A
Well, I think
lot.
that's part of it, you know, because there's Saint Simeon, the new theologian, said the struggle of prayer should rarely look into the sky out of fear of the evil spirits that cause many deceptions in the air. He said that, right? But there's something else that's kind of interesting about what you just said. I think it's kind of a trip. I had this past couple days, like 2 days ago, I went to this woman's house. She was like having some problems with evil spirits, you know, thumping under her bed at night, and supposedly she had sleep paralysis, all that
That's
stuff.
fucking scary.
Well, yeah, right. So, and she said, you know, her husband, he has passed now, but her husband said something about, you know, an evil spirit pushing him down, right? And they thought, well, no one really believed the guy because I guess he, you know, he was on some medication because of he had some, you know, maybe cancer or something, I think. So, anyways, I went and read, you know, exorcism prayers. Now, I was recently made an exorcist. I don't just say, but anyways, I read exorcism prayers, like, you know, these ancient.
May the power of Christ compel you.
Yeah. So St. John Chrysostom exorcism prayers, I recommend them. They're pretty good. So, anyways, she said that she was having something, what you were talking about, like these sleep paralysis. You know, she said that, but she woke up, she couldn't move, and there's like this dark, you know, just like a black cloud kind of holding her down. So that's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people that I've talked to who are on the more religious side, because there's a lot of people, I'm telling you, there's a lot of people who just automatically accept what a doctor would say. Like when I went into detail, like I was basically crying when I was telling my doctor, and the doctor's like, well, it's because of your belief in Christ was so powerful. You know, if you had believed in this is literally what the doctor told me. If you had believed in a purple teddy bear as strong as you did your Christ, it probably would have saved you too. So, you know, explain that to someone who literally was, you know,
psychosomatic. In other words, you know, this is just a, you know, your imagination is so strong that there's some placebo effect. You know, that's how they rationalize these things. Just like if that woman were to go to a psychologist and tell her what she told me, right? He would say, well, it was at the point of REM sleep where you're half awake and half asleep, and your imagination is so, you know, powerful that you can't tell the difference between reality and dreams in that state. But that's not true, man. She was awake and she couldn't move because she was paralyzed in fear, just like you would be if, you know, any type of predator were to jump on you like a beast or something. You'd be terrified.
That's what the medicine is for. We give you the medicine so that way you're no longer in tune with your God, just like the fluoride in your water that, you know, freezes your Abdullah Abagada, allegedly. So
you look like an Abdullah.
Well, that's the point. You know, as someone who obviously believes that you know, the name of Jesus Christ really saves me, when I sit there and had that doctor look me in the face and tell me that, I laughed in his face and, you know, basically gave him the Christian middle finger. And I've never trusted a doctor since then. And as someone who's experienced actual medical malpractice from doctors who obviously have a note in their file who says, let them die, you know, I can tell you, dude.
Well, if anybody goes to a mental institution and brings up the demons, right? If you were to bring up any, you're getting
no, they just try to
out.
lobotomize you. Except for now, it's not a literal lobotomization. They can't actually take an ice pick and scramble your brains. Now they just chemically lobotomize you.
Well, I mean,
they don't want anyone
walking around.
And I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about the people on YouTube who go and murder someone and, you know, wear their face and say, well, the devil told me to do it or God told me to do it. I'm talking about like genuine people like me who have had a spiritual encounter, and before going to a religious person, they go to a medical doctor because, you know, what if it's a medical condition like a brain aneurysm and you might die? And then you're just told, oh no, you fell in and out of deep REM sleep because at a young age you work on a farm because, you know, you work on a farm. So the heat caused you heat exhaustion and you were tired and your brain didn't either go to sleep right or didn't wake up right. And the demonic entity that was allegedly floating you in the air that wouldn't let you move or breathe was all in your head, even though I've had 15 plus years of end of the world prophetic dreams and other coincidences that, you know, I would say is more like a Neo moment, or I'm sorry, the kid with the spoon, or the kid who, you know, notices something about the Matrix that's a little off, you know, like Morpheus says, you know, you notice that it's all around you. Every time you go to work, you go to church, you pay your taxes, you don't know what the fuck it is, but there's just something that seems to be a little bit off. And then you have actual genuine experiences that if any, and most people actually experience it, you'd probably grow a white hair or two and probably, you know, pick up a rosary and pray a prayer every once in a while. But, you know, I can tell you the medical institution, when it comes to spiritual people, they will shove every fucking pill down your throat in order to get you to turn into a zombie. They did everything they could to get me on the alleged Prozac and, you know, all the other great ones that, you know, what's his name sings in his song, fucking Vinny Paz, you know, all them, you know, name brand, you know, top of the line psychedelic drugs that, you know, Tom Cruise was complaining about to the dude on television, but, you know, he's part of the system. So is he really advocating for it? I mean, I mean, I don't know, dude.
I don't know.
mean,
Prozac, man, they say that, you know, it ups the serotonin, causes agitation. You're more likely to do something violent on it.
well, I can tell you, I watched mental health drugs literally eradicate my mom's brain. And it was because for her entire life, she was told that she had a chemical imbalance. And what just came out a few years ago, chemical imbalances never existed. So,
well, you know, a lot of this stuff comes from Carl Jung, right? And he was, you know, the psychologist. He was Freud's, you know, right hand man kind of thing. Like he you know, he was trained by Freud, which Freud was a psycho, anyways. But Jung basically was like bouncing on a coin. He couldn't, you know, decide whether the things were spiritual or they were physical. So he came up with, you know, archetypes.
I think they're
demons are
both
real, but they're just archetypes in your brain. You know what I'm saying?
No, they're 100% real. I think just like Harry Potter puts in your face, or, you know, how they say that there's always something watching you. No, demons are physically here spiritually. That's what I'm trying to get you to tell you. They don't have to be here physically in a physical body to fuck with you. I'm not talking about like they put in your movies, like in Poltergeist, where, you know, your cabinets and doors start slamming closed and stuff like that. It's more like Constantine, where they're primordially in your ear, and all it takes is a whisper, a good whisper or a bad whisper, to get a man spiritually to do evil or good. Yes, that's to the extent.
Yeah. By the way, this guy Carl Jung, he was an OSS agent, and also this lady Mary Bancroft, she might have been like his handler. But yeah,
with a name like that, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm pointing out the Black Widow Marvel reference, if you get my drift.
Let me say something interesting quickly. First thing is the entire medical industry is bullshit. You know, there's this one very cool guy. I recommend looking him up. His name is Weston A. Price. I mentioned him previously. He went around in Africa and looked at the teeth of African kids and people, and he noticed their teeth were so clean. They were so white.
Yep.
Like, wondering why did these people have such clean teeth? That's because they ate the cartilage of meat. The meat was grass fed, and they didn't need to brush their teeth. They didn't do anything. But the point I'm making is that the industrial system creates the problems in the first place.
Yes, to sick and fatten the population. They feed you food that gives you diseases, and then turn around and provide you the cure. Yeah, but it's not really a cure.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they make billions of dollars off of sick people like me a year by charging my insurance, but never providing me any actual help. So that way I'll die young. Yeah, it sucks, but you know, that's the world you live in. And until you do something about it, there will be millions or billions of other people who are way worse off than me. So, and I'm talking about people who literally fought and died for their country for what they thought was freedoms, and yet their own country sits right here and barely gives them enough money to survive on the street. So, while you know they pay millionaires,
this is the thing on Carl
billionaires.
Jung. Another smaller offshoot of Theosophy is the Arcane School, founded by Alice Bailey in 1923. In 1918, Bailey joined the Theosophical Society in California, developed strong mediumistic skills, and even had contact with her renowned psychotherapist, Carl Jung, who told her that her, quote, mystical experiences and, quote, visitors were simply her subconscious. Undoubtedly, he would have said the same about Madame Blavatsky. HPB's biographer concludes that Madame suffered from multiple or disintegrated personalities. It seems fairly clear that the possessed, as hysteric personality throughout her life, suffered periodic experiences of disassociation, along with definite personality alterations. If Helena had been the ordinary impostor had many labeled her, she might have been busy going her dishonest way without particular psychic strain, but she created for herself an acute psychological dilemma, a self-induced schizophrenia.
Uh-oh.
Can I
Well,
say
that makes sense. Is that why Pinoid said I'm a schizophrenic?
Yeah, I think Avian had like a second point you wanted to make there. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think when we lived in a traditional society which had a sense of sacredness imbued with it, we had more space for contemplation, and that we saw the spiritual forces more at play. Like maybe more benevolent forces or maybe demons too. Of course. And I think that with the anti-traditional times, our minds have been
Mythological
blocked off.
creatures.
Yeah, our minds have been blocked off, and maybe we see them more in dreams now. You know what I mean? Because I've had some dreams that are
Yes.
really blow your mind. You know what I mean?
Why do you think they put Freddy Krueger in your face? This is my world, bitch. Anyway, no, yeah, I agree. I think a lot of the folklore you hear about mythological creatures like werewolf and vampires. That's when demons could walk the earth in physical forms. But anyway.
Well, yeah, they still can, but they don't want you to know they're there.
No, they just wear
God,
human skin and have orange hair.
City of God has talks about vampires in it. Now, I know it sounds bogus, but he calls them revenants, and what he says they are is
Like Mortal
as a
Kombat.
human
Like Mortal
being.
Kombat calls all the undead Mortal Kombat characters revenants.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. But what he says they are is that as a human being, at the half point of death, and then the demon enters in. They have they do some kind of contact with the demon to live an eternal life. Well, what the demon really does is it waits till the person gets half dead, and then it enters in the body and then walks around in it.
Uh-oh.
Somehow.
So kind of like a husk, like a sleeve. You mean like how that movie with Bill Nye and Harvey Dent when he played as Frankenstein, they had all the dead people in a place underground and they had a bunch of pentagrams and 666s on their heads and was putting demon souls in their body? When was that in Frankenstein? I don't remember that. But okay. No, I'm just saying, yeah, it's all part of the LARP. Yeah, they want to take demon souls and inhabit human bodies, but I mean, what good would that do? I mean, if Legion can enter a man and have that man literally pick his skin basically off to the bone, but then Jesus can cast out them same demons into a herd of swine, and that man go back home still functional, then I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
But yeah, that sounds like a pretty good like anime or something like that, like vampires in Rome, right? That'd be very interesting type of thing to watch. But yeah, City of God, vampires, yeah, that's insane. I actually didn't know about that.
Well, I mean, a majority of things today are ran by witch covens who literally traffic girls. But yeah, go keep watching American Horror Story.
You know that movie, The Witch? That movie was pretty creepy. Like,
Well, they tell people that they crush up babies and wear them as beauty creams, like in Resident Evil. Put it on your skin, and it'll make you 5 years younger.
Yeah, in that show, I think they had like Bathory or whatever. They had like Elizabeth Bathory in the show American Horror Story. So they're definitely talking about the occult in that show.
And they love to glorify what's her name, Bloody Mary. They love the queen who would slaughter virgins and bathe in her blood. They love that. But I mean, there you
that
go.
was Elizabeth Bathory. The one who did that was named Elizabeth Bathory. Right?
Was it? I just know it was Elizabeth. So I mean, it could have been. I know there's that other Elizabeth.
Yeah,
Elizabeth
the Bathory
Borden.
sisters. They're pretty much related to Vlad Dracul, or
yeah,
they had some relation to Vlad Dracul,
aka Dracula, allegedly. So the blood is the life.
We got Moontan, our resident vampire. She says Bathory was innocent. The church simply wanted her property.
Yeah, I mean,
Vlad Dracul
suffered fewer post-operative complications and were released earlier from the hospital than the people who could look out their window at a brick wall.
That seemed like our moment of Zen and and Tao for the day. Just that line. Surgical patients had shorter hospital stays when they had a view of the natural setting from their window. That's like pretty much, I think that Tao would be a 100% in support of that one statement right there. That's been on the screen for a very long time, right? So let that sink in as your Taoist message for today. You know what I mean? And we'll continue that on another time. Thank you so much to our friend for joining today. Right, it was great to see you again. Unless he fell out by accident, of course. But yeah. Thank you so much for being here. It's not often that we hear from him, but I greatly appreciate his time. Right?
Now, those findings, plus dozens of follow-up studies looking at other patient records, have persuaded many hospitals to green their facilities. When they renovate old facilities or when they construct new facilities, you can see, maybe the details don't show up here, but in addition to large windows admitting lots of daylight, this individual patient room, and it's a hospital in Nashua, New Hampshire, has floral patterns in the upholstery on the pillow.
By the way, like where my ex father-in-law like died, right? We like went to like the little hospice center or whatever, and birds would always crash into the window there. It was by nature, right? They probably incorporated some of these studies into the idea, right? So they made it like in a natural space, and they had lots of windows, and the birds would always be crashing into the windows and dying right outside of the building. And the lady was like, she's like wondering why that always happens there, in that specific spot. And she was saying that, well, there's a collective consciousness. This is the lady who worked at the hospice. She was like, there's a collective consciousness, and they want to run to comfort the dead people and all this. She had this crazy idea about it. All right, it was wild. But yeah, I remember talking to this lady who worked there, and she was like some sort of spiritual idea that she had. Yeah, definitely. Good to hear from you, friend.
Case, it's got a vase of flowers on a table, bedside table. It has a dried arrangement on a desk. Also, treatment rooms in many hospitals. This is Massachusetts General Hospital. That is an intensive care ward. Anybody who's ever worked in one or even seen an image of one on a television knows that they tend to be very cluttered, very closed, windowless, kind of frantic settings. This is serene. You almost would like to have an emergency so you could just spend some time in there. Well, gardens, of course, have long been associated with hospitals or places treating people's ailments going clear back to the Middle Ages. This is Prouty Garden at Boston's Children's Hospital. It was always assumed that these gardens simply were good for the patients, either to look at them or perhaps those who are ambulatory to spend time outside in them. And that certainly is. It tends to accelerate recovery. But it's also good for families and friends who visit people who are hospitalized. And it's good for hospital staffs. So many hospitals have added gardens and parks that didn't formerly have them. This is a garden designed for people suffering from dementia. And one of the characteristics of such gardens is a rich array of sensory stimulation. So lots of textures, lots of colors, lots of fragrances. And it has the effect, the measurable effect of reducing anxiety, lowering the use of medications.
Yeah, they found that with people who have like amnesia, they like play a song for them and they really remember the song, and it kills their, like dementia, amnesia, people who are losing their memory. It's pretty fucking fascinating, right? So like smells and music and stuff it could really change the game in terms of those types of illnesses, psychological illnesses.
Improving concentration and attention on the part of the patients or the part of the people there, and also improving their appetite. Gardens designed especially for children tend to be built on be landscaped on a smaller scale with lots of nooks and crannies. And again, children who are recovering from surgery or coping with cancer therapies, chemo, and radiation benefit in measurable ways by having access to such a garden, as do the children who are at the hospital visiting a family member or a friend who's been hospitalized. Schools are also being greened on the basis of research that shows views out the window, daylighting, things as simple as that, views of nature out the window and daylighting. So things as simple as that reduce absenteeism, improve concentration, and enhance learning rates in measurable ways. One study of schools, a range of schools, that when they were either renovated or designed and constructed, that additional daylight in classrooms and the view out the window of growing things, as opposed to just streets and buildings and even playground equipment, that those schools achieve, on average, a 20 to 25% learning rate increase in their classrooms.
By the way, you should see the stats of them bringing technology into the classrooms. A remarkable decline, in attention and focus among the students. And even,
I feel like handwriting is like very important. Yet most kids nowadays, they don't really have good handwriting.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely, my friend. I think it actually works on a specific part of your brain.
Especially calligraphy. Calligraphy can be pretty fun to do. Yeah, but they don't really teach that anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Anna Purnham was talking about this. Drawing on the right side of the brain or something like that. It's like interesting.
Also, let me tell you this. Education in ancient China was more integrative. Like they learned calligraphy, they learned instruments, they learned how to play that board game Go. But basically, the whole point of that education was to be more balanced, as a person. But now the education is just about specialization, compartmentalizing things.
Yeah, and actually, like the screen time and that type of thing, as opposed to different incorporative methods. But yeah, it's interesting. And of course, we have a problem with the focus. There's also a problem with cheating in schools. There's a huge issue with that now. But yeah, let's go to a little bit of music, and yeah, we're pretty much going to the end of this show now, pretty much. So so as I said, at this point, we'll look at Taoism. On Saturday, we're gonna look at the thoughts and opinions of the Dalai Lama, among other people, right? Yeah, we got some notable thinkers like David Bohm in that other part of that documentary. So David Bohm's got some rich ideas. I mean, but yeah, in terms of we're obviously going to continue some ideas from Skolimowski, but I'm going to bring in another thinker called Pannenberg, right? A Protestant, Wolfhard Pannenberg. He's sort of dealing with these ideas, theistic evolution and stuff, as me and
How do you
Unseen
spell
Warfare
his
have talked
name?
about.
How you spell his name?
Wolfhart, right? Like Wolfhart, and then Pannenberg is Pannenberg, I believe.
Yeah, I found it. Thank you.
Yeah, so that guy's interesting. He talks about Teilhard de Chardin. He compares the ideas of Paul Tillich and Teilhard de Chardin in weighing different religious ideals. So that's the same thing that Skolimowski does, right? So it's pretty interesting, this idea of ecstatic union versus spiritual evolution or whatever. So we're going to expand on that idea.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty weird stuff. I mean, it's kind of going against Teilhard. We're kind of going against Teilhard, right? So obviously there's lots of reasons to do that, right?
Yeah. I think I have some things on theistic evolution. I got to gather them again and see. I mean, look at them again, but we go over that. That'd be that topic's much needed because it's infiltrated a lot of places.
Right. Yeah, we've been going over it for quite some time, dealing with that issue. Avian has some pretty interesting views on that as well.
I don't think evolution makes sense without some kind of theism or the Dharma or some higher metaphysical principle. It doesn't make sense without that, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. So that's another. So you could actually put pressure from both sides, right? So this is what I've been focusing on, which is very interesting, right? To actually implode the argument from both sides, right? Yeah. So this is another thing we've been working on. Who else we got? We got Mumford, right? We're watching Mumford's views on the city, right? Obviously, we're reading ideas about ellul, right? And his whole ideas in the technological society, right? So we'll continue our analysis of the technological society, right? As pretty much a closing remark in the stream, right? So we'll read that for a little while.
Glad Pinoy didn't come here. Pinoy pissed me off so much last night. I really hate
Oh
him.
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I heard maybe like 15 minutes of that. Fierce exchange, but I think Neurojack got him spinning first. I think him and Neurojack have had a ongoing feud. But then yeah, I think some of that stuff is it's extremely volatile.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'd fist fight him, dude. Couldn't help it.
Yeah, but here's one thing I can say is that people would benefit from hearing the conversation, as volatile as it is. So, if it wouldn't be on this platform, maybe we could make another channel, without fear of getting striked, and put our unadulterated conversations on there, right? Because that is actually would be of great value to a lot of people to hear a fiery exchange, even if it's.
I think so too.
Yeah, because it's on deeper topics. It's on like religion and race and stuff. Even if people get mad, because there's not a lot of passionate exchanges on those topics, right? So it's like,
yeah,
what are you gonna do? It's like people are gonna get mad about stupid shit in LARP. So it's like
that that is one aspect of it, is like, the fear of creating an echo chamber and only allowing what's the comfortable subject, to go down or have the absurdist opinion, even, because he is an absurdist. I'll say it like what it is. I'm not saying that everything he says isn't, has some bit of truth there at times, but I mean, it's extreme a lot of times. But it needs to be heard because a lot of people think like him. I would assume, so he's voicing the opinion of somebody out there,
I don't know. He's kind of brain rot, like he's one of the few people I would actually get into a physical confrontation with. Really, I really don't like him. Yeah, I really don't like Pinoid. He's a stupid piece of shit.
Well, hopefully he can change your mind at some point. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are watching this. And I appreciate your correspondence to all the people that are here. And are we talking about me? No, no, my friend. And of course, if you need a link, we will send you one. You know, through the chat there if you don't have access to it. And of course, we're on page 259 of the Technological Society, and he was talking about how General MacArthur was recalled by an electronic brain, okay, named the Washington Oracle. And he says, how many more decisions of government will be made by electronic brains? He predicted it, right? 1964. It was a fine year. John Coltrane, Malcolm X. Okay, it was crazy things going on in America at the time, 1964. Right? That's when Malcolm X gave the speech Ballad and the Bullet. That's when John Coltrane made the album A Love Supreme, one of the greatest American albums ever released. If you guys haven't heard those 4 tracks, oof, you're missing out big time.
Yeah, Love Supreme is a good album for sure. Someone's been painting icons of John Coltrane. Have you seen those?
Oh yeah, that's the Ethiopian church, CTUHLU.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I seen those. I was like, wow.
Yeah, they've made him a saint.
Oh, really?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a trip. That's a trip.
Yeah, Ethiopian CTUHLU church. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're Coptic or something like that.
Yes, exactly.
Weird Christology. But hey, I do like John Coltrane. I will say that. Do I think he's a saint? I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say.
I've definitely had spiritual experiences listening to his music, but
yeah, definitely.
I can't confirm if he's a saint. Wise One, Equinox, a Psalm from A Love Supreme. Yeah. So many crazy, wild tracks from John Coltrane. It's excellent stuff. But yeah. One of the greatest who ever lived. John Coltrane, Yusef Lateef, Charles Mingus, Art Blakey, and the Jazz Messengers, and all the crazy artists in, very innovative. Donald
Ornette Coleman too. You ever heard of him?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, actually, I got one for in the studio here.
Oh really? Yeah.
Yeah, I got like this Ornette Coleman in the studio. Improvised. Classic.
Yo.
But yeah. So as I said, I'll play a little music and then we'll go to Ellul. See what Ellul has to say. I greatly appreciate you guys' time here. Only a little bit of the show left. And then obviously we have some significant replays that I think you guys will find very valuable. Okay. I actually need to go look at the last episode where the last video got cut off. There's a huge problem with that because obviously the video gets cut off at like literally a random time. Sometimes a minute difference, right? Sometimes it'll cut off at 55. Sometimes at 40, 44 and 59. I mean, it's Sometimes it's 55, 55. It's weird timings for the video cutoff, so we gotta actually investigate. But yeah, here's some music. We'll be right back with some ellul, which is a staple of the show so far. Starting with basically part 10, 9 and 10 and 11 of this particular series, Dragon versus Tiger. Anyways, we'll be right back.
like that in a hieroglyphics, yeah. It's 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 like that in a hieroglyphics, yeah.
Hyro, y'all. It's not a wrong thing to be addicted to the microphone like a heroin fiend. I tell you one thing, you never catch me fronting as I proceed to give the people what they wanted. You making some green, but not for glamour or fashion. I'm stacking cash until I can get moms a mansion. All from rapping. Nah, man, there's many plans like investing in land. It started all from impressing the fans with brand new flows. And you know, all the way from gangster clones to weirdos, fools use those. But we ain't tripping, give respect when you see this. You need us or your rap's underdeveloped like a fetus.
Those that know not those, and it shows when we broke out the knock hoes, hopped out they clothes. That's positive feedback. Yup, the pros are poised. We never pose, you'll never know. From 93 till infinity, we've been inventive, creating the bump is our only incentive, and it's been a long time since I feel I've been felt. But the only thing I fear is fear itself. So you know what we got to do? Maybe could we keep it within the groove like it should be? Never giving out, we living out our dreams. If it's something I can't live without, that's my team. You never knew.
Hieroglyphics, hip hop is vintage, underground like silos, launching long range ballistics. World renowned, we groundbreaking. Musical boundaries, running circles around MCs.
It's like that in a hieroglyphics, yeah. It's like that in a hieroglyphics, yeah. It's like that in a hieroglyphics, yeah. It's like that in a hieroglyphics, yeah.
to the next stage while MCs need aid. Stay paid, I'm still great. Hey, none of that tomfoolery. As you can see, this shit ain't nothing new to me. Utterly hovering over other things material. You stuck in the here and now. Plus you're sweating profusely. Here's a towel. Your fears are now reality when I take your dream states and elaborate on how your team's fake. Like phony IDs, but sometimes I feel like only I see through the charade you made in today. But hey, tomorrow is played, and then they got a new fool in your place to be okay.
Hieroglyphics, hip-hop is vintage, invented in days back, rekindling ways that many thought was lost. In this contemporary maze of methods to floss, we find the trees and trails to blaze, boundaries to cross. We can be found beyond the bounds of reason, or earthbound, heating up the Coliseum.
They rush the stage full throttle in Chicago. Our brains interlock. We're faking MCs get caught with the 40 bottle, or get they change snatched pronto. We unstoppable, dropping flows in Toronto, maneuvering through Vancouver and on to Japan, where they put major grants in my hand. Follow.
Straight from the heart, we set apart from the rest. Our perfection on the microphone was predestined. World renowned, we groundbreaking. Musical boundaries running circles around MCs.
It's like that in a hieroglyphics, yeah. 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 It's like.
So as I said, you know, this whole idea of technique, right? It moves from the cultural, right, to the mechanical, right? And the whole concept of technique is basically first melded to the cultural forms and then totally, moving the cultural forms into place, right? And assimilating cultures, right? So at the beginning, you have the whole idea of the nation driving the concept of the state, right? You have religion and culture driving the concept of politics, right? Then political techniques start to subsume, right, religious forms, cultural forms, right? And you no longer have the complex of nation state, right? Because you no longer have a such thing as a people or nation, right? Instead, what you have is the government edifice, right? The state itself, right? So the state begins to encapsulate the entirety of this complex, nation state, right? It begins to define what a nation is, right? Just as these old institutions of law that are based on, private decision-making process, or the fascist system, which requires the decision-making of the dictator instead of reliance on technical forms, right? In a communist system, they're just willing to use technical forms to rule, right? Hence, politicians are replaced by technicians, right? So he says that obviously the communist state presumes the idea of technique being incorporated into the design of the state. He said in the fascist ideal, they want to exploit the use of techniques, but the decision still lies in the hands of the dictator. So this actually limits the spread of technique, right? So fascist systems have had a harder time incorporating techniques than communist systems, according to ellul. This is the conclusion that he comes to. Right, so this is sort of spoiler alert for what I'm going to read here, right? But I think so, right? But yeah, and of course he's talking about one brute example of this, right? An electronic brain making decisions on behalf of the government. And he's provided an example of this, the Washington Oracle,
isn't the stock market kind of like a pure technique in some ways?
Right, exactly. Right, it's just like automated like gambling or something.
Appreciate it, Denise, for dropping those links. It's a major help.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, unseen warfare. Excellent. Yeah, Avian said he's going to be making a channel soon on a rare topic, right? Evolution and different things.
Cool. If you ever want to guess, man, I'll be down to show up.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
we have
Unseen. Appreciate it. But I feel like I have more reading to do before I make the channel. Right now, I want to read Evola some more, because, I feel like I misinterpreted some stuff in Evola. I talked to Hyperborean, and it was actually very enlightening, Hyperborean is very intelligent. And
Yes.
I want to get into more Evola and Gwinnett.
Yes, I love Evola. Yes, actually, we're looking at the work "Ride the Tiger"
I have that
on
work.
the other show.
Yeah, I have that work, and I want to read Path of Cinnabar first. Path of Cinnabar afterwards, because I read Revolt, and then I read Path of Cinnabar, and then Tiger. Yeah, but yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that I have more to read. Yeah, I want to read more Evola. Basically, I'm
Well,
trying to unite Evola with Clawgaze. You see what I mean? Because there have some philosophical differences, and the way I do that is with theistic evolution. You see what I mean? Like with the third way and theistic evolution. Yeah, see, I'm trying to unite those two.
I see. Well, you don't have to listen to me on when I say this, but a lot of times, I'll give you an example. Like I'm going over this book, the occult Renaissance of the Church of Rome, right? And I don't know a lot about this subject, so what I'm doing is just reading it live and skipping around. Maybe I might skip around, or let's say I have a question about a particular topic in it, and I don't know what they're talking about. I might look it up while I'm streaming, and have a conversation with somebody. And I don't know. I see it sometimes as readings can be a good opportunity to also learn while I'm with the audience. You know what I mean? It's like kind of like we're all kind of learning together. But I mean, it's all up to you.
Yeah, I appreciate the encouragement. I feel like there are different ways to, criticize the growth of nihilism and disenchantment of life. And I think one way to do that is to go in depth into the science and see the issues they have, because I really feel like they're using certain tricks to make it seem like there's no God or there's no no greater metaphysical principle. You see what I mean? I do feel like it's always present to some extent. Like the Holy Spirit is probably present to some extent always. We call it Buddha nature. Buddha nature and the Holy Spirit have some overlap, but there are differences too. But of course, I respect both traditions. You see what I mean? So I do feel like, I just
Everywhere
have
and
more
fill
reading
us
to do.
all things.
Yeah, I need to do some more reading. Sorry, I'm a bit tipsy. I'm a little bit tipsy, but yeah,
That's no worries.
yeah. So basically, I have to finish ellul also. Yeah, I'm 1/4 done with that. I have a lot of books to read and some stuff to do. Yeah, and soon I might have a job. Because I got it from a connection. Of course, that's a slavery, but I need to do that slavery to pay the bills or whatever. But yeah. So yeah. And that's it. I think the important thing is we should all respect each other, see, learn from each other. You know what I mean? p.80 doesn't allow for that. But yeah, but there's always like things I can read. Like Seraphim Rose. Like I should probably read him too in the future. Like there's a lot to read. This can get overwhelming.
Yeah. So what I'm doing tomorrow, hopefully, if I can get to it, is I'm gonna. He's got a book called The Orthodox Survival Course, and I'm gonna try to combine that with this. The occult renaissance of the Church of Rome. See, because it's like a set of Acontis wrote this book, and the survival course covers a lot of the topics in this other book. So it'll I don't know. Hopefully it'll work out. But I appreciate you guys. I'll be listening. I gotta try to get some Z's.
Yeah, for
Thanks for
sure.
everything. And
Have a good night. Unseen, it was a pleasure talking to you. I hope you have a good night.
yeah, always. All
Yeah,
right, machine.
blessings, friend.
I'll
Yep.
watch you, man. Yeah, later.
Yeah, so we got a little bit of stuff here, and we'll let it go for today. We've been on a lot of shows. I'll tell you guys about it after, but yeah. But yeah. So let's go to this. So consequently, the opposition between technicians and politicians places the politician. Okay, so this is what I was talking about: the conflict between technicians and politicians. Right, places the politicians squarely before a truly decisive dilemma. Either the politician will remain what he is in a democracy, in which case his role is fated to become less and less important in comparison to the role of technicians of all sort, a state of affairs already evident in the financial sphere. On the politician, I'm sorry, or the politician will take the road of political technique. Right, we're on page 259 here, right? In which case, the crisis of adaptation will inevitably arise. Okay, the crisis of adaptation. Okay, adaptation of technique, of course, right? If the politician really wishes to continue to exist, he must choose the second solution as the only possible one. The existence of techniques in all other spheres forces him this choice. Right. It's the interconnectedness of the system. Right. It makes technique the most preferable option. Right. The most efficient option, the quickest option.
Yes, and it also leads to the degeneration of the, primordial symbols, or it leads to like, commodification, massification, and atomization. In basically everything. Medical industry, religious institutions. As the technique starts to infiltrate them, basically, and it becomes dominant mode of expression, dominant mode.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely, my friend. And it says the existence of techniques in all other spheres forces him this choice. Even so, little by little, he is being stripped of any real power and reduced to the role of a figurehead, to the role of a technician. Right? A technician merely, a politician makes decisions in relation to the state. Right? A technician merely applies the best techniques. Right? And the results are already measured in advance before he applies those techniques, right?
Yeah, an
So there's
example
no
is
decision.
like
Yep.
an example is like, gathering data, making a model, and then saying, oh, these are the best subliminal cues to use in advertisements to get people to buy our product. You see, like that's the technique in practice, So they like construct that model based on gathered data, and they then try to like shape and mold to increase efficiency and so people can buy their shit or something. Yeah, I think so, right?
Exactly. It's automation of choice, as Lul says. So he says these techniques entail for him both the possibility and the obligation to devolve a political technique. This does not mean dictatorship. Right? Remember I was saying, right? He's going to compare communism to fascism, right? In this dialectical form, right? Says this does not mean dictatorship, right? Which is a provisional trial form. It means, as we shall see, an inevitable radical transformation of the political perspective. Radical transformation of the political perspective. Right? He says the Nazi dictatorship and Stalin's regime ought not to be completely completely identified. I've already stated that Lenin was the first man to create a political technique. For Lenin and Stalin understood this in a remarkable way. The politician was neither a theoretician nor a chief of state in a traditional sense, but a technician. A technician. Right, one that would apply the best methods of governance, right? That is the technician, right? The most efficient means. Right, not one who's trying to figure out the best decisions he can make in order to satisfy the needs. Yeah.
Is in a way, it is kind of like a very basic summary, but in a way, like what brings in the most clicks. You know, I mean, like the way Mr. Beast thinks. Like, I read Mr. Beast's PDF that was leaked. You know, that he gave other people, and it's pure technique. You know, what I mean, like it's just pure technique. Like all he cares about is the most efficient means to get clicks. You know, what I mean, like that's all he cares about. Like, but it could be connected to creepy figures too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, Lul's making me rethink what freedom means, says Akamos. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. He's made me rethink that for sure. You know, politician reduced to a mere technician. Fascinating results. And ideological roots as well as roots in terms of objective physical power. Right, the organization of governance. So he says Lenin's concept makes politics a technique like the others, but actually superior to them, since it basically is basically charged with coordinating the other spheres of activity. Political decisions are taken by virtue of technical motives. And it is this fact which differentiates this kind of politics both from the purely doctrinaire communism of the left and from older opportunism that makes its decisions on the basis of subjective motives, impressions, and reasonings bearing on the immediate situation and varying with circumstance.
Yeah, technique is not neutral. Yeah, it's not neutral. Yeah, basically it has kind of just after, you know, makes the means the ends, basically.
Yeah. And he says basically one of the ways in which technique functions is that it draws a dialectic between strategy and tactics. Right, so he notes here, he says, when Stalin modified a given organization or changed the content of a plan, he did so not under pressure of facts, but as a function of facts. By applying a precise technique, of course, it is possible to apply the technique badly. Certain errors may persist because the technique has not been fully developed. But the important thing is that the politician is forced to follow the line laid down by the technician. This is the tendency which has become classical in communism. According to the tendency, Marxism is not a doctrine but a method. Okay, so he's actually saying that Marxism staunchly differs from other political theories, right? Because it simply refuses to actually remain on the theoretical plane, right? It's truly Machiavellian in the sense that it does not look at the ideal of the state at all, right? It simply provides methodologies for governance, right? And this project actually started with democratic governance in general. right? Which obviously Marx and Engels and all those guys, they thought their form of governance is pretty much the conclusion of democratic institutions, right? In their pseudo-eschatology of progress. So, he says Marxism is not a doctrine, but a method of thought as well as of action. This political technique is not well understood and may not even be recognized, above all because its ends are not clear, he says. Ends are not clear. It is directed towards is it directed toward communism as a whole? Or must the distinction be made with Lenin between strategy, which is indeed directed toward communism, and tactics, representing the more specifically technical part, in which immediate political problems are resolved in relation to strategy? Tactical decisions are all made rationally to satisfy all possible technical data arising from all coordinative bureaus and organisms. The distinction between strategy and tactics enables us to understand the most sensational zigzags of party line. For example, the 1937 stand against the older communism, the 1940 pact with Nazism, the admission in 1943 of the church into communism, into the communist framework, the 1947 stand against quote-unquote formalism, the 1949 that of 1949, against the authors of the plan. These tactical changes can all be explained on the basis of technical reasons of great precision.
Hey, I just realized something. Moldbug is basically supporting the even more dominance of technique, right? Moldbug, because when I read him, it seems like he wants to make the technicians everything. He wants to make the technicians the feudal lords. Moldbug.
Yeah.
How about
it's like techno-feudalism, accelerationism. And then he tacitly supports some ideas from Kaczynski because he wants like localism. What they want is it's a combination of like this idea of open source, right? So they want to either take a new step in technological innovation, right? So they're debating what this could look like. And actually, Thiel and Moldbug, they've like shouted each other out or something like that, right? So it's pretty interesting stuff. But yeah. And obviously Moldbug is linked to Nick Land with the neo-reactionary movement. Right? So yeah, we've covered some of Moldbug's ideas as well. He's an interesting guy. Earlier in the shows. So yeah, he's pointing out some ideas about communism. Right, and how it applies different tactics to different circumstances. And these are not based on doctrine, but based on methods. So he says these tactical changes can all be explained on the basis of technical reasons of great precision. They do not represent arbitrary decisions of hard-pressed politicians. The growing influence of technicians was further emphasized in 1953 by selection of 5 technicians to be the 5 vice presidents of the Council of Ministers. The problem posed by Hitlerism was very different. Hitler was a politician who made his decisions without the advice of technicians. Right, so Hitler's idea was basically based on his sort of individualism. Right, and obviously his individual decision-making process. Right? So he says here, he says, right, he was a politician who made his decisions without the advice of technicians, and often despite their advice. Right, his decisions were motivated by subjective, internally generated impulses. This attitude was the more extraordinary in the Nazi apparatus. Appeared to be among those which had best understood and applied the fusion between state and technique. It utilized all techniques to the maximum possible degree, reducing them unconditionally to the service, with the exception of the borderline case of politics. Even so, it is not always correct to assume that politics intervened haphazardly. Very often, the firmest doctrines of Nazism had to yield to technical necessities. Thus, the Nazi propaganda technique twice resorted to actions which were publicly popular, but were at the same time completely contrary to Nazi doctrine. One such instance was the Great Propaganda Drive of 1935. At the time of the confirmation, quote-unquote, plebiscite, quote, "We are more democratic than the democracies," unquote. The plebiscite was intended to show that the Führer was a true incarnation of the people, and that consequently the Nazi regime was a real democracy, not an artificial one, as France's was. The second instance was the Great Propaganda Campaign in behalf of liberty. Quote, "We are defending the liberty of European man," unquote. These two themes widely used, but formerly opposed to the Hitler's doctrine, to the Hitler doctrine, sorry, arose from the technical necessities of propaganda. Right, so interesting, right? He's saying that although the Nazi political campaign incorporated propaganda techniques and even tried to make itself look democratic and like liberal or something like that, right?
It's like technique for public image, in the sense
Exactly.
that, yeah, technique for public image.
Yeah. So it's saying that no matter what these propaganda techniques propose, look at the source A, and B, they're a result of methods and political techniques. Okay. So it says these two themes widely used but formally opposed to the Hitler doctrine arose from the technical necessities of propaganda. It is also known that the financial technique of the Nazis often led them to act contrary to the doctrine. For example, in the case of the Jews, who were made honorary Aryans, quote unquote, or in the case of certain capitalists who became mainstays of the regime and were integrated into financial organism of the Third Reich. Oops. And of course, Ellul was very intimate with the issue at the time, right? Because the Nazis had invaded France, right? So he's noticing that certain Jews were incorporated into the Nazi regime because of their role as capitalists. He said, however, the personal political decisions of Hitler frequently did upset the techniques of the state. The conflict particularly keen between Hitler and the general staff, but also existed with Geheim Polize, Geheimpolizei. I have no idea how to pronounce that. I think our little German friend there, Hannah Montana, will have to help us with that. Geheim Polize, maybe. And with the organs of foreign trade, Hitler ordered the adoption of certain measures the technicians disapproved. And after the fall of Nazism, they blamed every difficulty and misfortune on these arbitrary decisions. In any case, it can certainly be said that the majority of Hitler's personal decisions were unfortunate, notably from the military point of view. It is clear that the future belongs not to Hitler's kind of political action, but to Stalin's. Right. And he means by that technique is going to be more and more in charge, right? The politician is going to be reduced to technician. It says some important political chieftains may still bypass these techniques, but their situation appears more and more precarious. Okay. So I think we've covered a significant amount of ground there. I think at least 4 hours. I talked on different issues, and then I allowed my friends to talk on different things here. And of course, there's a lot more where that came from. Right? Of course, we're going to be joining Unseen Warfare soon.
Yeah, what's
We also
interesting
have,
well, I don't want to comment too much because, but
oh
what's
no, go ahead, my
interesting,
friend.
what's
Please
interesting
take your
is that
time.
gaming the algorithm is like a new dimension to technique in the cyberspace, gaming the algorithm.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of which, we had a very unfortunate conversation with a few people on some internet panels. And they tried to misrepresent our views. It didn't go very well. Right? It didn't go very well. When they tried to do that. And as a result, we got lots of free promotion. We got 2.5 shows, right, that were reviewing material of us yesterday and our different interactions on people. Right, so we've done a little gaming of the algorithm, but not too much. We don't like to play the game too much because it's bad to feed the monster.
That one guy, he recommended a kind of tech. It's not really tech bro, but it's kind of shitty book. I wasn't really impressed by that book he recommended. I was like, what? The book he recommended just seemed, I don't know, it didn't seem that thorough or that sophisticated or something like
Right.
that. Yeah, ellul is very sophisticated. Like you can definitely say ellul is very sophisticated.
Right. If you guys want to go look at that 15-minute conversation, actually, there's a few shows available on that. I think OTW, Modern Men Lost Again, Orthodox Guy, NPC the Game, and different channels, right? So that's at least 4 channels that reviewed our interactions with different people. So you guys could go find it there, or you could go find it on the alternative channel, Cyber Caliphate. Right. But anyways, we'll be back with serious material, right, and not the nonsense drama LARP that goes on in these communities with these people that are obviously connected to some pretty nefarious people. And I don't know, man. They clearly appear to like come out of nowhere and then like sent into these internet communities to disrupt the flow of the conversations. But yeah, so there's a lot of corporate espionage. There's a lot of occult people taking secret oaths. There's people that are part of criminal organizations. There's people who are part of government organizations. There's people who went to Hollywood, did rituals and stuff, and they're blackmailed and framed. So there's lots of people that are compelled to be useful idiots for a cause.
Yeah, I found your channel from, like I mentioned before, from David Skrbina's website. It's screaming a common thing now because this is like the only time.
Is my channel mentioned on his website?
Yes, your channel is on his
Oh,
website.
whoops. Oh, that's pretty nice. Yeah, thank you to Dr. Skrbina. Blessings to. Yeah, we talk about him a lot on this channel. Obviously, this channel would not exist without Dr. Skrbina. So yeah, so blessings to Dr. Skrbina. Thank you for mentioning us.
Yeah, believe it or not, the way I found Skrbina was because, for 10 years or 15 years maybe, I've been contemplating the question of the mind, and I arrived at panpsychism and idealism. And then I saw that Skrbina had a very good book on panpsychism. I bought that. And then I saw, he had a good book on technology. I bought and read that too. I like Skrbina's writing style. It's very clear and concise.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very
Underrated.
Yeah, very underrated. Yeah, well, I know why he's underrated though.
Oh yeah,
why.
It's because of the publishing companies. Let's just put it that way, and all of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah. Let's just say Skrbina's not afraid to take political views and talk about his views on religion and politics, and he takes very extreme views on those things, right? But yeah, blessings to all the people, and yeah, so that's some of what we have. But yeah, let me read this. This little thing, and I'll read less of it today than I did last time. But it says, freedom is not static but dynamic, not a vested interest but a prize continually to be won. The moment man stops and resigns himself, he becomes subject to determinism. He is most enslaved when he thinks he is comfortably free. In the modern world, the most dangerous form of determinism is the technological phenomenon. It is not a question of getting rid of it, but by an act of freedom of transcending it. How is this to be done? I do not yet know.
That's a beautiful quote. Beautiful passage.
Yeah, this is from Jacques Ellul in the preface to the Technological Society. But yeah, blessings to all the people. And of course, I've read that quote many times. Right, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And you can't kill what you can't see. What most people pay attention to is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that are not even real. Right, they don't even exist. Right, they're images of not real things. Right, and this is a situation we find ourselves in, folks. Okay, so this has been The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on The Machine That Lies. And of course, we'll be back Thursday night, Friday night. Thursday night with possible music. We'll be back tomorrow with Unseen Warfare, hopefully, and maybe Traditional Culture Preservation Society. Right. And also, we have some shows that we'll be doing, right? As I said, at night music. On Friday, we'll be doing maybe a reading, special reading, right? Okay, we've been waiting to read some of the ideas from The Social Contract of Rousseau, some of the ideas from Mein Kampf by Small Mustache Man, right? Some of the views of the devil in Judaism that change over time, right? Some of the ideas in terms of Evola and Ride the Tiger and Nietzsche and his Beyond Good and Evil. Right, so maybe we got like a mix of those things. So that's coming up soon. We don't know when. Maybe Friday, maybe Monday, who knows? All right, but yeah, look out for that. Savitri. Actually, Skrbina published some of Savitri Devi.
Oh yeah, I actually have one of her books. I haven't read it yet, but I do plan to read it soon. She's an interesting figure. Yeah.
Yeah, he said somebody told him to publish some of Savitri Devi's work. I've looked into her work for sure. She's an interesting figure. Kali. But yeah, blessings to all the people.
Well, I hope you have a good night, TML. It was nice talking to you. I
Thank you,
learned a
my
lot.
friend.
Have a good night.
Yeah, and hopefully we find our friend Reddington at some point. So yeah, shout out to Reddington. Great appreciation to Avian Buddha. Excellent talks as always. Okay, very excellent time that I had with you guys. Okay, I do appreciate it. Right, here's some music for you guys. Blessings, okay? Okay, let me see if I can find some good music for you guys. Oh yeah, I love this song. Chico Hamilton, The Morning Side of Love. Right, let's check this out.
sure you wanna be with me? I've nothing to give, but lines say this loving's best. Will leave us in emotional pace. Take a walk, taste a rest. No, take a rest.
I seen you digging a hole in your neighborhood. You're crazy, but you're lazy. No need to live in a lean-to. Your troubles must be seen to. See through money like it's paper. With faces I remember. I drink on a daily basis. The way soda cools my temper. It never cools my temper.
Walking through the suburbs, they're not exactly lovers. You're a couple, especially when your body's double duplicate. And then you wait for the next Kuwait. Karma coma, Jamaica and Roma. Karma coma, Jamaica and Roma. Karma coma, Jamaica and Roma. Karma coma, Jamaica and Roma.
Take a walk, take a rest, taste the rest. You sure you wanna be with me? I've nothing to give. Now take a walk, take a rest, taste the rest. Now take a walk, take a rest, now taste the rest.
Don't wanna be on top of your list. And properly kissed. We overcome in 60 seconds with the strength we have together. But for now, emotional ties they stay severed. When there's trust to be treated, someone with funk will hear beats. Karma coma, Jamaica and Roma. Karma coma, Jamaica and Roma. Karma coma, Jamaica and Roma. Karma coma, Jamaica and Roma.
Class, settle down. I'd like to introduce you to your new teacher. His name is Mr. K. Mr. K, would you like to tell the class about yourself? I'm your new professor. I've improved the lesser message of your clueless testers. They've been removed, I am the new successor. The first assignment that I'll burst your mind with is to break the Earth's alignment. Find 6 different time zones and reverse the climate. Of course I'll time it within the glass where the sand particles pass. That's 10 books that you must read by the end of class. This is the only way to teach you right and make you see the light. And I forgot to mention, you have to read each one twice. No pens allowed in this assembly. Complex math and chemistry must instantly be committed to memory. And after you complete your 20 reads, focus your deep internal energy. Then learn to speak the language of the centipedes. No need to call you to the floor. What would you have to walk for? I brought a self-erasing, levitating chalkboard. Every lesson is taught in Mach 4. Even the clock stops to watch your body as it learns to flow through locked doors. Many fall from stress long before they acquiesce, cause it's hard to pass the test without cardiac arrest. Your brain use amount is tiny, 10% or less, but if someone reminds me, I'll help you access the other 90. We'll study making seconds momentless. I'll need a 5-page essay describing future inventions that don't exist. And after that, you'll have to try and top it. Hope your mind can process bringing in a real volcano as a science project. The more progression, the deeper the lessons. 90 multiple choice options on each of the questions. I'll teach you to build things without reading directions. My standard's so high that I'll punish you for reaching perfection. And once I broke the spell, all of you will learn to read unopened mail and bring a thing that can't be shown or told about the show and tell. Before we scratch the surface, I'll just test a person first, and every 30 seconds blur the whole semester's worth of work. The consequence for bad behavior is wrenching, sending you to detention in an evil, wicked dimension. And even though it's only minutes, the time seems like 1,000 ages. So many courses, the report cards are 1,000 pages. Each slide of history recited in its chronology. Unabridged dictionaries, every word's etymology. The Iliad and the Odyssey, you'll judge them with mockery. You'll even see the blue object that floats over the top of me. My classroom is an abnormal regime. Homework is rubbed into your forehead in the form of a cream. And no matter what you do, don't ever touch this bright folder. If you miss one day of class, I'll start your whole life over. Then at recess we play with gamma rays on average days. 10 millenniums of curriculum all on half a page. In every mind in here I'm linking them, which means you never have to raise your hands. You ask me questions by thinking them. Increments of time I'll wrinkle them and teach you how to carry galaxies in your book bags by shrinking them. You will see me as ugly, I don't need you to love me. Life or death pop quizzes on subjects that we didn't study. I'm sure you noticed several older people here in the class. They're students from my former school who haven't managed to pass. They've been with me since they were young, each class and each stage. Cause one of the courses that they kept failing was mastering age. You'll have to learn to see through people's minds like x-rays do. And if you somehow pass the class, I teach the next grade too. So with that said, my preamble is through. Pleasure to meet you. By the way, I'm Mr. K, your new second grade teacher.
At 16, child prodigy, math was specializing in complex analysis geometry. Earned a PhD in mathematics early, youngest professor ever hired by UC in Berkeley. A short-lived position. He resigned in 69 with no apologies, without an explanation given. Social anxiety multiplied silently, disconnected entirely from society. Built a cabin, became a survivalist. Rejected electricity and modern scientists. He cooked his dinner in the fire pit and watched the stars from afar where Orion sits. The wilderness where the lions live, primitive like the times of the giant pyramids the minds built. Then something causes mine to tilt. A course solidified successfully the very first time he killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? Exploding octopus, blockbuster in the six-finger hand. Will we drop a box and shock the populace with wishful plans? Initially ignored. Industrial society and its future, the manifesto for Kaczynski's war. Life is seclusion, Bibles and bruises, rifles and Uzis, devices reclusive, designed to confuse the FBI and throw them off plan, blowing off hands, blinding people first. Soon the results were even worse, became obsessed with teaching society a lesson, with homemade weapons to reach society's perception. The Washington Post and the Times finally printed his manuscript. That was the tipping point that notified his family with suspicion leading to his arrest. His brother recognized his writing style of mission and death. Ran up in his cabin and discovered undeniable proof of his guilt. 16 bombs, 23 injured and 3 killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go?
Yeah, how you doing, the freak?
What's going on, TML?
Yeah, blessings.
You too. So it's been an interesting couple of weeks, I guess, with Landry and all the drama going around and everything else lately, yeah?
Oh yeah. But I think I I pressed him, and I think I think it was fundamental that people see all the angles of that. Right? So I mean, I personally don't know why 3.5 shows are focused on one particular person. But they've also been obsessed with this dude, right? So there's a lot to be said for that, right?
What if Brown Boy is right?
Well, that's the thing is that, when he was sort of flailing on stage there at OTW, it was that thing that Brown's Boy posted, right? I just brought it up. He posted it right in the Discord, right? Brought it up on screen, blew that dude out of the water, right? Because he was there calling out all these people in private messages, but then having very friendly relations with them in public. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
It kind of speaks for itself there. But anybody who has eyes to see, ears to hear, it is what it is.
Yeah. And then I saw you over at Gen X Jeff, and you guys were talking and stuff, and I'm right there with you, man. So I hope things get better, and with your wife and everything else, and I'm definitely a big fan.
Yeah, thanks for that, DeFreak. Yeah, blessings. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. So anyway, I heard Dark Scribe up here earlier, doing his thing and everything, and it was pretty cool. Oh, yeah. Well, first, before I get into that, I want to say that, what is it, Avian Buddhist?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude is pretty cool, man. He's creative, he's, smart, and seems like just like a powerhouse in his own right. Like I like him as a guest.
Yeah, I agree. He's intelligent in ways I could possibly never comprehend. But yeah, definitely, I've enjoyed talking to him. As I have you, my friend.
Oh, thanks.
I greatly appreciate our correspondence. Yeah,
I'm blushing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, no, of course, dude. You've been a great contribution to the show. And the many times you've come on, and remarkable conversations. So yeah, dude, I appreciate you.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm glad I could, because you're definitely the GOAT in this space. Like the ins and outs. You put in the work. That's you put in the time and the work, and so like, to me, you're the smartest guy in the Panelverse. So that's all there is to it. Like if there was a cult thing going on, you would definitely be my leader.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother. But it's game recognized game, so takes an intelligent person to realize intelligence. All right.
So yeah, shout out to Avian Buddhist and Dark Scribe. He's a powerhouse all his own. But he was talking about like the meeting and the reason and why got this and why got that. It kind of like keeps him up at night or whatever. He didn't say it like that. I'm paraphrasing, but the Book of Melchizedek. I keep going back to this thing, but so many of the answers that, like those questions, so many of those answers are in this book. And so I was wondering if you wanted to maybe, start a review of it again or whatever, because it could
of course. Yeah, you could do your own show here, DeFreak.
All right.
Yeah, you just bring up the book of let me just say, okay, it's the DeFreak show. DeFreak presents the Book of Melchizedek on the Machine Lives. You're welcome to do that, my friend. Just as I've invited many others. Hank O'Flamio, he's made shows here. Ragamuffin Vision, he's made shows here, right? And I've given them direction to do their entire show. Today, Avian Buddha did a presentation. Very insightful presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah, of course.
So,
of course, you're welcome, my friend.
Now a bad time to start?
No, it's not.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, my
Well,
friend. Yeah, I'm just eating my
just shared
food.
the screen.
I'm
and,
preparing to fast for today. So yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
go ahead.
And this is about, this segment here, like the first chapter is only like 7 minutes. And it will describe like the creation of the universe and stuff like that, and Lucifer, right? And chapter 2 really starts getting meaty as to the whole issue and the problem of good and evil, and why it was actually kind of implemented into our reality, which is probably what Dark Scribe would really want to key in on, but we'll see how far we get. So let me go ahead and here we go.
The Book of Melchizedek, King of Righteousness. Part 1, read by Alexander Scourby. The secret knowledge given first from the temple of Lord to Melchizedek, the King of Peace, King of Heaven upon the earth, the great high priest after the order of the Son of God. Then from Melchizedek to Abraham, Melchizedek's authority as King of Salem, later Jerusalem, and priest of the God Most High. He spoke of God as both creator and deliverer. He was also King of Peace, righteousness and peace. Chapter 1, The History of the Universe. Before there was a star to shine, before there were angels singing, had a heaven, the home of the eternal, the only God. Perfect wisdom, love and glory, the eternal lived in eternity, before achieving his beautiful dream, the creation of the universe. The countless beings that comprise the creation were all conceived with great affection. Since the inner atom to gigantic galaxies, all deserved his supreme regard. Music lover, God conceived the universe as a great orchestra, under his rule, should vibrate harmonious chords of justice and peace. For every creature, he has composed a love song. The Lord was very happy because...
Real quick. So it talks at the beginning about being the creator and the deliverer, the Most High and everything. And I find that interesting because, you could create something, but you also have to maintain it or sustain it in order for it to persist into the future of linear time, right? You can't just neglect something and expect it to just take care of itself in a certain sense. So I find that interesting. And then also in this very first paragraph here of chapter 1, it talks about, the eternal having a dream or conceiving things. And, a lot of, that should really relate to us as humans, because we do dream and we have dreams and we have, other kind of dreams of say professional aspirations and dreams and goals and stuff like that. And we also conceive of things, and that is how we are a creative species, right? So I find all that very interesting. And then it says, of course, he's a music lover, and so he created everything in kind of a harmonious composition of a ballad or a opera or something in a production. So I find that interesting as well. Any thoughts?
Yeah, like David sung the Psalms, right? And then I think sound has a lot to do with creation as well, right? I think creation is like music, right? Like as Plato said, it's music of the spheres or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, fascinating. Yeah.
Very fascinating. Right, here we go.
Because his dreams were to be realized. Moving himself with majesty, began his work of creation. Your hands shaped primarily a world of light, and on it a mountain blazing over which would forever be executed the throne of the universe. The sacred mountain called Yahweh. From Zion, base of the throne, the Eternal did squirt a crystal clear river to represent the life of him would flow to all creatures. As the throne room created a beautiful paradise that stretched for hundreds of miles around the Mount Zion called the Paradise, Eden. South of heaven, on both banks of the river of life, were built many mansions adorned with precious stones, which were intended for the angels, the ministers of the kingdom of light. Circling Eden and angelic mansions, built a wall of Yahweh jasper lamp posts, along which could be seen large portals, pearls. With joy beheld the eternal capital dreamed. The city in its splendor was adorned like a bride ready to receive her husband. Affectionately called it the Great Architect, Jerusalem, City of Peace. God was to bring into existence the first rational creature. It would be a glorious angel, the most honorable of all, adorned by the brilliant...
Real quick. So, you know, we talk about like the differences between mankind and animals and, you know, all different sorts of things between like what separates us as what this book would call a rational being. And we see like the beings that are created in the heavens and the angels and stuff, those are called rational beings. And so I kind of like to reference that as a distinction between, say, veganism, right, and what we actually are in the eyes of God. Any thoughts?
Yeah, because you know, it's talking about rational beings, not in comparison to animals, as you said, but in angels. So when it said creation of the first rational being, I really thought I was going to say man. So it was a plot twist when it went to angels, right? For sure.
Oh, here we go.
Of peace. God was to bring into existence the first rational creature. It would be a glorious angel, the most honorable of all. Adorned by the brilliance of gemstones, this angel live on Mount Zion as the representative of the King of Kings before the universe. Much love, the Creator began to model the firstborn of the angels. All wisdom applied to form it, making it perfect. Tenderly granted him life, the beautiful angel, like that awaking from a deep sleep, opened his eyes and beheld the face of his Maker. With joy, the Eternal showed him the beauties of heaven, telling him of his plans, which were beginning to materialize. To be led to the place of his abode, to the throne, the Prince of the Angels was grateful, and with melodious voice sang his first song of praise. From the heights of Zion unraveled itself in the eyes of beautiful angel, Jerusalem in its vastness and splendor. The river of life, the serene glide through the city, resembled a broad avenue, mirroring the beauty of the Garden of Eden and the angelic mansions. Involving the firstborn of the angels with his robe of light, the Eternal began to speak to him of the principles that were to govern the universal kingdom. Physical and moral laws should be respected to the fullest extent of the divine government. Moral laws summarized in two principles: love God above all things and our neighbor Horn himself. Every rational creature should be a channel through which the Eternal could well have another life and light. Thus, the universe would grow in harmony, happiness, and peace. In the kingdom of Yahweh, the laws would not be enforced with rigor. The subjects were free. Obedience should arise spontaneously, in a gesture of appreciation and gratitude. In this realm of freedom,
Real quick. So this, I think this shows that you know, where the subjects were to be free, right? This is the proof of free will. Like all the different sects and all the different arguments and all the different theories and, you know, anything that you can think of in between the different religions or whatever. Like I think this pretty much shows that we are free agent, free-minded individual, able to make, you know, a choice between what is presented to us, right? And maybe I cut it off too early, but basically he says that without that, God says that without that, like really there's no point to it, right? Any thoughts?
Yeah, if you move one grain of sand, you change the world, right? So, you know, I think, you know, the issue with free will is like sort of the hyperdeterminism. You know, free will is too powerful, right? That it affects everyone else's decisions and all of that type of stuff. So yeah, yeah, it's like the butterfly effect, even.
Definitely, and we're going to see that here when Lucifer gets a little too curious for his own good.
Yeah, and by the way, I think there's only one timeline, so there's no multiverse thing. So I think God can intersect in the timeline. You know what I mean? Because God is all powerful. So yeah, I think this whole concept is, you know, because free will is a concept that's defined by God's liberty first and foremost. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. He can do whatever he wants as well. Absolutely. So
Right.
yeah, he's not locked in. He's not locked into anything. He can change everything, and we wouldn't even know it. And he wouldn't even, we wouldn't even know it. And if he, created us in the second version, right? But to me, when you talk about the multiverse thing or whatever, to me, if you look at like Revelation 21, 3, I think it is, it talks about like the tabernacle of God is with men. And so we are so very close to the God in terms of our position in the ultimate reality of eternity, that we are actually the nuanced witness and establishment of what is good and evil. So our testimonies are what are establishing the evil and good, and therefore it can be judged as good or evil. And that will kind of set precedent for the rest of eternal creation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a radical concept. It definitely makes sense.
Right,
it ties into some of the things I was saying in the first part of the show, for sure, about how that laws of nature are not fixed. The ideas of morality are evolving and changing and all this type of stuff. So fascinating insights.
Yeah, I would agree with that. All right, here we go.
Freedom, disobedience would also be possible. The result of such behavior would be the depletion of vital forces. After revealing the beautiful angel laws of his government, the Eternal entrusted him with a mission of great responsibility to be the protector of those laws, and should honor them, and reveals them to the universe about to be created. With hearts overflowing with love for Yahweh and similar fit, you would be a model of perfection, was Lucifer, the light bearer, the prince of angels, grateful for everything, prostrated himself before the loving king, promising him eternal fidelity. The Lord continued his work of creation, bringing into existence innumerable hosts of angels, the ministers of the kingdom of light. The holy city was populated by these creatures, radiant, happy, and grateful, united their voices in beautiful song of praise to the Creator. Yahweh now bring into existence the universe who, full of life, would be around his throne, signed his order, which thunder echoed by all parties, giving rise, as if by magic, countless galaxies, filled worlds and suns, havens of life and joy, all harmoniously turning around Mount Zion. When witnessing such a great achievement of the Supreme King, the angelic hosts fell down, echoing space illuminated by a song of triumph in salute to life. Whole universe joined this song of gratitude for the promise of eternal fidelity to the Creator. Guided by the Eternal, the angels came to know the riches of the universe. In this tour, Sidereal marveled before the vastness of the kingdom of light. By all parties met worlds inhabited by happy creatures who received them so precious as life, freedom of choice, through which the creatures could demonstrate their love for the Creator, demanded a test of loyalty. In order to reveal it, the Eternal led the hosts through the space illuminated by approaching an abyss of darkness that contrasted with the immense brightness of galaxies. By far, this gulf had proved insignificant in the eyes of angels as a blip without light, but the extent of their approach it was shown in its enormity. The Creator, who revealed to the angels every step of the mysteries of his kingdom, stood there silent, as if guarding a secret to himself. The darkness of that abyss consisted in testing the fidelity. Turning to the hosts, the Eternal solemnly said, "All the treasures of light will be open to your notice, unless the secrets hidden by darkness. You are free to serve me or not. Loving the light, you will be connected to the source of life." With these words did Yahweh separation between light and darkness, good and evil. The universe was free to choose his destiny.
Okay, so nice and quick little dig in there, and it's interesting because Genesis, if you read Genesis, the first part of it, there's so many gaps that are not satisfying to the reader, or to, at least for me, like the whole snake thing, the whole a lot of things, just a lot of things. And this book really fills in those gaps, and it talks about the pre-existence of man, which is not, something that is really written down in black and white. A lot of it has been speculated on, and a lot of that speculation is actually correct. It lines up with this book. But this is like the hardcore, kind of the, just like the title says, the history of the universe. And the fact that it was given from Melchizedek to Abraham is a quite significant also feature of this. And it's a Dead Sea Scroll. So, it's just, there's a lot of the wisdom of God in here. And it talks about how God feels, talks about his mind and how he thinks, and the reason for the fall and why there's good and evil. Like atheists always want to talk about, well, why are there starving kids here and there or whatever? Well, it tells you the reason why there's actually evil in the world and why we're playing this all out. So I just think it's a wonderful find, and I hope God bless everyone with the knowledge and keeps giving us more knowledge in those caves or wherever to know him, because ultimately that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I got a question for you.
Sure.
It may be a pretty long type of analysis, but maybe you could chew on it and also I don't mind if you provide whatever type of answer you like, but how do you think it relates to the ideas in the book of Hebrews?
I think
that's
it
probably
lines
the
up
popular
fine.
place, right? The popular mention that people would find, right?
Yeah, in terms of Melchizedek.
Right. The order of Melchizedek.
Right. It's fascinating. And I think it relates okay. I think I don't think there's any contradictions per se, because Melchizedek is a mysterious character in the Bible. First of all, he kind of just appears out of nowhere, and Abraham just kind of tithes him, and he's acting like the priest to God and whatnot. And so there's that kind of that intermediary between God and man, who is the Melchizedek creature. And it's also kind of shown here. And that's also kind of what is related in the book of Hebrews. And so also, I think once you get deeper into this book, it kind of basically says that Melchizedek and Jesus and Yahweh, they're all basically the same. But that's not the end of it. Like, there's other, we have the angel of the Lord, and we have some other things that represent God as himself, because you could say, yeah, we're all God, right? But God also has a representation of himself that could only be a certain cloth of like holiness and righteousness that only he could as himself represent with an agent. Okay. So I think it kind of correlates and lines up just fine with the book and with the knowledge that is in this as well. Hopefully that answers the question.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you for that answer.
No problem.
And yeah, I think Melchizedek relates to the idea of Hizr in the Quran. You know what I mean? I think there's like significant insights there.
Which one in the Quran?
Hither in the story of the cave. Surah Al-Kahf. There's a man that Moses meets.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh shoot. What is this? Yeah. There's a Dilkarnain, and there's what you said, but I can't. Hold on a second. I'm gonna look that up. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Khidr, hither. Right. So yeah.
Yeah. It very well could be. Very well could be. What is it? The certain knowledge that he had that Moses was impatient for, right? That's the character we're talking about.
Oh yes.
When you say hither or whatever, I'm thinking of a different like pronunciation of it, so I'm just gonna look up what it is that I know him by, because it's something else, and I just want to see how close it is in my version. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, well, you summoned this gentleman here, so
That's right. The summon chicken sauce.
What's so you're getting the heat yesterday in chat over at Tacos, huh?
Well, I mean, you can't expect much from the NASA lovers.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. They're basically going through a mass copium psychosis at this point. Like, you know, there's only so much denial that can be called denial at a certain point. It's just cope now. Like it's moved beyond. Oh, let's see here.
yeah, that direction doesn't tend to move in that many I mean, that conversation doesn't tend to move in that many directions. You know, if you know, it's
Yeah,
almost like
definitely.
watching the same episode over and over.
Yeah,
Well,
definitely.
I've often noticed they use the exact same tactics that they do for believers in God. Well, you can't show proof. I'm like, well, neither can you. Well, I got NASA. Well, I got a book. It's the same Ouroboros. It's just a back and forth, back and forth. You got no proof. I got all the proof. I got all the proof. You got no proof. I got, it's a back and forth.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a proof
definitely.
salad.
Let's see here. So, what did you think of that first chapter of the Book of Melchizedek there, Chickensaurus?
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't catch most of it.
Yeah, that's all right. So earlier you were talking with Avian Buddha, and talking about, some of the things that kind of perturb you about not knowing why God did this or why God did that. And when you were saying that, I was just thinking about this book and maybe if you wanted to kind of, go over it in commentary and review it and stuff like that. So we could go to the next chapter, which kind of goes into like a lot of those questions if we have time or whatever.
I mean, I'm here, so.
All right, let's do it.
Chapter 2. The long-cherished dream of the Creator becomes reality. Now, as a loving Father, creatures led by an eternity of peace and harmony. Because compliance with the laws of God, the universe was expanding into happiness and glory. There was a strong bond of love, which all strongly united. Rational beings, endowed with the capacity of an infinite development, found unspeakable pleasure in learning the inexhaustible treasures of divine wisdom and transmits them to like, whereas channels through which the source of eternal life harbored all love and light. In Jerusalem, the ministers of the kingdom gathered before the sovereign king, always ready to fulfill his purposes. Lucifer was through the eternal made manifest his designs. After receiving a new revelation, he promptly conveyed to the angelic hosts. These, in turn, shared with creation. In swift flying angels were heading for the planet's capital, where in large assemblies gathered representatives of other worlds. In many of these assemblies, Lucifer it was present, filling the participants of joy and admiration. Perfect in all virtues, he captivated with his sympathy. No other angel could reveal him as the mysteries of the eternal love. The universe, feeding the fountain of life, was expanding an eternity of perfect peace. Obedience to divine law was the foundation of all progress and happiness. While mindful of free will, never climbed to the heart of any creature's desire to move away from the Creator. So it was for a long time, until this problem erupted in the life of the one who was the closest of the eternal. Lucifer, who devoted his life to understanding the mysteries of light, he was gradually drawn to the darkness. The king of the universe, in whose eyes nothing can be hidden, sadly followed in his footsteps, descending the path that leads to death. At first, a little curiosity led Lucifer to approach that deep abyss. Contemplating it, he began to wonder why I cannot understand your conundrum. Returning to his place of honor beside the throne, bowed himself.
I'm sorry, they got a giggle. I like how they say conundrum.
Indeed. Any thoughts?
I mean, in a way, it's kind of scary because, I mean, I've heard bits and pieces of this, but, I mean, in a lot of ways, I feel this primordially in myself, so... You know, I think that speaks to how personal of a being both Satan and God can both be. You know, I think that's what a lot of people don't realize. You know, when God sits here and says that, you know, the devil seeks who he may devour, a lot of people don't realize, like, you know, he's as close to you as what God is. But I mean, of course, God is closer, but, you know, that's one of the reasons why I call myself inner darkness there for the longest time, because I mean, in reality, you can't sit here as a human being and just say that you're full of light and not accept your darkness. So, I mean, in a lot of ways, I don't want to say that Lucifer was a necessary evil, but in a lot of ways, I think Lucifer himself is too scared to admit that he's a lot more human than most humans nowadays. So, I mean, I would say if this is anywhere close to what Lucifer really felt, I mean, isn't that not how we all a little bit feel sometimes? I mean, when our parents constantly discipline us when we're kids, don't we constantly lash out and disobey, even though our parents may have complete and total legit good reasons for disciplining us, even if it's with a strong hand sometimes? I mean, it's usually in the best interest of the child. So, I mean, Lucifer is as much of a child of God as what we are. So, you know, I don't know. Can't continue.
Good stuff, man.
Your conundrum.
I didn't mean to do that.
Returning to his place of honor beside the throne.
So I find it interesting that, you know, basically he's the bearer of light. He's the one who's kind of like a christener, or how do you say, like, he legitimizes these quote unquote other worlds and their assemblies, right, by being there and by kind of like enforcing the law of God, which at this point, he, you know, it said is to love God and to love thy neighbor, essentially, right? So
Right.
that's one way we know that, like, this all kind of lines up with the biblical narrative. But then I guess after a long time, it says, you know, he was the bearer of light, you know, he's doing all this stuff, he's the representative of the king, blah blah blah. And, you know, I guess maybe he knew and found out all the mysteries of light, and like maybe there was just nothing else to learn. So the curiosity. So we hear the term the curiosity of the cat, right? You know, kills the cat or whatever.
Yeah.
And so literally the curiosity of the darkness is what hooked him in, and, you know, from there the evil was able to get into his mind, and then we'll see what happens.
Bowed himself to the divine king, beseeching him, Father, give me to know the secrets of darkness, like me reveals the light. Before the request of beautiful angel, the eternal expressive voice with sadness said, My son, you were raised to the light, that is life. Convinced that the Creator does not reveal the treasures of darkness, Lucifer decided to understand the puzzle by yourself. He thought himself able to do so. With this sad decision, the Prince of Angels allowed to arise in your heart a stain of sin that could bring a catastrophe to the universe. Only Yahweh knew what was in the heart of Lucifer. The angel who was created to be the bearer of light was divorced in thoughts of the beneficent Creator, who, in an effort to prevent the disaster, besought him to stay with him. A tremendous fight began to catch up in his heart. The desire to know the meaning of darkness was immense, however, pleading that loving Father, who also did not want to lose the tortured. Seeing the suffering caused his attitude to the Creator sometimes showed repentance, but returned to fall.
Real quick, it's interesting to me that he calls him, my son, talking about Lucifer. Of course, when we see him after the fall, he's called Satan, and he kind of, says he divorces him, I guess you could say. But the fact that, he calls him son just goes back to what you were saying there, Mr. Inner Darkness, Dark Scribe. And, the curiosity was enough to kind of hook him in, but then also the thirst for knowledge. And I think that's also kind of a human thing, the exploration of man and the exploration of seeking knowledge is just something that is probably going to be an eternal thing within us. Any thoughts?
I would agree. Well, I mean, one of the biggest things that they're pushing in a lot of, I mean, whether you want to call it satanic propaganda, but there's like the Sandman TV show that recently came out. They got Lucifer as a female in that show, which that doesn't really bother me. But, by the time you really sit down and watch that series beyond the TV slop that it is and actually look at it primordially, which I love using that word, it really does tell you that Lucifer really isn't this like ultimate evil creature who just like hates you and just wanted to see you suffer. Like he generally was his own being who just wanted to experience reality for himself without the constraints of being told what to do, which in reality is what each human really wants to do. In a sense, that's why I keep using the word primordially, because I think it's like it's just in our, if you want to use DNA, I guess it's human nature, as people would say. It's human nature to want to reach into the unknown. It's human nature to want to explore things that like they say, the fear of the unknown or whatever, I'll put it this way. If Lucifer, like I've done before, I have called Lucifer out before, like as if he was a real person, like when I talk to Jesus or when I talk to God. I have sat here before and I've, looked him in the eye, so to speak, and have said, I don't hate you. In fact, I actually feel pity for you. I actually understand you, because I can't imagine how hard it would be to be an angel. Look how hard it is to be a human. I can't imagine what it would be like to not only be one of the most beautiful of angels, but to be considered basically the top dog in heaven, other than the quote unquote Trinity. And, you're just forced to bend a knee down to your creator simply because he's your creator. And then your creator turns around and creates something like mankind and then sits here and tells you, as one of the very first created beings, that you have to now bow down and worship something made out of dirt. So, I do believe that the devil is as much as a person, not necessarily, with a soul like us, but I mean, obviously these entities are as much of a person as what we are. And I mean, can you really blame the dude? Can you really hate the guy? I mean, if any of us were put in Lucifer's position, would we really not feel the same way? Would you not want to have the ability to have your own free will to be able to make and forge your own path in existence? Well, I mean, in reality, I think what a lot of people are going to hate to hear is that God doesn't hate Satan. In fact, he loves him very much. And he still has given Lucifer many different times to change course. It's Lucifer who continues to stay on the course of not just human destruction, but his own destruction. So, I mean, did God love Lucifer enough to say that here's your own free will to go and do as you please, even though it's going to affect my entire creation? I mean, I guess that's when if you really truly understand God's love, then you would understand that not even the devil himself is hated by God, because God hates no one, right? Only thing he hates is the sin that we commit. So, God hates the sin, not the sinner. I mean, it's very personal.
I think part of that conundrum is answered later on in here about what you said, having the free will to affect the whole rest of creation, and why God allowed that. So, anything from you, TML?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just chewing on some bread there. But yeah, but the whole idea about you know, Lucifer and knowledge is pretty interesting. Now, I don't know if Rudolf Steiner read any of this, but he talks about this in his book on Ahriman, right? The Ahrimanic deception and the whole thing. He talks about the difference between Lucifer and Satan and all these different ideas. So, I mean,
well, I can agree with you. Know, it's sad that a lot of Christians don't know the difference between the devil and Antichrist. So yeah, it's pretty shocking when you go and you take a census among Christians and you go, what's the difference between Satan, Lucifer, you know, little horn, and then go and ask, what's the Antichrist? A lot of people don't realize that, you know, the Antichrist, while given the power of the devil, is a completely and separate entity all in itself. So
yeah, that's when I've heard that, you know, where there's an Antichrist that persists throughout time, there's also like a Melchizedek type of figure that persists throughout time.
Yes,
I mean, right? That's an opposition of the Antichrist. You mean?
Yep. There's always the opposite side of the coin, and and I guess that's kind of where Star Wars plays into the whole thing, or the whole idea of having to keep the balance, like they push in Constantine. You always got to keep that balance. If there's too much to one side, the balance is always out of whack. You know, if you want to believe that there's, you know, half demons and half angels walking among you, but
interesting. I just thought of a couple things. You know, like Star Wars, you start out at the movie Star Wars, and then Empire Strikes Back, and then Return of the Jedi, and then it goes like pre Luke, right? Back to like the beginning or whatever, and that's kind of like what the Bible here is doing, and then this scroll, right? So it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like that kind of a drama that's unfolding right before us, you know, via the
like,
creator of all things.
You mean like a space opera?
Like a space odyssey or something, you know? But as far as the Christians go and the lack of knowledge and differentiation and nuance, you know, of the religion itself, you know, I guess we have to blame first, I guess, the education system at a certain level, at a certain standpoint. You know, like it sucks at this point in the United States, in my opinion. Like it's nothing but an echo chamber in and itself, and it's failing pretty bad. But also the church itself is basically become a place of a social gathering and a social emotional experience instead of a spiritual and a knowledge experience. And that is that's evident when you talk to just a parrot repeating, pew writing, you know, indoctrinated Christian, unfortunately.
And shekel collection.
Yeah, that too.
But you know, that's one of the reasons why, like, my religion upbringing, like, you know, I was forced to sit and listen to, you know, them fat white old KFC looking, you know, Baptist type preachers. But in reality, a lot of my knowledge from the Bible came from sitting down and reading it myself, you know, in my darkest hours, in my deepest nights of pain and despair, and actually wanting to come to true understandings. I can tell you, man, a lot of the revelations that came to me was simply, it was like the psyoping goop that was poured on my brain for my entire existence, just slowly eroded. Every time I'd go to the Bible and I'd be like, okay, what is it that I'm not understanding? And that's the biggest problem that people don't understand about the Bible, is you don't have to understand everything in the Bible. Okay, so for you Christians out there and you preachers who's here and say that if you can't read the Bible back and forward to back, up and down, left and right, and you're going to burn in hell for it, y'all are some of the worst people out there. Because I'm telling you, dude, I know some people who are very illiterate who don't read that well, and they are some of the best Christians I've ever met in my life. So, you know, the word of God is definitely written on people's hearts. And, you know, for me, I guess it was a religious experience, but I think, you know, it's multiple factors that really keep people coming from the truth. There's a difference between someone like me and someone like who, you know, gets paid to get on YouTube and claim that they believe in Jesus and get in constant debates for hours on end claiming that they're defending Jesus Christ, but then turn around and say the wood is dead. So continue.
They say the word is dead? Is that what you said?
Oh, well, that too. I said the wood is dead.
The wood is dead. Okay, yeah. Yeah, interesting. Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
would agree with you that
I
there's
just I say that he said that because Jesus Christ was a carpenter, so hilarious that he would reference wood.
right. Yeah, kind of a bad analogy in my opinion, but anyway, I would definitely agree with you that you don't have to know this thing inside out, back and forth, up and down to be saved. That's not what I'm saying or anything. I'm just saying that the church is a pep talk. It's like a prep rally, preacher kind of a.
No, it definitely is. Just about every single
Nowadays,
church, every single church I've ever went to is full of nothing but hypocrites or homosexuals or people who, to be honest, like Kenneth Copeland said, getting in a tube with a bunch of demons. Yeah, I mean, I would say there's maybe 2 churches in my life where I've actually seen real, genuine people go inside to actually worship Jesus and not pass around a collection plate. So, but that's the biggest problem is are you going to find, people all my life told me you should become a preacher, but in reality, dude, people like me, you don't become bishops, you don't become exorcists like that. Like if you're genuinely usually in it, I mean, I guess it's a spiritual delusion. That's the only way I know how to describe it. I think most people are so so materialistically in tune into the world that, it's like they say about the dark magic stuff. The more that you believe in it, or like ghosts, the more that you believe in it, the more you'll experience it. So, I think the more that people deny that there is anything spiritual about their existence, the more that even if there is someone like a Christian, a lukewarm Christian. I mean, I guess you can call me lukewarm, but there are many people in churches and stuff who abuse their positions. So, I mean, does God allow a devil to enter a pasture to, use the church? So,
Yeah,
I mean,
there's kind of a lot there.
Humans will be humans, right? So, is it human nature or is it the devil?
Yeah. And I can't imagine what it's like to be in church leadership, either as a traveling preacher versus a pastor of a parish, and having those responsibilities. I'm sure it's a lot, but the thing is the social construct that the church has become now, it's about, making sure that the people are there, that's full, it's entertaining, and it gives them a prep talk, and they have a nice, thing to think about for getting ready for the next week of work, where they're grinding for the money and the rat race. And, we do it all again next week, and you have your social cohesion there and everything, which is a kind of, that's a good thing. But what we have is a lot of people because humans are human, they're getting kind of rejected from the social cohesion of that church per se, and then they blame God for it when it's actually they were, just amongst a bunch of rude men or whatever. So
a den of vipers, yeah,
going on there.
Is that why in a lot of movies when the rapture happens, you have all the people in the church say, "Why didn't he take me? I was good. I put $20 in the collection plate." Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the biggest problem, dude. And unfortunately, I mean, I guess you can say it's because, I mean, the churches have become institutionalized. I mean, I mean, you can say it's the devil or whatever, but I mean, the biggest thing about churches is usually the money. I mean, and these churches around here where there's a metropolitan near me, and they have a gay pastor with a husband, and I was kicked out of their church because I stood up and I was like, "Can you please explain to me how you're going to sit here and claim to believe and preach about the very book that says that what you're doing with your husband right now in front of us is okay?" And I mean, I think unfortunately now that the churches are like that, it's just going to get worse. Pretty soon, your local Baptist church will be having, invite your local Satanist over for brunch. So,
Dang. like Antoine LaVey's stuffed doll.
Well, I mean, I'm one of them people who believe in, what they put on the church signs, come as you are. God wants prostitutes and murderers and everyone to come to Christ. That I'm one of them kind of Christians, but I mean, it's
Leadership
not.
is a different thing.
The leadership is the biggest role. If the head of the church is corrupted, then a majority, if not all, of their church is going to be corrupted, even if they themselves are not corrupt people. I mean, you're just going to follow the crowd, unfortunately. I mean, I can't tell you how many churches I was in at Pentecostal churches, seeing people jump up and down, run up and down the halls, and they were all looking outside of the corner of their eyes to see if anyone was looking at them. So, I think in all honesty, a majority of humans really can't maybe cope, but don't realize that God's eyes, the man is always watching you. So he knows that when you're praising him because you truly want a connection with him, he knows that when you're praising him because you want your church goes to see who's doing the loudest hooping and hollering, or like people who pretend to speak in tongues. I'm going to tell you, it annoys me, and I want to call people out of it. And I'm not going to sit here and say that people can't speak tongues and speak some, ancient language that's dead to most people nowadays. But I can't tell you how many times I heard the exact same sounds come out of people's mouth that I hear in Hollywood movies of demons talking. So, again, it comes down to, if you look, I'm going to tell you right now, except for my Jesus Christ experience at 9 years old, I have not had a actual religious experience other than seeing that pair of eyeballs a few years ago, not long after my mom had died. And I was standing outside and I saw a pair of glowing eyes standing out in the woods, and I can tell you that I didn't hear nothing standing there. I would have heard the leaves moving from where it was standing. It would have had to have been taller than a fucking deer, and I can tell you it won't a bear, because no bears in my mountains are. I can tell you, I've lived here for a long time, never seen a fucking bear, never even seen a mountain lion. So whatever it was standing there. It didn't move whatsoever. And I was too terrified to move. I mean, people have seen the video that I've done where I had recorded it. So I mean,
What about maybe a drone?
No, it was definitely a creature, dude. That thing was standing there, and it had two greenish, yellowish, piercing eyes, as if it were a cat standing up on hind legs as tall as what I was, if not taller. So whatever it was, it definitely wasn't a normal creature, because there was absolutely no light in the backyard that should have been piercing its eyes for it to glow.
Yeah.
So again, I mean, for someone like me, I can just sit here and say, well, I've had an experience. So my faith is always going to be cemented that there is more to my reality than what anyone can ever explain to me. But I mean, you can't go to, I'm telling you, I've tried to do that with religious people who claim to believe in the exact same Jesus Christ as me, the same man who bled and died for my sins, who I have sat here and have cried and cried and cried, thinking that someone loved me enough that they would be whipped, spit on, probably had defecation thrown at them, food, pierced, and bled for my transgressions, even though people say, well, he shouldn't have done it in the first place, compared to someone who sits there and actually LARPs and claims that, goes into a church and has the complete control of a church, and then uses that to abuse people, sexually abuse people, steal their money out of their pockets. I mean, I can't tell you how many churches I go to, and the preacher is driving, a brand new fucking, $90,000 car, while all of his, churchgoers are riding in vehicles that look like they barely got, duct tape holding their bumper on. So, I mean, yeah. It's just, I think is it human nature? Human nature to just be, what's the word I'm looking for? Manipulative? I mean,
status seeking, perhaps.
Definitely status seeking. I mean, I can't tell you how many preachers I see who wear, very nice suits that, a preacher, someone like me, I would much rather show up in a sackcloth than, show up in a suit that looks so uncomfortable that, I have to adjust it 15 times before I've even started my lecture. So, it's all about the appearance, and it's all about making the outside look nice and neat, while the, corpse rubs like a mummy underneath. You've heard that song by that dude,
now
or whatever.
You're preaching, brother.
There you go. Now I'm preaching. But it's a hard thing, man. You know, it's hard to get people to realize that yes, you may be flesh and bone, but I mean, you got to be more than that. Look at your hands, you know. Look at the complexity of your reality and sit here and just think that, you know, this is all for random. And once you discard everything and just accept that you are what you are, I mean, that's the problem. They've gotten people in such a stalemate of believing in nothing that, you know, we're so distracted with everything that you can't even care about your own spiritualness. Who can sit here nowadays, really sit here and actually care whether or not their soul is going to end up in hell, when a majority of people is every single day their life revolves around, if they got children, got to take care of the children. If they don't have children, if they have a job, they have to work all day, every single day, just to put food on the table, just to keep a light on. You know, make sure the doctor bill's paid, make sure you can get your medications, make sure you can take your animal to the vet. I mean, you got 100 million subscriptions to pay, you know, your Netflix and chill. I mean, you're so distracted in this world that by the time you get to spiritualism, you probably don't care. And for someone like me who got to spiritualism at a very young age, not only did it terrify me, but I mean, it woke me up to a whole realm of things. And look, I don't get personal connection with God every day. I can't tell you how many times I go with a God with a middle finger and be like, dude, I really sometimes want to tell you to F off and leave me alone. But either A, it's because of what I've experienced, or B, I'm indoctrinated with Christianity now compared to being indoctrinated with NASAism. And, you know, am I right or wrong? I don't know. But, you know, I'm not a perfect human being. I do my best to strive to be like Christ every single day, even though I know I'll never be like Christ. I sin, you know, I lust after the flesh. I'm a liar. I'm a, you know, thief. I've probably committed every single sin. So, I mean, you know, I'm no better than the next person. It's just, you know, there's not many spots for people like me. I think really in general weren't meant for this plane of existence. People like me, I don't want to cause harm to other people. You know, I only deal with human beings because I'm forced to live on the planet with them. But I mean, you know, I guess that's one of the reasons why the Bible says that the meek will inherit the earth. So I guess save me a spot somewhere in the Bahamas. No, it's okay.
Yeah. So you've never spoken tongues or anything, have you?
No, sir. That's why I don't genuinely believe in people who claim they do, because when you go and ask them if they've had any religious experience, they've had nothing even close to a ghost encounter. So, you know, it's just, I'm a skeptic in a lot of things. You know, as someone who didn't believe in ghosts, I can tell you after seeing a UFO and witnessing, you know, attempted demonic possession, after I got older and remembered what happened to me and was able to sit down and analyze and actually go, what the fuck happened to me? I realized, you know, there's no going back from that thought process. And unfortunately, people like that usually doesn't function very well in society, because you're just navigating, if they're not real demons, you're just navigating against a bunch of fake demons. So
that don't realize that they are.
That don't realize they are. And I don't mean demons in the sense that, like, you know, you want to tear off my flesh and wear it like a Ed Gein suit.
Right.
But I mean, you know, in the
They'll
sense
stab you in the
that,
back in a second.
yeah, if it means that they get to open up the last can of air and breathe it before they suck it out. So, you know, it's just, I don't know, man.
I hear you, man.
It's a lot of people who have to come to their own conclusions and their own merits, and come to the fact that, do you really want to sit here and believe that you have a purpose, no matter whether you get cancer one day and you die at the age of 30, or, you know, you'll get to live to be 120 years old. Like the Lord says, I'll no longer let my spirit be man with. Good luck living past that. But, you know, I don't know, man. Life is a very complex thing.
Definitely. So, you know, going back to what your experience was and everything, my vision from God, it only happened one time. And I think that he does that on purpose, because if it was something that was like reoccurring over and over, like that would be by the non-believers, they would just call that schizophrenia and dismiss your testimony outright anyway. Not that they don't anyway, right? But they would actually have a cause to do that as some sort of mental impairment or mental illness or some chemical thing, this or that or whatever. But the fact that he only gave us, say, one vision from him or one experience from him is pretty, what I find pretty typical amongst, born again Christians.
I'll put it this way. I've had two experiences while being aware, while being alive and awake, knowing that I'm 100% conscious in the living world, not in Inception. I ain't no fucking Leonardo DiCaprio going into 3 states of sleep. But I can tell you for at least 15 years, I had very world-ending prophetic dreams of like satanic imagery, statues of Baphomet, things that if I really sat down and I put some of the things I've seen in my videos, like the gold skeletons and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that it's been shown in my dreams that the only way I can, people say it's years and years of soaking up indoctrination, but I can tell you some of the stuff I've seen in my dreams, the only thing it tells me is it's got to be a warning. So I will agree that yes, if one experience, two experiences, I don't consider the alien experience or the UFO experience really a religious experience. I think that guy was just putting in my face, really, like with the demonic possession, he was just putting in my face something that I was constantly questioning over and over again. And because in effect, I had a witness right there beside me who saw the exact same thing I did at the exact same time, then all it did was just confirm, hey, when it happens, don't you have no excuses here and say, well, they duped me, so yeah, I think overexposure to religious phenomena or whatever, stigmata, if you want to call it, it dilutes your authenticity. Like you said, they're going to call you cuckoo anyway, but these are people who believe that they, what's funny is, of course you came from primordial goop. It's called your daddy's jizz. But anyway, keep telling yourself you came from a pool of hot lava balls.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yep. I know this has been like, we've been going back and forth for a while in between the reading here, but you mentioned the church being institutionalized, and that is so true, because like you can go to, say, like the head pastor's computer, and usually what they are is they're logged into this network of churches of their particular sect or their particular brand of Christianity, whether it be Baptist or Unitarian or any of them. They're all they all hook into this network, and they all kind of have narratives, and they all kind of have downloads of what is kind of a top down, right? Kind of a top down institutionalized hierarchy that's going on, and that's probably not of course this is all God's plan, but like individual churches with their own individual parish and their own message, and like grassroots community, knowing this whole social cohesion and stuff like that. That is a time of the past, where it was probably a lot more intimate, and the knowledge and the learning was a lot more in depth. And now we get a lot of this, kind of icing on the cake type of Christianity, and the superficial, like who looks good, who's running up and down the hall, who's talking in fake tongues, So, and I just want to say, like, I've had that experience with my vision with God, and I've never spoken involuntarily in tongues, but I know that I know that I'm saved, and I know that I have seen, the Spirit, or have felt the Spirit and seen God. So just want to say that too. So also God says that unless there's an interpreter around, speaking in tongues is basically useless. So if you happen to speak in tongues and you don't interpret yourself, or there's someone there to interpret your tongues, like it's a show, and it's a show. It's a dog and pony show. It means nothing. Anyway, you got anything, TML? Otherwise, we should.
Yeah, I definitely remember that from Corinthians. We were talking about speaking in tongues, and how it could be misconstrued. I think it's 1 Corinthians 4 or something like that.
That also plays into the whole, it's better to pray in the privacy of your closet than to be seen in a congregation. And, that's where, me and Unseen bump heads. I'm not saying don't work for God's church here on earth and to aspire to build an actual God's church, to want to root out the evil, vile, cruel, disgusting den of vipers that we know that, like the Vatican is. But, I can tell you that Jesus Christ can be found anywhere, even in a jail cell, even when it's time to lay your head on that guillotine, which is why it says that, up until the hour of the beheading of Christians for their belief in Jesus Christ, that you won't probably even be able to speak, because the Holy Spirit is going to hold your tongue, and whatever message that you deliver to the people and the demons who are about to end your existence for your belief in Christ, basically whatever the Holy Ghost is going to utter from your mouth is going to tremble them in their little space boot. So, that's the biggest problem. Everyone wants to be seen. Even someone like me, look, I like when I get appreciation. I like when I get a little, pat on the back. Oh, you did a good LARP. Oh, you did a good job. But in reality, dude, that's not my biggest message. I really do care about people on a primordial level, even people who hate me, who make fun of me and call me names. I've had horrible things done to me by lots of people, and I have never gone out of my way to seek revenge. That's the kind of person I am. I don't like when I have to squash a bug, even when the fucking wildlife preserve people tell me that I need to do it because it's going to cause the trees to die. But, again, it's how do you live by God's standards? That's the only way. We can't. So, that's why he gave you a guidebook on how to act.
Lives, but even just to try and stay clear of everyone who wants to hurt you or take advantage of you now, like, this is definitely the devil's realm at this point. I don't think there's any denying that. Music break.
Technically, dude, it's always been his place. He told Jesus, these are, let me give you all these kingdoms. So, it's always been his place, I guess, ever since God sent him here, if that's the true LARP.
Well, that's true, but I'm saying that the unbelievers and their ill intentions are really spilling over onto people who are the righteous people who want to just not harm anyone else, that kind of thing. Like, they're flexing and they're not afraid to show it. That seems to be like what I'm experiencing anyway.
Well, dude, I guess that comes down to then, since we're Christians, are you the kind of Christian when the New World Order demon Gestapo men come rounding up everyone to take the mark of the beast, are you going to be one of them Christians who folds and takes the mark of the beast because it's convenient, because you don't want to lose your life? Or will you actually hold to the crown of life that Jesus Christ has promised you and willing to lay down your life like he did for you? And unfortunately, it just seems like even with most Christians, that promise, that true primordial promise of love isn't good enough for them, and they will fold and falter. Where someone like me, when that time comes, I'll gladly do it. This world has never really been nice to me. I got two nice things out of my existence. That's my wife and son. And maybe a few good friends along the way. But in reality, there's nothing about existence. While, drinking and eating is great and all, sex is great and all, being able to see, touch, taste, and feel, but, at a second's whim, you can lose some senses. So, you have to want to aspire to be more, which, I guess that's also kind of what the devil did. So, maybe there really is a devil in all of us. Maybe that's really the true purpose. If everything was created by God and God is in everything, then that means the devil was in us too, because he was created by the God. So, there you go. I guess that's why he says you can't serve two masters. You got to pick and choose. You can't serve one or the other. You can't hold to one and love the other. You can't hate one and love the other. So you got to pick and choose.
Yeah, I would definitely take the chop over the chip in terms of, the Gestapo Antichrist being, convenience versus, death, because I'm ready right now. I want Jesus right now, but, it's all in his timing. I've got a problem though. My audio is about to die, so I need to switch headphones. And so I think what I'll do is I'll mute and switch headphones and just let the book play real quick. Okay?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, man.
Before creating the universe, Yahweh had already foreseen the possibility of a rebellion. The risk of granting freedom to creatures was immense, but without this gift, life would be meaningless. The Lord did not want programmed to do only his will. He wanted obedience with a result of recognition and love. So I decided to take the big risk. Yet to continue the search of the meaning of darkness,
real quick, I think that's solidifies the free will statement that I was saying earlier. You know, without literally, what would God do with an NPC testimony? Like, it would be, you know, it would be fake. It would be a fake reality. It would be a fake anything, right? So the free will is important. So I just wanted to say that real quick. And my headphones are fixed, so here we go.
Lucifer did not intend to leave the light, strove to achieve a combination of these parts in the realm of eternal coexisted separately. Finally, with a feeling of elation, devised a deceptive theory that aimed to present the universe as a new system of government than the rule of the eternal, called his theory the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay, real quick. So he has the knowledge of all light and the mysteries of light, and now he's dabbling in the darkness, and you know, he's kind of gets sucked in with the curiosity of the cat, right? And he comes back with this theory of good and evil, and as an alternate plan to the governance of the universe, instead of everything being all good all the time, you know, hey, how about let's try this, and I find that that's probably one of the answers to your questions that you were talking about, avian Buddha earlier. Like, you know, you would question why God would do this or allow this or how or why. Well, right there should be one of your answers. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so you're applying this to the story of Noah?
No, I'm applying it to Dark Scribe and some of his questions to God about, like, you know, why certain things happen, or with, you know, the purpose of evil and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the discussion we were having about Noah and God, like, and how he talks about the creatures, and then he makes a covenant. First, he mourns the death of all the creatures because of the evils of man, right? And then he says that he's making a covenant with man between him and all the creatures of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So,
all right, here we go. I probably cut that off a little too soon, so.
Structured logic, the science of good and evil, has proved attractive to Lucifer, like unveiling a sense of life superior to that offered by the Creator, whose kingdom enabled only experimental knowledge of good. In the new system, there would be a balance between good and evil, between love and selfishness, between light and darkness. Throughout the time that had matured in his mind the knowledge of good and evil, Lucifer knew to keep secret from the universe, remained at his post of honor, fulfilling the function of the light-bearer, however. For much he tried to pretend his face no longer showed joy in serving the eternal. The divine king, who suffered in silence, looking through his revelations of love, rational creatures prepare for the big event approaching, knew that many would hearken to temptation, turning him back. The night of the ordeal would stand, however, the true believers, those who served the Creator not by interest, but by love. Seeing that the test time had come and that Lucifer was ready to betray him before the universe, the Eternal, who never ceased to reveal the treasures of his wisdom, became quiet and contemplative. The silence did revive the heart of the hosts of the memory of that first outing outer, when, after showing them the riches of the kingdom of light, Yahweh became silent before the abyss. Remember his words, All the treasures of light will be open to your notice, unless the secrets hidden by darkness. You are free to serve me or not. Loving the light, you will be connected to the source of life. Lucifer, who had come to covet the throne of Yahweh, asked him why his silence. The Creator, staring at him with infinite sadness, said, "The hour of darkness. You are free to achieve their purposes." Seeing that the moment for the propagation of his theory had arrived, summoned angels Lucifer for a special meeting. The hosts, eager to know the meaning of the silence of the Father, took their places along the magnificent angel who always had revealed the treasures of the kingdom of light. Lucifer began his speech extolling as usual the government of the Eternal. In a large retrospective, reminded them of the great revelations that enriched in whole eternity. The silent celestial presented it as an indication that the universe reached the fullness of knowledge from light. Silencing the eternal them opened the way for the understanding of mysteries not yet probed, hitherto kept beyond the limits of his government. Surprises, the hosts took the experience of Lucifer knowledge over darkness. With eloquence, he spoke to them the knowledge of good and evil, showing how the path of the greatest achievements. The effect of his words soon made itself felt throughout the universe. The question was decisive and explosive, generating first contention. Rational beings, in their evidence, they had to choose to stay only with the knowledge of light, which claimed to be Lucifer, reached its limits, or venture into the knowledge of good and evil. Earlier, the angels have struggled on the matter, and soon after, the entire universe challenged. Dire would be the knowledge of good and evil would garner most of the creatures. But gradually, many who initially became excited with theory awakened to the illusion of it, reaffirming their allegiance to the kingdom of light. At the end of that conflict, which dragged on for a long time, proved to be a third of the stars from the sky next to Lucifer, and the remaining still shaken by evidence that beside the eternal. The knowledge of good and evil was trumpeted by Lucifer as a new system of government. But how to exercise it if the eternal, still reigning in Zion, needed to find a way to push him away? The council, formed by the rebellious angels, passed on it, decided to finally ask him the throne for a certain time, which could demonstrate the excellence of the new system of government. If the universe were approved, the new system would be established forever, otherwise return the domain to the Creator. So it was that Lucifer, accompanied by his hosts, approached arrogant of his suffering father, asking him such a request. The Eternal was not ambitious, just wanted good to his creatures. If the knowledge of good and evil actually consisted in a greater good, if not oppose its implementation, giving the throne to his defenders.
Okay, real quick. So we see what's happened here is he's gotten the the knowledge of good and evil by parading around in the darkness for a while, a good while apparently, probably eternity's worth of time while this was going on, before mankind was even a thing. And so this theory of good and evil is presented as a kind of like the Star Wars reference, as a governance of the universe, as a way to implement, like, your state laws or whatever, your the governance of the way that people, like, generally behave or whatnot. So he submits to God basically this plan of good and evil as a new form of government within the universe, and thinks that, yeah, we could try it out. You could put it on, and then if it doesn't work out or whatever, we could take it back. And so ask God that, and that's what is going to spark the whole initiation of good and evil into our universe, essentially. So everything that we're experiencing in terms of evil and whatnot is all based on this butterfly effect, right? Of Lucifer's theory of good and evil. Any thoughts? All right, we'll continue.
But he knew that path would lead to unhappiness and death.
Yeah, I think our
Moved
friends
by
stepped
his
away there.
protective love,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying, I think our friend stepped away there, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you summoned him. You got a good,
yeah, that was good.
you know, taste
hopefully
of his
he's listening.
views. Yeah.
Oh,
I think
I'm here.
Yeah, he's out here. Yeah, but yeah, DK Spiracy's out here too.
Oh yeah, is he coming in?
Yeah.
This chapter's almost over, so, but you know, a lot of times, you know, the question why always comes up. Why are there starving kids? Why is, you know, cancer? All this, you know, this and that. Well, the thing is, once it was submitted to God as an alternative, and Lucifer was able to kind of propagandize this alternative, you know, it almost kind of forced God to allow it. And the reason, you know, is coming up, but basically, you know, if he wouldn't have allowed it as an alternative, he would have been called a tyrant, and he wouldn't be considered just, as, you know, he wouldn't be a just God, right?
Yes.
So I think it's very interesting, and I think it's very important, and it might even bring, you know, peace to some people, you know, in their mind. I know, this book has brought a lot of like the gaps of knowledge. It brought me to the awareness of what the heck actually happened and why are things this way, and, you know, not trying to fish around for answers to try and answer the question as to why I believe in God and Jesus Christ.
I can roll with that.
All right, here we go.
The Creator denied the request of the host's rebels, which turned away angry. They are denied the throne, Lucifer and his hosts, to accuse the divine king, claiming to be your government tyranny, claimed to be his stay on the throne, the clearest demonstration of his arbitrariness. They had granted them freedom of choice. For now, we neutralize it, preventing them from putting in place a system of government more. The charges of the host's rebels reverberated throughout the universe, making it appear that the government of the Eternal was unfair. This brought deep distress to those who remained faithful to the kingdom of light. Not knowing how to refute such accusations, these creatures, muted by the moral pain, longed for the time when new revelations coming from the Creator could clarify to them the mysteries of this great conflict. Accusations of blasphemy and host's rebels reached the climax when the Eternal, a surprising gesture, rose from his throne as it were ready to leave him. The infidels, in anticipation of an achievement, quieted down, while a sense of awe in the hearts of subjects penetrated light. He would deliver the domain of all creation, to deliver, if the vilest allegations. According to the logic from which Lucifer grounded their teachings, there was no alternative to the Creator. This tremendous expectation the universe followed in the footsteps of Yahweh. In a gesture of humility, the Creator divested himself of his crown and his royal robe, deposing them on the target throne. In his countenance there was an expression of resentment or anger, but of infinite love and sadness. Solemnly God proclaimed that the decisive moment had come when every creature should seal his decision to the side of light or darkness. A wide revelation warned of the consequences of a break with the source of life. With the look of tenderness, Creator contemplated their children. It was a look of humility, that full of love, begging them to stay at his side. Countless creatures, excited, corresponded to his kindly look, while a crowd stood crestfallen. Lucifer and his followers were aware of the seriousness of the moment. It was still possible to go back on their plans, indulging the repentant Heavenly Father who always loved them. While Downcast considered on the final decision, Lucifer and his followers heard the song of those who, in recognition and gratitude, placed themselves beside the Eternal. The last battle, fought in the hearts of the infidels, strained, come to think, contemplating his rebellious children, raised his voice a painful lament. My children, my children. Now I cannot call them that. Wanted so much to have them in my arms. I remember when I graduated with care. You appeared happy and perfect in chord of hope in eternal harmony. I lived for you, covering them with glory and power. You were my joy. Why have their hearts changed so much? What else could I have done to make them stay with me? Now my soul bleeds in pain for eternal separation. How will look at the empty seats where so often raised their voices in jubilant hosannas festive, without me coming to mind a mix of happiness and pain? as infinite longing invades my being, and I know it will be eternal. Today, my heart broke and broke up will bear the scars forever. After proclaiming in tears as painful mourning, the Eternal, addressing himself to Lucifer, the cause of all evil, said, "You got a name of honor to be created. Now no longer call Lucifer, but Satan, the enemy, the creator, and his laws." After lamenting the destruction of the rebel armies, the Eternal in slow steps went into the Garden of Eden, a place of universal throne. Where would now be his dwelling place? The hosts of the faithful accompanied his reverent steps, mysterious abandonment, unveiling a future that seemed difficult, suffering, and humiliation. Rebels occupy the divine throne, desecrating it as the dominion of sin. This quest tortured the heart of the eternal subjects. Leaving his beloved city, the Eternal himself led light amid the glories of the universe toward the great gulf about which hitherto silenced. If Ali was arrested once again, muted while seemed to read in the darkness of a future big fights. Before suffering the Eternal expressed in the sadness of his countenance, the faithful could finally understand the meaning of that mysterious abyss, consisted of a symbolic representation of the kingdom of rebellion. In saddened face of Yahweh manifested finally a glow that the faithful cheered. Raising his powerful arms against the darkness, commanded loudly, "Let there be light." Immediately, the light of his presence filled the deep abyss, and triumphing over darkness, revealed an unfinished world covered by crystal-clear waters. With this gesture, the Eternal began a great battle by claiming his government light. Battle of love against selfishness, justice against injustice, humility against pride, freedom against slavery, life against death. Battle without truce would last until the dawn desired the divine king could return victorious to the holy hill of Zion, where, enthroned amid the praises of the redeemed, reign forever in perfect peace. The darkness in his escape pointed to the final annihilation of the rebellion. Abundant waters covering that world, hitherto hidden, symbolized eternal life to the faithful that would be conquered by love that sacrifices everything. The world was revealed to earth. Visited by the darkness and the light, it would be the scene of the great struggle. Rejoiced the faithful before the triumph of light that first day, when darkness rolled in his fury on the planet, succumbing to it in thick darkness. The light, which seemed unsuccessful, reborn victorious in a beautiful dawn. At dawn, the light of the second day, the Eternal commanded, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide between water and water." Immediately, the warmth of his light made immense amount of steam to rise from the waters, enveloping the planet in a blanket of transparency indigo. Thus emerged the atmosphere, with its perfect blend of gases that would be essential to life that soon would crown the planet. The Creator, contemplating expansion, called it heaven. The atmosphere, full of glow, enveloped the earth, shadowed up to befall the twilight of another evening. Chapter 3.
There we go. That's setting the scene for the creation of Adam and Eve, and there's more drama, forthcoming.
Yeah, interesting that this doesn't get as much attention as the Book of Enoch, right?
See, I want, unfortunately, it's because I had shit playing over everything else, and so I just muted myself so it didn't interrupt everything. But I'm sort of trying to bring it back to the previous passage.
Yeah.
And because it brought up something that I'd been talking about just earlier today. I can't even remember which channel or chat or anything that I was on when this came up. And it was about how in the Bible, and believe me, I don't like organized religions, so I try and use what they say to prove points, because then they can't dispute them. So that's what makes it interesting. So if in the Bible they say that Lucifer, is it Lucifer, Satan? I can't remember which name they give it in which particular Bible, that is given dominion over the earth. Would that not therefore mean that earth is hell? And here's the interesting bit. Would our job not be trying to find the right way to get out?
No, that's why people call it Paradise Lost.
No, but would your life's goal, if you realized you were living on hell, would your life's goal not be trying to get out of hell when you died? Would you want to have to come back and do this shit again?
Good questions. I think
serious. I'm serious. But
yeah.
and here's where it goes further. I have no idea which religion is the right one.
Well, I would have to stop you there, DK, because it's heaven to some and hell to others. So I don't get your point. It's heaven to some and hell to others. Other people get to live life every single day like it's heaven, while others live in hell. So it's not hell for everyone.
Hey, what I'm saying is, when you die, are you coming back and doing this again, or did you do the right thing and move on? And which thing is the right thing? Because everyone's telling you different about which is the right thing. See, so if you pick the wrong thing,
so is it karma?
If you pick the wrong thing, does that mean you do this again? Like, isn't if there's only one way out of hell, if this is Christian based, and this is hell run by Lucifer, and to get out of here, you have to follow Jesus and that one path. What if there's not the one path, and you come back and do it again? Who's to say which is the right path? Like, which religion should we follow for it to be the right path for us to be able to move on without having to reincarnate and live through this travesty that is obviously decomposing as it goes? Remember,
Here on that one.
There will come a time when the dead will inhabit the earth or something. Please, someone elaborate on that one. I can't remember.
No, it's the meek will inherit the earth. Those who are easily imposed upon.
Something about the dead.
That is a lie. That is nowhere in the Bible. You're thinking about in Dawn of the Dead, where the guy says, "When there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth." There's nowhere in the Bible does it say that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. I think it's in Greek or some shit mythology one. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the whole premise. It's the whole premise that too many people go to hell, and once the gates of hell are too full, that the evil and the dead will be able to walk among us. But they say the same thing about Halloween. So
it's all right. Your whole religion is based on pagan holidays.
That's right. Put up that Christmas tree with them pretty Christmas lights.
And you do realize the birth and death of Christ are inverted, which is a standard satanic thing.
That's right. That's why Santa Claus comes down my chimney and breaks into my house and eats my cookies.
Satan.
Uh-oh. Satan Claus. Uh-oh. I don't know, DK. I think none of us really know, and we're all grasping for straws while we're here.
Dude, I do the best I can, and I stream 24/7 on DLife. I am actually restreaming this on my channel at the moment as well.
Well, maybe you will be the conversion. Maybe your convergence.
I'm so shadow banned everywhere. I'm doing my best. I'm so shadow banned, it's not funny though. But I really am trying. I've been trying for years. I've been trying for shit. Since the start of 21. Like February 21. Yeah, since after everyone that I was modding for, everyone I watched, they got banned for streaming January 6th shit. It was just after that I started streaming because there was no one else that was online that was doing it anymore. Because they all got banned for streaming January 6th. So
What
I
were you
started
talking about?
so I started streaming all the truth shit. Not shitting you. That is
That's not-
actually how I started streaming.
My video got removed from YouTube because I was able to take over 100 different gifts that connect elites to pedophile rings and different companies and different symbols. And but what's the point, DK? You can do it all day long.
Hey, dude, do you know Memory Hold?
No.
Like the Wayback site?
No. Have you heard of it's a person. Have you heard of Memory Hold? He was
That's
involved with
no.
not Pizzagate, Pedo Wood, I think ones with Mouthy Buddha.
I've heard the term, but I don't think I.
Dude, if you no, these are people's names. If you're saying you're involved in this and you're like drawing a blank and don't know these people's names, it's like I'm calling you out now.
I've never heard someone called Memory Hole before.
Memory Hold. Okay, look him up right now. Memory Hold. Capital H on hold, one word. Memory Hold. I think he's up to. Oh, fuck. I'll go find the link because I'm sub to him still. Holy shit! I think I'm mod on his YouTube channel.
It seems like you're far away from the mic. Like I'm having a hard time hearing you a little bit.
Me?
Yeah.
No, it's just because it's probably because I had my hand in front of it because I'm on a laptop, and I just yell at my microphone. So when I'm using the mouse, my hand is in front of it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can hear you. It's just it seems a little, but that's fine. But I could try and answer some of those questions that you had at the beginning there, as best I can, if you want.
All right, let's go through those while I'm looking for. Are
Yeah.
you on? Are you on Telegram?
I am, but like I don't really like that platform so much. So I don't really. I mean, I barely log into it like maybe twice a year or something.
Dude, I just about live on there. I got banned from almost everywhere else, and had to live on Telegram and Discord for a year. Like I'm not kidding you. I'm about to get interviewed. I'm about to get interviewed on. Well, your Friday night, my Saturday. I'm about to get interviewed.
By who?
Alcohol Anonymous.
Roger Hansen.
Cool.
He's
What are you
been
going to talk
on
about?
plenty of he's been on plenty of like actual like syndicated radio shows and stuff through America and through his producer. I think they even made it as far as Australia. I don't think they came to New Zealand, which is where I am. I don't think they got here. But yeah, I think he did say they hit a channel in Australia.
Congratulations.
That's pretty cool. So going back to the problem of evil or hell, this being the hell realm. Well, just going back on the book of Melchizedek, there like this is a place where good and evil exist at the same time, and life and death also exist at the same time. So this whole governance of good and evil as a political governance of the universe is being kind of tried and tested here. And also I would say that it said that Lucifer had fully learned the knowledge of light, which seems kind of impossible for someone like me to believe, because God seems to be always doing new things. But so when he ventured into the darkness, it was a kind of a quest for that knowledge. But then when the time came to submit the governance of good and evil as the forever eternal governance, God said, into the darkness let there be light. And slowly but surely the light is, going to take over this darkness, and it's going to be purged out of all of eternity.
Amen.
Amen. So going back to which religion, well, one thing I'll say is, like, we know that we have the scripture, right? We know that Jesus was actually walking the earth, that he was here. The geography lines up, the history lines up, the prophecy lines up, and those are all good testimonies versus any of the other gods, quote unquote gods or religions, that don't even bother to show up. That's all I have.
There is an actual TV show which I started streaming, and unfortunately it had nudity in it, and I got warnings for it, because that's the only thing D-Live doesn't let you stream. You're not allowed to stream nudity unless, like, you X-tag yourself, and that's it. It's like, X-rated type shit. And I forgot that it had nudity in it. I remembered one bit, so yeah, I'm definitely skipping past that scene. And there were others that I forgot about. But this show is called American Gods. I would love all of you, and the thing is, even the first episode isn't enough, because you still don't even understand what's going on. But I would love every one of you to watch the first episode of American Gods. If you can find, I'll get you a link, actually. Holy shit, I'm not kidding you. I'll get you a link for American Gods. Oh yeah, no, cool. I'm a mod on there, so I can do that. Cool.
Is it about, like, religious stuff or political stuff, or both?
Not religious. Fully religious, all gods, and I mean all denominations of gods through history, including new ones like the worship of the web and technocracy and shit. This is actually fucking unbelievable. Like, super, super fucking crazy. I'm truly not kidding you, this is mental.
No, I'm sure it's fascinating, but, like, I'll go back again. We have the scripture. We know that Egypt and Israel existed. We know that.
That's in it too.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, my point is basically, the God of Abraham, the God of Israel, is the only God that actually has bothered to manifest himself, or attempt to manifest himself in the earth. And of course, he did manifest himself through Jesus Christ. But, like, say, Mount Sinai or other miraculous events throughout that early biblical history, and I don't think that there's any other, like, Thor or who are the other ones?
What are you on about? That all those gods manifested themselves many, many times through history. What are you talking
in the earth,
about?
like, actually in the earth, and not.
They actually don't know. What are you actually talking about?
I'm talking about actually showing up on top of a mountain.
Those gods manifested themselves many times.
Okay, like, where at, and, like, where's the evidence? Is there any physical evidence?
Where at? Like, so when Thor got cast out of Olympus and cast down to Earth, what are you talking about?
All right, like,
all right.
Is there any footprints?
There goes everything you just said
But
by
but
saying
DK, but
there is one
DK,
other.
but DK, but DK. As a
Nobody just
Christian,
said there's
I can
none.
just say, but as a Christian, I can just say, well, that was a lie created by the devil to psyop a generation a long time ago to believe in other gods. So, as a Christian,
I mean,
I just assume that all
everyone can try
religions
and be
are
a
a lie to
dickhead
keep me
about anything
distracted.
they want.
So,
Hey, everyone can try and be a dickhead about everything they want, can't they?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess.
I mean, have I ever lied about anything? I've never.
I
I've
can't make that
always said.
accusation.
I've always said.
I'm not God.
I've always said, if you prove me wrong, I learned something. I'll admit it, and I learned something. I'm actually one of the few open-minded people around who isn't like, no, every damn thing I say is right.
But see, that's the problem, DK. As a Christian, you don't need proof that Jesus Christ walked the earth.
See, if you're just closed-minded,
No,
you're
you
not
don't walk by
open-minded.
sight. You walk by faith. So
You've got it around the wrong way.
yeah. Sure.
You've got it
Okay.
around the wrong way.
You got to see to
All right,
believe,
hold
DK.
on.
Right? You got to see to believe.
Hold
Yeah.
on. So tell me, what's more open-minded than believing in the Son of God, Jesus Christ, and that he was resurrected and paid for our sins? I mean, that is like the most unbelievable thing that an open-minded person would consider.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I've definitely considered that. But the thing is, I'm so open-minded, I've considered all the other possibilities as well.
Okay.
Which unfortunately you haven't. And you're fixated on your one fabricated belief system that has been altered and edited so many times that you just believe the lie you're fed if you believe
Wow.
any current version
Imagine
of the
telling
Bible.
people who've had religious or personal spiritual experiences that it's indoctrination and
That
institutions.
definitely happens. It's nothing to do with believing a Bible or
Well,
going to church.
how dare you throw accusations at people by saying that their faith in Christ is through indoctrination or institution? Well, I mean, that's exactly what it sounds like. But
Yeah, no,
okay.
actually, I did say that. Yeah. I did say that, but yeah, no, I'll admit I said that. Yes.
Well, just know, DK, my faith doesn't come because some preacher threw a Bible at me. It's because I experienced it firsthand.
It came because you're indoctrinated since childhood.
That's right. There you go. That's right. Even though I wasn't in church when I was born, even though I wasn't in church until 9 years old, you're an idiot. You're just a drunk who yells and screams and calls people Jew cunts.
That only happens sometimes.
I love you, brother.
No one's actually had to put me in the position where I've had to do that. See, I'm not getting angry. No one's trying to be a dickhead tonight, are they? This is a reasonable conversation. See, I was born with a Catholic mother and an atheist father.
Uh-oh. Perfect combination. Like oil and water.
Wait, so my mum's taking me and my brother, and my brother was only 14 months younger than me. So we were both getting taken to church up to, I don't even know what age, but it was really young. Apparently, I would not sit still. Apparently, she couldn't, like I didn't want to sit there in church.
No.
Yeah.
What kid doesn't? I've never seen a kid that wants to sit in church.
I know, no, but apparently my brother was okay.
But you can go sit in a schoolhouse for 8 to 9 hours.
Oh no! Holy shit! No, I'm that guy that kid in high school who was sent out of almost every class, but still passed every subject.
You're a diamond in the rough.
Yeah, near photographic memory thing. So all I had to do was go and read like the textbook the night before an exam. And as I sweet as, I'm good for tomorrow.
You say you get a photographic memory.
Near, I said.
Oh, well, remember my profile picture. Because it's going to come see you in your sleep.
No, I'm not shitting you. I said near. Like I'm really not kidding you. Yeah, near photographic memory. It's what got me through fucking everything. So this is why I can piece different things together, because I can remember things that I read or saw like years ago, and piece it together with stuff that's going on now.
Amazing. I call that putting together the puzzle.
Hey, do you want a new breaking story, which I've been saying for years, but is actually being announced as a thing right now?
Go ahead, shock me, DK. Shock me with it.
Okay. Hang on, give me a sec. Where's this? I'm actually going to put my fucking camera on for this one. I'm not
real
shitting
quick
you.
while you're doing that, if I could.
No, I'm not.
Well, hold on. I just got something real quick. You talk about dickheads or whatever. Like, we could actually literally say that Jesus Christ walked the earth, that he was he took a piss in the ground and actually walked the earth, right? Whereas Thor or who are those other ones? Like Vishnu or I don't know.
Loki. Any of the gods.
I forget. Like they like may have stories of being around or floating on like UFOs, but there's no like history of them like being on Earth interacting with the proletariat, and doing stuff like so. That's the difference, I think, is the evidence of the manifestation of in the earth of our one true God. Go ahead.
Holy crap. Yeah, no, what I was going to say has nothing to do with religion at all. But glad you got that off your chest. Okay, what I'm going to talk about is, oh, that's right, I was going to put my screen on, my camera on. What I'm going to, shit, my hat looks funny. Looks like it's sitting up too high. It's really weird with this camera angle.
Redhead Jesus.
No, brother. But, what I'm going to talk about is something that is just starting to be announced by the WEF, and it's something I've been talking about for years, like since I found out about it. And it's from someone else's stuff that he'd been doing about this subject for a lot longer. The WEF. Can I share screen? I haven't actually shared screen from StreamYard before. Can I share screen?
Yeah.
Can I share screen? Whoever's in control of this stream, TML. TML. I won't try yet then. I'll just try and explain what it is. So basically the WEF is shifting its focus from climate change to the water. And in case people don't realize, about every decade, they should focus on what the problem is. There's been a hole in the ozone layer. There's global warming, global cooling, acid rain. Like, no, serious, I'm not shitting you. If you actually look back,
when I was a little kid, Al Gore was complaining about the ozone layer. What's your point? Yeah, we should have all been cooked by radiation by now, allegedly, but yet we're still here.
I live in New Zealand. I should have been fucking fried, brother. Because the hole was over the South Pole. New Zealand should have been cooked to fuck. Yeah.
Redhead Jesus.
But anyway, so now they're saying that that climate change isn't working, and they've had trouble getting everyone to take vaccinations. So they're going to move on to the water. Herein, and this is going to scare everyone. Like, you're getting one of the biggest scoops anywhere. I think I've said this on about 3 channels so far, so this might be the 4th time I've said this. This is a major thing that you really need to start putting out there. So now they're going to shift from climate change to water. And suddenly there's toxic shrimp. Toxic shrimp that are radioactive being taken off shelves in Walmart. Now, do you want to know why? Look, I'm not shitting you. I could do a whole show on this one subject myself. Okay, there's a whistleblower who was working as a janitor or whatever down in Antarctica, and he came out and said they've got a weapon that causes earthquakes. They accidentally hit Christchurch twice. By the way, that's where I live. I moved here after the second earthquake to try and help with the recovery. I used to live a bit further north. I came down here to try and help people rebuild and shit. And for work. I'm not a dickhead. I wasn't purely fucking selfless. But I came down here to try and help everyone rebuild here. Yeah, I'm not going to fucking try and make myself out to be a saint. But I did offer to help some people for free and shit. They shout me some beer, I'll fucking come back and fix that later. Because their insurance wouldn't pay for something or other. So fucking shout me some beer, I'll come and fix that. That one's easy. You know, I did things like that. Yeah, fucking
Hey, you know what toxic shrimp really is? Snafu.
Hey, but you know what? But you know what? Yeah. See, the whistleblower said they accidentally hit Christchurch twice before they got it right. We had an earthquake right after Christchurch's second earthquake.
Yeah, but I mean, earthquake machines are pretty common knowledge for those who know about it.
Come on. If you can't tell me where it was, you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do, because Grand Theft Auto 5 has an entire mission centered around stealing an earthquake machine that causes earthquake. And then in the exact same video game, they said that there's the Illuminati with a shadow government who has the clearance to operate on foreign and national soil without constraints. What's your point? You're a little slow to the LARP, DK.
Right, no. You are missing everything I'm saying.
No, we know that there's earthquake devices and that they're manipulating weather and messing with water. People have known about this for years. They were doing that with Fukushima, and no one cared when the dolphins were being cooked. No, you just yell and scream. Yeah, that's why the dolphins were being cooked, right? They're pulling irradiated shrimp off the shells, but there was cooking dolphins when Fukushima happened. But it's new. It's new. It's breaking news.
Hold on. Explain? As I said, I fucking know what I'm talking about, cunt. Do you want me to explain?
What are you talking about?
You just jumped in. It's like, yeah, if you've got questions, sweet. But don't just jump in and tell me I'm wrong.
I never said you were.
Well, then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm saying that, yeah, most people know about earthquake machines. What's your point?
Sorry. Shut up.
Hold on a second. I think we can agree that there's always been a conspiracy narrative.
Hey, shut up. So where do you actually think they were aiming for? See, this is the question
I don't get paid for this.
No. This is the question no one asked. Where do you think they were aiming for if Christchurch was an accident?
Well, I mean, I'm going to assume, like with heart, it's not perfect science. So, I mean, do you really think these people can pinpoint it directly? I mean, come on.
Okay, we're talking 2011, early 2011. Christchurch, the second one, was February 2011.
Well, I don't know, DK. What's close to it? Is there any major population centers? Is there any military or strategic, places for them to have hit? You got to give me some, information here to work with.
Worse. Like worse.
Worse as
in truly worse. Yep. As in probably one of the worst places an earthquake could have hit. Yep.
How many people are there?
I know the island is about the size of New Zealand, but the population is a lot larger.
Okay, so like maybe 100,000 people?
Dickhead. New Zealand's got like fucking 5 mil.
I mean, I'm talking about
back then, sorry. This is 2011. Say 4.3 mil. And this has got this has got probably, I don't know, 5, maybe 10, somewhere in there. Between 5 and 10 times that.
Okay, so what about the town of Christchurch?
I think the population at the moment's around, I don't actually keep up with statistics. I'm pretty shit. I'm just going to be guessing. 250 to 300,000.
Okay, so that's pretty big.
Yeah, and I hate cities. Like, honestly, I hate cities. This is the biggest city I've ever lived in, and I didn't like it. I moved here to help after the fucking earthquakes. Man, yeah.
So what you're saying is that there was a intentional earthquake done in a certain place, but it happened to fall into a different place on accident.
Well, they were testing their weapon, and they hit Christchurch twice. Like Christchurch got hit in September of 2010, and then February of 2011. And seeing as you're not guessing, then Japan, the Fukushima disaster, happened in March. So no one asks what was the actual target. I have not heard one person ever, other than me, I'm not shitting you, like even in comments and shit that I've seen. I mean, I'm sure other people have, but I haven't seen it. I have not seen anyone else ask, so what were they actually aiming for?
Okay, well, I guess let me ask this question. I mean, but what leads you to believe that it was an earthquake, a targeted earthquake, though? Because I mean, it says that only 185 people died. I mean, that's not really a lot. I mean,
and how do you miss twice?
Hey, shush, child. Let me explain. As I said, I could make a whole show just about this topic. See, what it circles back to now is the fact that if that earthquake generator did happen, if this is correct, I mean, this ties in too well and confounds even me. Okay, so if this did happen and they hit us twice by accident, their third target was the actual target, and there was the earthquake off the coast of Japan, which is the one that created the tsunami. which is the one that hit the Fukushima nuclear power plant, which most people think only had two nuclear reactors, whereas it actually had 4. The information that I found.
Okay, DK. Okay, I'm on the page with you now.
Hey, stop. The information I found can no longer be found on the internet. I'm not shitting you. The guy's name is this is a stupid name, I know, but the nuclear proctologist, and he was doing it from about 2012, 13. Like, he was actually doing it from way back then. I found this shit like a long time ago.
The nuclear proctologist.
And the next time I went to try and look for it online, it had been put behind a paywall. And now if I go look for it, it's not even there. But I'm not fucking lying.
Look, according to Google, shut up, DK, shut up. It's for the audience. Anyway, according to Google, between Christchurch and Fukushima, there's the Pacific Ocean, several countries between Christchurch, which is New Zealand, and Fukushima, Japan, including Australia, Papua New Guinea, and the Philippines. The direct flight path also crosses vast stretches. So, I mean, I still don't get your point, DK. I haven't seen anything to lead that there's a tactical advantage anywhere near any of these places. I mean, I'm not even getting any major military bases.
Actually, there is, but
I'm LARPing. I'm LARPing the freak. I want to see if he knows.
Dude, hang on. You haven't let me tie any of this in together to what I'm saying yet. You just keep interrupting along the way about each of the individual little things that have been leading towards this.
Well, according to the experts, there's no relation.
No. And I know most people don't know this, but there was 4 nuclear reactors at Fukushima, not just 2. One of them, do not ask me how this happened. This is witness reports. I cannot qualify this bit as being true. But they fucked up because they actually stored the depleted uranium at the tops of the buildings above each of the reactors. So when this shit happened, it also reacted with the depleted uranium as well. Okay, so 2 of them had normal nuclear reactor meltdowns. One, and I swear, this is from shit I read, and I can't remember if there was a video testimony, but it was a written testimony. I swear that he said it just defied physics. It just just imploded, disappeared, and took 2/3 of the building with it. Just gone. The fourth one,
tragedy.
That one's fucked up enough. The 4th one's the problem. See, they built the nuclear reactor over an underwater river because in case there was a nuclear meltdown, they thought the reactors would drop into the river and their river would cool it down. It hasn't. There's a reactor in an underwater river under Fukushima that has been spewing radiation into the Pacific Ocean for 14 years.
Yes, and according to statistics, no one has died. No one has died from any of the radiation from Fukushima.
Wait. Hang on. This is where it gets to the next part. So this is why the WEF is now changing their focus from climate change to the water. This one is real and is getting worse. Because if they can't shut down that fucking reactor, that is constantly pumping radiation into the water. They're going to ban you from eating all seafood. They're going to ban you from going into the water. Do you not actually understand everything that they're doing?
No,
I've been
actually,
saying that, no, as I said, this whole thing ties together. You are
I'm sure it
arguing
does.
with all the little bits that I said. When the
Hey,
whole
DK.
thing actually ties together, bro.
Real quick,
Holy
one thing.
shit,
Did
man.
you know that here in America, like Red Lobster for 2 years has had to cancel its what do you call it, the King Crab Fest or whatever, because there's no king crabs no more.
Did you know that McDonald's has had lawsuits for having human meat in their fucking food?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
no.
we knew that. Rebel Finkelstein already told us that.
Oh, dude, I did a show about that on Rumble. I played that 1 hour interview. I played that as a show, and I just kept pausing and talking about everything I knew about shit. That 1 hour interview, I turned into a 4-hour show.
Congratulations.
I know, I'm awesome.
Well,
Thank you.
you know what geoengineering is? You've heard of that, like where the chemtrails and the, all that stuff. I mean, there's always going to be some sort of conspiracy, fear narrative. But I think now they're actually becoming real. Like they're not just playing anymore and like making up pseudoscience. So like we see the effects of this climate engineering and the Fujisaki. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but that was truly one of the most devastating human events that's like happened, and it still is polluting the Pacific. And who knows what's going to happen, because all that radiation is going to get into everything eventually. It's terrible.
Yeah.
That's right. Man's ambition and greed will be the destruction.
People don't realize it's already destroyed
All for them shekels.
everything along the northern Pacific. And everything that feeds on the fish or sea life in the northern Pacific, so that carries on into the fucking land. I'm actually wondering if this could be part of the reason that you're getting the rabbits, deer, and everything else, squirrels and shit, with all these deformations. It could be because of being in proximity to that fucking toxic water. As I said, this is what I've been talking about for years. This isn't something that...
And congratulations, The Simpsons told me that there was going to be a three-eyed fish because of radiation, and then they put it in the Simpsons movie. So,
honestly, do you know what they actually did put into Simpsons? This is actually in the movie. That one bit too many, and then it pollutes the whole thing. So they got to put a dome on it. You know
what else they put in the movie? They also put in the movie that the NSA spies on everyone. But
dude, do you know what they're going to put a dome on? They're going to put a dome on us, and it'll be access to the ocean. We won't be allowed near
The sky
ocean.
is falling. The sky is falling.
No, this is what the government's going to do, you dumbass.
Chicken sauce.
Dude, I am the source, and I did fucking check it. You can't.
Oh, you're
find
definitely
it.
a big-headed, tiny-armed T-Rex.
The last time I looked him up, the last time I looked up the guy, because I've been speaking about it quite a few times recently. The last time I looked him up, and it's called the nuclear proctologist. The last time I looked him up, it said that he was being charged with threatening death on 2 scientists because of their reports on the safety of the Fukushima plant. So he's still speaking out about it, and he's facing charges over speaking out about it. But he went too far. He didn't say, like, publicly saying you want to kill someone is stupid. Then again, they could just be trying to fuck with him. Especially seeing as now they're trying to actually use it as the real excuse. And this one will be harder to debunk, because I actually believe this is a real thing, and I've been speaking about it for years. So now that it's too late, this is their new scare tactic on the world. Like, they've allowed this to happen for 14 years before they even start saying it's a thing, start removing food from shelves. Climate change ran out. What are we doing next? Oh, that's right. The Fukushima plant's our backup plan. Let's do the toxic fucking water thing. And if you don't believe me, I actually have shit about that saved on Telegram.
No, I agree. I think the very long LARP of you drive too many cars and run too much air conditioners isn't exactly exaggerated or exaggerated, however the hell you say the word. It hasn't, expedited the process, I think, or the change that they really wanted. That's why, they sit here and put in your movies, for the last 20 or 30 years that, your polar ice caps are going to melt and raise, most of the water above, sea level, and, all major cities are going to be underwater. So
Can you speak on anything I just said now that I finally finished?
because the point is
Because
so what?
You argued while I was speaking.
How are you gonna stop the Fukushima radiation? Are you gonna go over there and stop the radiation? Are you gonna pull the elephant's foot out of the ocean's ass? No, you're not.
Really?
So I mean,
have you got anything to say about what I said? You are arguing with me constantly all the way.
no, DK. We heard about this like 15 years ago when it happened, and it's still happening. So I don't get. I mean, it's just another part of the LARP.
No.
So.
I said you are arguing with me. Now that I've finished, have you got anything to argue with?
Do I have anything to argue about irradiated shrimp? No. What's your point?
Hey, exactly that.
That just means I'm not going to eat shrimp. So what is that going to stop them from irradiating the shrimp? Yes, I'm annoying because I don't stop the irradiated shrimp. Yeah. More complaining but not doing. That's all I'm hearing.
You are annoying. That is what you're hearing.
Yeah, I'm annoying. Yeah, whatever. Your point is?
See, once I finished, you couldn't argue with me.
There's just nothing to argue about. So what? So what? It's irradiated water. Are you going to stop it? Are you going to create a device that can help people siphon out the radiation? No. So, I mean, we're all going to be swimming in irradiated water. Or they can just put the irradiated water up into your, atmosphere, and it rains down on you like rain, and you get it anyway. But what's your point?
Hey,
you better get that umbrella.
Hey, shut up! The best thing to do is to try and contain the fucking the reactor, so it doesn't keep spreading more.
Okay, well, you get right on that, DK. Let's get it done.
What you need to do. Like,
so how do we get it done? So how are you going to get it done, DK?
Fucking fix the whole ocean on the planet. No.
Why not? Why not? Elon Musk can go to Mars. Elon Musk can go to another planet, but we can't save the one we live on. Well, damn.
Exactly. Oh, by the way, he can't go to Mars.
Yeah, sure he can. All he's got to do is open a Stargate portal.
Actually, that's more believable than a fucking spaceship.
Yeah, I have to actually agree with that.
Like, I'm not shitting you. I hadn't thought about that. That is actually more believable than a fucking space rocket to Mars. But here's something that'll really screw with your head.
Good luck with that.
Oh, this will work. On a flat Earth, the sun and the moon are supposed to be under the firmament, correct?
Yes.
So theoretically, you could actually travel to the moon or the sun.
Well, that's why David Bowie put Skeleton on the Moon in his last music video before he died of cancer, allegedly.
Hey, it's just a stupid thought that I had. I like fucking with globers and flat earthers. To be honest, it's easier to disprove globe earth than it is to disprove flat earth. But I don't think either of them are quite right, and I don't know what is.
I will agree. I think Flat Earth is a psyop, yes.
No. Flat Earth is closer to true than globe. I just don't know what the truth actually is.
I mean, I agree, but Flat Earth is still a psyop because it's not completely flat, but yeah.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
What is this flat?
No, it's not. It's
What
not
is
completely
this flat?
Hey, DK, go put some water on a countertop and watch it run off. It's not completely flat.
That means your countertop isn't.
I think the Bible describes it perfectly well, like a stamp underneath wax clay. You know how you take a ring and you push down the wax and it turns into like a little bowl. You know, that makes more sense to me. Bowl of water than a flat surface. So I don't know. Do you believe? Do you think there's an ice wall, guys? I don't.
I believe there's an ice wall, and shit.
Is that why they're melting it?
And I wish I could show and prove why. Do you know of the European clocks, where there's like a large circle, and the smaller circle inside that is the clock?
Yes, I've seen them.
Right. So think of those as a cog. The larger cog is our reality. The smaller cog is our reality. The larger cog is what is actually out there. So it depends on whether they go to the leading edge of the cog and they say, it's melting. Or they go to the trailing edge and they go, it's expanding. The circle is slowly moving around. And the moon is a picture of our planet. At least however many years ago when it happened. The moon is actually a picture. So if you look at the moon and then like invert it because it's in mirror, look at it. It's like we are. When you are like, if you don't invert it, we're like the top right corner. But once you've inverted it, we're the bottom right corner. And the thing is moving anti-clockwise. Dude, I watched like I already believed this anyway. Like, I'm not kidding you. This is already what I thought it was. This is why there's ice ages and everything else. This rotation around the whole outside cog of where the sun and moon are is based on the magnetic North Pole that keeps moving. And it moves in a circle. And we move like that circle moves around it and keeps going around. But it's a 26,000 year cycle. So it's not quick. So that's why they keep coming across things that didn't get away quick enough last time. See like the kids' movie Ice Age. Like I didn't realize it could be that real, but it really could be. If you're not at the front edge that's in the sun that's moving forward, if you're caught in that back edge where the ice is coming and shit and it's freezing up, you really could be getting screwed over. And this explains extraterrestrials, because extraterrestrial means, I know everyone says extra land, yeah, other land. It could be underground, it could be one of these other continents that the moon says are out there. Like once it got all frozen, they could have been lucky enough to have enough technology that kept their civilization alive. They could have ultramagnetic shit. They could be the ones with the fucking UFOs and shit. I don't know. I like having crazy theories. That's what keeping an open mind is all about. How about you? Sorry, that's right. You're stuck to a book. Did he just
I did. There you go, DK. That's right. I'm just a little goyim slap.
Well, don't be.
Yeah.
No, serious. Don't be. Like, what the fuck? But I
I'm
need
not
to go
sure.
grab another
I'm
beer.
not sure.
Hey,
I'm not sure what that has to do with rejecting Elon Musk's butt chip, but yeah.
I reject all his shit as well. So I agree with that. Don't worry. But I need to grab another beer. Back in a second. But yeah, so don't talk bad about me while I'm away. Wait till I get back. Abuse me on my phone. It's much more fun that way. Oh, you got nothing else to talk about other than abusing me. Holy shit. Just being
Abusing you.
silent.
That's hilarious. Me abuse you? That's funny. Well, there you go. There you have it, folks. Earthquake weapons and irradiated shrimp. Now, what's the solution? And how many people are going to subscribe to actually doing it? Get your Red Lobster $9.99 irradiated shrimp special. Buy one irradiated platter, get a second one free. Go to McDonald's and eat your human Big Macs. No wonder when you go to Taco Bell, you're always ending up on the toilets because it's fucking grinded human meat. No wonder they say it's a grade above dog food. It's the devil's LARP and we're all in it, I guess. Flat Earth is a LARP, dude.
Yeah, all right. I brought this show back because the freak wanted to do this whole presentation thing. So I think I'll cut this off here at this point. I do have a recording to show. So, I mean, I ended the show like 3 hours ago or something. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here.
I'm back now. I said I was going for a piss. Oh no, I said I was grabbing a beer. I went for a beer and went for a piss.
Yeah, you guys start something.
My toilet and fridge are downstairs. Holy shit.
Yeah, you got to start something on your own, guys. I gotta shut this down. I'm definitely falling asleep here.
Hey, DK. So you say that it was a mistake or a miss of the earthquake weapons from New Zealand to, Japan, which is quite a long distance, very long distance. It's quite a big miss. Hold on. Wow.
TML just said he's shutting down. If you want to carry on, shit. Let me grab my Discord link.
It's cool, the freak. You can finish your thought.
Can you just give me a couple of seconds, please, TML?
Yeah, I got you, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just post my link and shit so people can jump on my channel for people who don't know me and whatever.
Yeah, cool.
And this will be on D Live, so there's even less censorship. Just so you know, I'd be nice on YouTube.
Yeah, the freak knows your channel for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's for everyone. That's for everyone, and it's already open, I think.
What time is it there?
10:47. So I give it an hour and a half or so because I've got work tomorrow. But I don't have to start till 10, so maybe 2 hours.
Well, I just wanted to put out there, like, the mistake of the earthquake at Christchurch being, the real target was in Japan or whatever. That's like a huge miss. And for it to happen twice in the same spot is, the probability is really low. But the fact that the place is called Christchurch and kind of the hamster wheel hold on. The hamster wheel to try to connect it to that nuclear plant in Japan, like, isn't that just a denial of Jesus Christ and what he says about the earthquakes and everything else?
One more? There's one more that's even crazier, and this is another thing that I think I was the only person who noticed. I don't know if anyone else has said it since. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. I don't know. Pearl Jam came and played in Christchurch. They have a song called Tremor Christ, right? Pearl Jam came and played in Christchurch in 2009. It was pretty close to
wait a second.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, at the end of the song, Tremor Christ, the very last line, he said, Tremor Christchurch. And the earthquake was like a year later.
I thought that was a Pearl Jam song.
I said it was a Pearl Jam song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they played live in Christchurch, and that's what he said at the end of that song.
So, if you go by the Occam's razor or whatever that, theory is, the simplest or the easiest solution or answer is usually what it is. Like, why couldn't that be, instead of some earthquake generating machine, like literally something that is waking up the people or trying to be a sign of Jesus Christ happening at Christchurch? And, we know there's going to be earthquakes and places that are going to be the start of birth pains.
Hey, it could be. But
there you
someone
go.
said, dude, I've seen the machine that does this.
So do you want to pray right now?
So does that mean you don't believe in HARP? You don't believe in chemtrails? You don't believe in anything else.
No, I
because
believe
it's
that
only
stuff.
supposed to be. And if you actually think it's Jesus that is creating earthquakes and shit,
I mean,
you don't
he
even
said
know
it.
your own religion.
He said it in Matthew 28, right?
No.
Or, I'm sorry, Matthew 24.
No.
But you're talking about like
Jesus
9,000 miles
Son.
away.
God does it. No, see, you're ignorant of your own shit.
Well, how far away is it?
God does it, not Jesus. Jesus was who he put here to try and teach everyone. God is the one who does it all. You're just ignorant.
Well, God
And
glorified Christ.
to be honest, I'm of the belief that Jesus was one of many prophets. And all that happened is every time the belief got twisted and thwarted by evil men who turned it into a religion. I believe every prophet was sent by God, and fuckwits just fucked with it.
All right, what's the distinction?
That's
between
why
all
you
of
have
them?
religion.
Is there, do you not recognize there's a distinction between Christ and all the other prophets?
No.
You don't. Like, do you believe Jesus was sent?
There's all shit that people can point out that's fake and true, and all of them. I'm not going to go through it.
All right, do you believe that he was sinless?
I'm not kidding you. It is that simple. There's enough people that have pointed out Christ is true, Christ is fake. Muhammad's true, Muhammad's fake. There's that. Right. There's shit about all of them.
Do you believe he was sinless?
If everything that was is said about Jesus was true,
do you believe he was sinless?
That's pretty fucking awesome. But then again, I have been visited myself.
All right, Redhead Jesus. Do you believe he was sinless?
Do I believe he was sinless? No.
That's a problem.
No. He died because he committed sin. And that was Mary Magdalene.
Oh my goodness.
See the shit that I think is edited out, even in most versions of it. See, Mary Magdalene was a prostitute that he took in and saved. And I do believe they lay together. And that's where the story of the last scion comes from. Is the fact that either Jesus had a son or his parents had other siblings. But see, that doesn't work.
See, but that is actually the reason why Muhammad was sent.
See, it doesn't work.
No, I'm telling you.
His parents had other siblings. That wasn't a touched by God thing, was it?
Right.
So
by the man
had
Joseph.
to sire children for there to be such a thing.
But you're talking about the Christ having lineage with Mary Magdalene, and there's a oh shoot, I lost audio.
There is some movie that goes on. Oh shit, it might be. Is it actually National Treasure 2 or some shit? Fuck. I hope it's not too cheesy or Hollywood.
Yeah, so let's give our closing thoughts, as I said. No.
All right,
go ahead, guys.
Everyone who knows me knows where to find me. I posted my link somewhere. I posted in the YouTube chat as well. Anyway, love yous all. Much love, no fear.
Am I here?
Yeah, you're there.
All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I'll just say goodbye. I don't like long, drawn out goodbye, so I'll just drop down. Great show. Love you.
Of course. You're always welcome,
fun.
my friend.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. Blessings. Okay, let's go back to this sort of replay that I had lined up here. So there's like little musical breaks in this, so I'll try to skip them the best I can. So yeah. So we'll figure that out together, my friends. Blessings. Yeah, of course, DeFreak. I appreciate you. Yeah, we went a little overboard there with the show. It is what it is. Lots of material today to consider. Obviously, the first 6 hours of material. We did end up taking a look at ellul and technological society, right? But we had Avian Buddha on. Bunch of different discussions we had. We obviously had the homie on, right? Our friendly neighborhood LARP crusader. So I appreciate him. I appreciate the Freak. I appreciate Hannah Montana. I appreciate ESP. I appreciate all you guys. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, try not to go over 12 hours. Yeah, thanks to Freak. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. That's why I gotta like gauge these times in these replays. But yeah. Anyways, enjoy this replay. A key event, right? Solidifying different correspondences we have. And surprisingly, a very memorable moment with Henko Flamio. Right, so yeah. So I know we have our differences recently, but you know, helps me see that there's something more there that brought us together. You know, blessings to all the people. Right? And blessings to the homie Hank. Anyways.
Has infiltrated the media, the way that the wealthy have controlled the masses through propaganda. People buy things not because they want things, because they've been conditioned to buy things. It's insane. And you know, here's what gives me hope. Boy, I can understand there's always been war in the past, but from what my life has allowed me to discover, what God has allowed me to find, there are so many amazing men and women alive today. You know, they're not as well known. They're not out there for the fame and the profits, but they're really sharing wisdom. And so there's a spiritual revival, there's a spiritual awakening that's happening all around the world.
Yeah, and that is what you need, you know, for a good army. You need some morale, you know. So that's a good thing.
Thank you.
Listen, I'm talking about an army, Jack, and it's not necessarily to off everybody, but it needs to be an army. You need to fight. I mean, you need to fight. You know, you're gonna encounter some resistance, right? So you gotta have this fighter spirit, this warrior spirit. You know, whether you want peace or not. I mean, yeah. There's gonna be victims, Jack. There's gonna be people that, you know, that's.
Yeah, and I was just going to say in regards to those victims, you know, on both sides of the war, there's going to be victims. So it's imperative that the armed forces make sure that they're doing so righteously and justly, and not for any kind of private gains or gains of any kind of structure that they wish to implement, but to allow things to happen in a natural, progressive manner, rather than trying to force it like the government we already have. Sorry, my mind drifted, and I went to pull something up. The Beatitude, or the Beatitudes, right? The Sermon on the Mount. It's totally off from what you guys were discussing, I think, and I apologize for that. But the idea of the meek shall inherit the earth. This came from that sermon I have linked in the description too. Meek is not weak. Meek, as I understand from the original Greek word, it's more in line with the word tame, right? So what does it mean to be tame? It means you're strong but controlled. You're controlled strength. That's the way we're to live, is with a controlled strength, not controlling others, but with a controlled strength in ourselves, with the faith and the power of Christ, right? As a true sovereign here on earth, we can claim that when we own it. When we become responsible for our sovereignty, we own it. When we become responsible for our health, we own it. We've got to become responsible for who we are, how we live, and most importantly, how we treat one another. Because this is something I've considered too. I trust the men and women playing along in Congress, funding the wars, and all these these young men and women being sent off and into the wars. There's so many conflicts in this world right now. And the United States taxpayer has a hand in the majority of them.
All right, so all you need to do is tell them to knock it off, and then the road's fixed.
Well, we point out the fact that, thank you, you reminded me and got me back on track. The men and women in Congress, they're playing the theatrics of government, right? They're playing these roles that everyone is doing as they believe. I don't believe they understand the damages they're causing, right? Through the work of Dr. Gabor Mate, right? An expert. Through his work, you can show that the systems of education and economics and politics, even in America, these systems have driven mankind insane. Unhealed trauma, profiting from problems, profiting from exploitation, manipulation. These have become common day practices in America. That's why no one trusts anyone.
Common day practices because people give up their responsibilities to do it themselves over to those people to do it. This is the convenience and comfort of the government that people impose upon themselves and then cry about it when it doesn't go their way. That's that duality. You can't have a government unless you know how it's supposed to govern you and then cry about it. You have to be able to come with a resolution.
That's what I want to do. I mean, even as a union, I've mentioned this before, but as a union guy and as a citizen, with workers and our government, I think we have the responsibility, the obligation to invite ourselves to the table every opportunity we can, right? It's time to have true input instead of oversight. These governors telling people how to be. That's not what government is. That's not what leadership is. This is what I really want to stress to America, especially those who want to call themselves Christians. The example of Donald Trump as a leader in America is disgusting. Leaders serve. Leaders are honest. Leaders are humble. Leaders care. And you know what? Maybe I shouldn't speak too harshly because I haven't been paying much attention.
Yeah, exactly. You sound like a little bit Tommy right now.
Do you think he thinks in complete thoughts?
I was just thinking the same thing as I was reviewing your comment. I don't think he even has complete thoughts. Yeah.
That's why it's so hard to interpret what the fuck he's talking about. It's like a skipping CD or something.
That's what the ego mind does. You got to pay attention to it. Watch others for those things, right? Incomplete thoughts, random unrelated topics. It's the symptoms of a wandering mind, and a wandering mind is lacking focus. That's how we
But it's
drive
not
the
lacking company. I bet there's a lot of voices in there.
Right.
Yeah, it's quite reactive of a mind. Yeah. But do you think, Jack, that the ego is? Do you regard the ego as a bad thing?
Well, it depends on the definition of bad.
Okay.
Here, I actually compare the ego to the Antichrist. It's
yeah, okay. So that's an answer there. That yeah, okay.
It's built within us. But here's my idea on the big picture as well, is that even evil, it's given by God. It's allowed by God. It's brought forth for a purpose. So within us, there is the tendency of evil. There is the tendency of selfishness and corruption, manipulation, all sorts of things. And those can be bad, but even the bad skills can be used for good things. And that's why if we can take our anger and use that as motivation to move us forward, it's a powerful driving force, right? If you direct it in a healthy way towards your, exercising or project construction. Anger is a powerful force to drive us and move us. Fear is as well. But those are the dark sides of life. The light comes from love. And when we allow love to lead us, right, through our choices. So the next thing I'm doing in my day, the next project, whatever I'm doing, it's done with the idea of love. Love in the best ways that we can. That's the way to find fulfillment. The way to find a life of our dreams, it's to do the things we love. But if we convince ourselves we don't care about others, we'll stop caring about ourselves. We convince ourselves we don't care about ourselves, we'll stop caring about others. And if we don't care, we'll never find the joy and the peace and the fulfillment that love brings. But I have faith. I have faith that what we're doing, these conversations, I think these are helpful. I do. I hope that those who tune in, I hope you find some value in what we discuss.
At least they're
believe in tough
training.
love. You believe in tough love, Jack?
Well, again, it depends. Love can be tough to understand.
For instance, you're like if your child is doing something wrong, so you discipline him because if he keeps doing that, he's going to grow up to stick his finger in sockets and shit. Or, don't do that. Okay. And so you discipline them so they don't do that no more because it's for his own good. To teach.
I know what you're talking about. You said the word discipline. And typically, particularly in many tough households, discipline comes with punishment. Now, punishment has been used a lot in our modern day worldly ways as a form of correction. Well, the goal is correction. And the best way to correct a mistake is to educate and to lead. And that was something,
Yeah. So it says in the Bible, spare the rod, spoil the child.
So what?
we don't hurt their butts. I mean, we hurt their butts, not their, we don't hit them. It's spare the rod. You spank someone on the butt.
Great. Rocky.
Yeah.
Yep. Case made. You
Yeah.
can beat your kids. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's just the thing is, you could take the Bible and justify whatever atrocities you want. You say, "Well, we're dead like children because we said so," and so we gotta do whatever we want to them. That's not peaceful.
I'm just agreeing with Jack. He said that you got to be humble, and the Bible teaches that you know, that's and if you change yourself first, that's how you change the world. You can't change if you're doing, you know, like you're not in honor, then how can you expect everybody else to be in honor if you don't change yourself first? That's you know, that's called blessing. The Bible teaches that if a nation would humble themselves, if the more the people in the nation would humble themselves, then God blesses it. But if the whole nation is rejecting and just pushing everything about God away, I don't want to talk about it, you know, then you're going to be cursed. The Bible teaches that, you know.
So, Rocky, have you humbled yourself?
Well, I don't know. I tried to humble myself. I don't know everything. I'm just sharing what I think I know.
It's not easy to humble yourself if you're Rocky. I mean, come on, look at the man. You know, it's not.
I think life humbled me. That's
that's a form of God will humble you. If you reject God, eventually you'll be humbled. He will humble you.
Well, yeah. I didn't reject God though, Rocky. It's not
Right.
just when you reject God. The goal is to be humble. And if we don't humble ourselves, God will humble us. Now, I thought I was humble, but it's hard to find that balance between confidence and humility. Because we
exactly right.
When the Israelites were first freed from their slavery and went out upon the promised land, they complained. And what did God do when they complained? He sent down the serpents to kill most of them. The message is that we're not supposed to complain, but take upon the duty and obligation of being stewards to the land that we are promised in servitude. This is the part that the scripture talks about replenishing the earth. We go forth among the earth and we take what we need, and it's there and it's provided. But just because it's sparse doesn't mean you're not provided. In that sparseness, you're supposed to steward it and propagate it so it comes back again every season. And this is why we follow seasons.
That's right.
Yeah. God told them to let the land rest every 7th year, and they didn't. They didn't do it. So God forced.
This is in fact the foundation of the faith that we so much talk about. The faith is that we have faith if we follow that schedule, that seasonal schedule, that he will do his part through Mother Nature and provide again next year. However, with hope and our own integrity and our own fortitude, we have the ability to replenish, which means that we will have an abundance to provide charity.
Okay, something happened here.
This is faith. This is faith, hope, and charity. It starts out with the faith of the seasons that it will be provided again next year. The hope that it will be provided with your efforts in abundance so that you can provide charity in the end.
There's a perfect order to everything, and it really is amazing. Life is a gift. We lose sight of the gifts when we focus on all the have-tos and the don't-haves. But it is an amazing gift. Welcome to you too, Denizen.
Jack, how do I embrace humility when I'm surrounded by dum-dums and assholes?
Challenging. However, stop seeing dum-dums and assholes. That's the key.
I have to find the best in everyone, Jack? Is that what you're telling me?
You get to find the best. It's like an Easter egg hunt. Sometimes you got to really look to find out where can I get away with life.
You got to probe around inside of these people to find what you're looking for in there.
And I think if you're seeing nothing but dum-dums and assholes, you might be a midget looking at the candy store aisles. You know, they're only so high, and
Well,
it's about asshole height.
I think he needs to go another knuckle deep to find a.
That's kind of valid, actually, right? It might say something about the company I keep. So what do you guys, what are your experiences? Do you find that most people are not too bright and they're kind of like their morality's all fucked and whacked?
Yes. Short.
Affirmative, Denny.
Yeah.
What I've been doing is asking myself, why am I attracting this?
Yeah. I don't really I try not to judge other people because surely we are all ignorant to our own shortcomings.
That's truth, but you don't get irritated at all when you have to like deal with incompetence, stupidity, and what about when you see people just people being jerks for no reason? Like I understand selfishness and greed.
Yeah, I said I don't try. I try not to. I didn't say I'd do it.
I'm as selfish and greedy as the next guy, but some people
more usually
are
more,
just
I'd say.
yeah. More some people are just dicks for the sake of dickishness, like
So
just to be cruel.
Yeah, pretty much do your thing over here and let them be crazy over there, because sometimes they can't get with the program enough to stop the get out of your way.
I find real virtue in humility, though, Hank. Like there's a real benefit, but I find it hard to hold on to.
Those are challenges for you, and that's the way I look at it. Right? You look at life as an adventure, as a game, then the obstacles can just be challenges. And so I see some people as, okay, I don't want to be judgmental. I don't want to be, upset by people being people. So I guess I get to be creative and be creative in what you can understand so that you can understand. And truly, everyone is operating at their level of awareness.
Well, that was fascinating. But I think I'll play some music, And we'll be back.
Got distracted on the, maybe or something.
Well, Brenda brought up fact she doesn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
that's all it was. Rocky, there's a lot of mysteries to this, to history, to the mere existence of humanity. While we've been around for a while, it's a mystery. How did we get here? How did we become the way that we are? And I do believe that there are deep underground military bases, many of them. There's quite a bit of information on how the government has been spending the taxpayers' money. And I think it's time for some truth to be set free. I'm pretty sure that's what God has planned for the day of the Lord. The truth shall be set free. There will be no more secrets, no more lies, no more human trafficking, no more exploitation. We're going to create a world that's worthy.
I'm gonna have to get a new job then.
Yeah.
Yes, but when it does come out, can you handle the truth, or would you say, no, I don't like this, God, take it away?
And Guantanamo Bay is going to fill up quick, guys.
No, it's not going to be Guantanamo Bay stuff. There's not going to be trials. There's just going to be, the fire of judgment. I think there's not going to be court cases and everything, and that's not what the horrible day of the Lord is about. But if that is, it would be an excellent solution. An excellent final solution. But we can only hope for that.
Well, we can also
and to be on his right side, right? And then even then, it's going to be a horrible day.
Yeah, you said that, a horrible day of the Lord. I think you're missing the point unless you're a non-believer.
No, but I think I think even for believers or non-believers, it's going to be a terrible day. We're all sinners, dude. We're all sinners. So.
Oh my God, I'm trying so hard to communicate.
No, I didn't want to offend you.
How many of us are repenters, though?
I think it's described by the Bible. Jack.
I don't know what does that mean.
The terrible day of the Lord, right?
No, repenters.
The terrible day of the Lord.
In the basic context, in the basic context, most of the time when a man does something wrong, inherently we have some innate will in us to make it right.
So Jack,
The terrible day of the Lord is when the wicked are separated from the righteous, and those without Christ are dead, and the righteous through Christ live.
So Jack,
Christ, he paid your penalty.
Hey Jack, where's Margot?
Where's Margot?
Jack? I don't want to be by him.
Shut up, bitch. Now I am awake.
Where's my
Thank
mom?
God. Shut up, Stay Flow. Shut up, Jubilee. Shut up, everybody. Shut up, Jack.
So Jack, when the truth does come out, are you prepared to accept it, or will you play peekaboo and deny it, and that's God to take it away from you?
This movie starts at 7:20.
Thank you for joining.
No, this is why you don't take vaccines.
I'm feeling it's time to wrap up. We made it to the 2-hour mark, and I think it's time to wrap up.
Yeah. So Jack, this is a serious question. When the truth does come out, are you prepared to accept it, or we beg God to take it away from you? And that's God, why you mistaken me. I didn't really want to see.
Well, Hank, considering the past events of my life where the truth really shattered me, destroyed my entire life, and the facts I was facing destroyed my reputation, everything was destroyed. I cried about the truth I received, but no, I would never ask for the truth to be taken away. I am so grateful for everything that God has allowed me to learn, and I continue to grow in my gratitude and my learning. And that's what I think is going to be the solution for the world. We stop fighting over beliefs and we start fighting for what is true.
The truth is, people don't want to stop fighting right now, and you tell them knock it off. It doesn't work on everyone.
That's your truth. I'm ready to wrap up, guys.
Oh, it's not my truth. That's the facts.
Shut up, Hank. He said he's ready to wrap up. What's your last words, Hank? That's what I thought. Boy, what's your last word? He's sick of your ass. Off with his head. Rocky?
Yeah. I'm gonna thank
you.
Love.
I guess
Bye.
love. Jack, what's your final words? Throw yourself out. I'll do the closing down.
No, thank you. I appreciate you joining, all of you. I hope all who tuned in, all who joined, I hope we had some fun today, even though Maybe we didn't get along with everybody. Jack rarely does get along with everybody, but that's not true either. I'm a lovable character, man. I know who I am. I can get along with anybody. They give me a chance. Maybe that's the same for you. This idea in parting, in line with the topic, blessings and curses, finding the holy, truly own in yourself, owe no man anything but to love one another. For he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law. And love carries no debts. Love carries no burdens. That's why the words of Christ are his yoke is light, the burden is easy, whatever. To align with the expectations that I truly trust and believe that God has placed on us. It's not overwhelming. You know, the path to perfection, it requires some work, it requires some dedication. And I'm not claiming to be perfection, but I do claim to be perfectly present, fully, absent of worry, absent of hate, absent of resentment, no concerns about anything else or anyone else in the world, only love. Because love, brothers and sisters, love is the way. It's the commandment from Christ. For those who call themselves Christians, that's the message. And how are you going to consider yourself filled with love if you're absent joy? Joy is a great part of life. It's part of being a child of God. And as we grow up into these adults and we take on all these titles and identities of different parts of who we think we are, it's really easy to become a character that you don't enjoy. It's really easy to become a character that doesn't bring forth your best life. I've lived that way. And I'm committed to improving more and more and more. So brothers and sisters, thank you again for the patience the past couple of days, especially you've been so supportive and encouraging and who have been with me for so long. Thank you. My love is true and my appreciation I can't describe it enough. Thank you. And until next time, choose love. Peace for everyone and live without fear. God bless us all.
Holy cows, man.
Look, there is a hole in front of the shovel, shovel in front of the brawn. 6 billion gorillas for whom the graves yawn. Each with his mulish days to choose his tool of trade. Dueling blades that cue the cruel charade and fuel the flames. You would clue the crew into the civil.
Jump up. It's no Jack.
If he lived, will he survive the milligrams of middle ground? They pump into the piece straight.
What's up? The machine lies.
What's going on, my friend? How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. Is Jack home today?
I suppose not. Yeah.
All right. So, Jump Up, I guess, put a post on evolution, and I've actually been debating his Discord server over it since then. Let me find the post. Now I'm arguing in the affirmative for evolution. I guess the negative against his assumption, I guess. Because pretty much, if there wasn't any evolution, anything could just breed viable offspring of anything else. There should be nothing stopping them. But since there is something stopping them, that's we know how evolution is valid. It's a valid hypothesis. Oh, there it is. I have it now. Let me bring it up. Okay, it's I shared it. You should be able to see it. Yeah, these evil. Jim Bob said yesterday these evil Sims don't understand what a scientific hypothesis is, and he quoted "Bro with the fro." Based on the evidence gathered, tests done, and in progress, false records, etc., we have a strong hypothesis about how life got to the human stage. Then he quoted, "Ancient books say God did it. I know which one I'm going with," and and this Jim Bob saying, just quoting himself, he didn't know what a scientific hypothesis is. But the thing is, he doesn't know what scientific hypothesis is. I mean, technically, both of them are scientific hypotheses, but Jim Bob says he doesn't know what a hypothesis is, and that's ridiculous. Also, Jim Bob doesn't understand what evolution is and what it does. And that's why people keep making the same silly mistakes. If there was no evolution, anything could just breed viable offspring with anything else. And even the Bible says they can't do that. Take forth after their kinds. Evolution is a process of how it happens and why they can't do it. And we call that barriers between breeding population species. That's a set of, I guess, things that can breed with themselves, I guess. And I also recommended Jeff Garrieppi's book, The Revolutionary Phenotype, because he teaches the basics for everyone before we get to his hypothesis about how using the design of babies would just make a fragile population like it did with the Cavendish banana.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard what I read yesterday about cybernetics.
I've missed it. Yesterday was like split shift, so I missed it. Do you want to give me a quick recap?
Well, it's kind of talking about how Lamarck was saying that any sufficiently developed intelligence has a sufficiently developed physical apparatus to go with it. So then essentially they were saying that intelligence is measurable, right, in complex systems. And then they were saying that the thing that they're missing is mind. And then he's talking about Alfred Russel Wallace. This is Gregory Bateson. And he's talking about different theories of evolution and how, essentially Alfred Russel Wallace was talking about the theory of natural selection, but he was also proposing that nature is like a cybernetic model. and that it's an intelligent system. You know?
Yeah. Whereas Stephen Wolfram would call it a cellular automaton.
Yeah, Wolfram says it's mathematically possible to get to simple to complex. So
Yeah, and he has a whole prestige, very huge book that you read for free called The New Kind of Science that demonstrates this new science called ruleology, which is actually it's not new. It's pretty much what computer science should have been. But yes, so he has a lot of demonstrations he can run.
yeah,
live.
but it's the thing that you have to extrapolate cosmic evolution. Once you extrapolate that it's happening on a planet-wide scale, there's no reason to not think it's happening on a universe-wide scale. Yeah.
Exactly. And nature's hierarchical. That's why some stuff we would expect to happen just simply doesn't happen because they just don't line up with each other.
Well, have you seen this Cosmic Evolution by Eric Chason? Let me try to pull this up. Some wild stuff. And there's an image that goes along with it.
Now let's take a look.
Yeah, this is in Skrbina's book. It's called Cosmic Evolution. Cosmic Evolution, Eric Chason. Okay, let me go to images. Yeah, I'm trying to look for a specific image. Yeah, here they are. Yeah, so I don't know if I could pull this up. Let me see. Okay, so let me go like put it like this. Then maybe we could see it. Okay, so yeah, let me just view image. Okay, there we go. So you seeing this graph here?
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
a
God.
logarithmic graph on the history of the universe.
Right. So it says energy, rate, density, right, per time, right? So
Yep.
So animals and plants have more energy rate per density. You know, so you could look at complex systems, right?
Yeah,
So
but
you
there's
have to look at
also
them.
less of them that we know about than stars.
Yeah. But you see how the energy per density is getting higher and higher?
Yep.
And then you look at human society, you know, it's it's way harder to predict changes within human society than it is within animal kingdoms, right?
Yep.
Fairly easy to predict changes within animal kingdoms, right?
Yes.
Once you observe them for a long period of time. But human society, any number of factors could cause large scale changes. Right? So you're dealing with the complexity on a much greater scale. So yeah, it's wild stuff. It's like if you look at information or energy per density and these other factors, it looks like, yeah, this is Eric Chason in Cosmic Evolution. Let me see if I could find. There's a video of him explaining it too. Let me see if I can find that. But yeah, that's the thing is that it's like, where does the new information come from, right? It essentially defies the second law of thermodynamics. You know what I mean?
It doesn't.
No?
Because No, it doesn't, because the information is just what do you call it, a combination of what's there. That's why we can have more combinations of a deck of playing cards than atoms in the universe.
Right, but on the order of complexity that I just showed,
Obviously, yes.
through random changes.
Just do the math.
Yeah, this is I think this is the presentation. Where
Progress is a philosophy.
Get that.
Did you hear that? Did you just hear the first 3 words?
Yeah, get that U-block origin light.
Yeah, but did you hear this? They said progress is a philosophy, literally.
Yeah, but it is.
Yeah, oh yeah. But it's just funny, the keywords.
It's unfortunately shades of gray all the way down in nature. It's a mixture of chance and necessity, which the great French biologist Jacques Monod in the 60s, in existentialist French, France at the time, said it would be a mixture of both.
Let me go to this first.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Yvonne.
And I'll
Good to be
start
here.
right in. Thank you. I'll start right in with asking, how did this very complex idea arise in your head? How did you come to that about the evolution of the whole cosmos?
Well, you know, when I was a student in Cambridge at Harvard, I tried to take a course that I realized I couldn't because it didn't exist. I had always wanted that bigger picture, that worldview. I wanted to know more about how I fit into the bigger scheme of things. So then after many years of transitioning through the Harvard system as a student and a postdoc and becoming a young faculty member, I coerced a senior faculty member to come with me to create this course that I had always wanted to take as a student, so other students might take the course, but I never knew whether anyone would show an interest in it. Little did I know, within a few years, the science course we were teaching, Cosmic Evolution, was the largest science course on campus because students were voting with their feet.
Yeah,
they also wanted a worldview.
Yes,
they wanted to know how they fit into the bigger picture.
But you were ahead of the game even while you were a student in that case. That this
Well,
took
my
shape
predecessor,
that early.
though, at the Harvard Observatory was Carl Sagan.
Yeah.
And he was onto this.
Yes.
And his predecessor at the Harvard Observatory was Harlow Shapley.
Yes.
And he was onto this for decades. So I'm just the latest in the line of people who have been onto this idea.
You put it together, I
Well,
guess.
I'm trying to
That was
quantify
the
it. I'm trying to
right.
bring numbers. I'm trying to
Yes.
bring mathematics. I'm trying to bring empirical understanding to the great ideas that these
Right.
other predecessors had.
Right. Well, in your idea, you have a unifying theme. Can you explain it? As how did you put the whole universe together? 20 words or less there.
Well, you know, basically, I look out the window.
Yeah.
And I wonder where everything came from, how it all came to be, in particular among the galaxies, stars, planets, life, and society that you mentioned.
Yeah.
How complexity has risen over the course of time. In a particular sense, I'm fundamentally a thermodynamicist, and I realize that the universe must be, according to the second law, breaking down over the course of time. How is it that these islands of complexity have risen increasingly so? So that's what's driven me to understand quantitatively. How is it that islands of complexity can exist for long periods of time in an otherwise great sea of chaos and disorder?
And emerged in a kind of regular order as well. So,
well, that's the empirical finding. There was no a priori idea that the galaxies needed to precede the stars or the stars needed to precede whatever. This is an empirically built, it's an observationally garnered idea. A sequence of ideas. And so we're finding that the story seems to move along the so-called arrow of time from the simpler systems to the more complex systems, from the inorganic systems to the organic systems, perhaps from chaos in the old-fashioned Greek sense to order that we have all around us.
One of the interesting ideas that you have brought up in your books is the notion of chance and necessity, which fits right in with the whole thermodynamic idea.
A lot of people, of course, think that Darwin, with regard to biological evolution, thought that chance was trumping all the time. It was all chance. But he never really said that. In fact, it was a long conversation I had while hiking a mountain in Switzerland with Ernst Mayr, who eventually lived to age 100, but he would have been in his 80s at the time, who stressed upon me that if you really read carefully The Origin of Species, which hardly any biologist I know has read, actually, you realize that Darwin suggested that it was both a mixture of chance and determinism, or chance and natural selection. And so Ernst Mayr used to always say, really, in putting in another term, that it was a mixture of chance and non-random elimination. If a life form, or if a galaxy, or if any kind of a system that had some degree of complexity was suddenly changed by chance, it would then respond. It would either adapt or adjust, but it would do so according to fundamentally the laws of physics. And it's neither chance nor necessity. It's not randomness or determinism. It's unfortunately shades of gray all the way down in nature. It's a mixture of chance and necessity, which the great French biologist Jacques Monod in the 60s, in existentialist French.
Yeah, and remember, we went over this in the free will debate, right? Neither chance nor necessity actually contained free will there. Right? So
exactly.
And then you get to Darwin. Well, Darwin's not talking about random changes, right? Right. So that's interesting. Right?
Yeah, it's talking about generational changes.
Right.
In morphology. But people,
France at the time said it would be a mixture of the both.
And they were talking particularly about biology, but you applied this idea to the cosmic evolution in general. And do you see it?
Well, for me, evolution is hardly more than another word, a fancy word for change. And again, if you look out the window, there's nothing.
That's an interesting statement, right? It's a very low standard of proof for that, right? He said evolution is just another word for change.
And it's in this context, yes. Yeah, in this context, when he says you got cosmic evolution, that this is a synonym for change. But yeah, in biology, it has a specific meaning.
Right. And that's the thing that, you could play with the biological view a lot if you either expand or collapse the definition there. So it's a very interesting game there. Yeah.
Yep.
Nothing permanent except change, as we often say. We sometimes attribute that to the Greek philosopher Heraclitus. I don't think he ever said that. He did say pantare in Greek, which means all flows, all fluxes, nothing stays the same. Those fragments exist. And it was probably the best observation anybody ever made 25 centuries ago.
Pretty good, yeah.
So we are trying to take this universal change, which I then call cosmic evolution, and apply it to not just life forms, but inanimate systems. Indeed, more advanced systems such as cultured systems, and see whether or not we can demonstrate a unity in evolution.
It's Heraclitus, right? Science and philosophy go the way of Heraclitus. Why? Because Parmenides says change is an illusion and everything is one, so you can't start philosophizing. There's nothing you can do there. And then you have Zeno's paradoxes. You can't do math or logic, so he internally combusts the whole system. Whereas Heraclitus, once you accept change, you can do philosophy, you can do science, no problem.
Yeah.
From the physical evolution through the biological evolution through cultural evolution. As a result, the kind of evolution we know best, which is neo-Darwinism, it becomes a small subset, albeit a very important one, in a much grander scheme of evolution writ large throughout the entire universe.
But so it was fairly self-evident to you to see this kind of underlying theme.
It's a strong word. Again, I'm an empirical materialist. I'm trained as an experimentalist. I demand that ideas be tested. So I might have had this idea, as others did too, but as I throw more and more data on the idea and test the idea with more and more observations and experiments and empirical findings, I find that the idea continues to hold up reasonably well. But it's not just an idea. It's an idea that's being quantified. It's an idea that's being tested.
Yeah.
very important part of science and the scientific method, of course, in all of its confusion and bias and subjectivity, is that we must test those ideas.
Yeah, right. You have talked about complexity a great deal. Can you tell us this, because this evolves as well? Tell us about what you had in mind with complexity.
Well, there's simplicity and there's complexity. If you back me to the corner.
Yeah, and that's the thing: randomness, complexity, change. Emergence. I mean, you have to define all these things. I mean, these are imaginary concepts. In order to observe them, you have to define them.
Yeah, it's how concepts work. There's a Hegelian dialectic.
Yeah. So, you have to define what you mean by change in order to measure it. So just like we saw in that graph, it's energy per density. So you have to say what's changing. I mean, right? So, but yeah.
Yeah, I see Rocky Shepherd in chat dropping his programming in. This doesn't he doesn't understand the topic.
No, this is true though. He absolutely seemed like he was a racist, or because he said because I think Origin of the Species was also titled Preservation of the Races, right? So yeah.
Yeah, well, even if he was racist, it doesn't mean honeybees can create viable offspring of grizzly bears.
I put the bright lights on me, as we have here, and ask me what do I mean by complexity. I'd have to say something like a state of intricacy, complication, variety, or involvement among all the interconnected parts of a system. A system which is an assemblage of things, of components that are interacting independently, aside from and differentiated from their surrounding environment. So you have systems and you have environments. And in many ways, these systems, should there be, this is my hypothesis, a sufficiently optimum flow of energy through those systems can maintain their structural and functional integrity for a certain period of time, as long as they have a.
Okay, so you have systems, you have complexity, and you have the environment. Systems exist within an environment, and they yield complexity within the system. So he's laying out different relations to define what he means by complexity.
Flow of energy through them. You and I maintain our structural integrity for about 70 years on average in the West. A galaxy or a star maintains its structural integrity for the last billions of years. But basically all these systems seem to be growing in complexity, some faster than others, some more robustly than others, because they have a flow of energy through their systems and then a flow of wastes and the products into the environment.
Okay. Just one more thing on that can you say in general, when do you call it complex? When do you call a system complex?
That's why we're trying to develop a complexity metric. Nobody has developed that.
Okay, that's
most of my colleagues in physics hang their hat on entropy, which is a very slippery term. We could talk about it forever and never understand it.
Especially with this kind of scale.
Yeah. Nor have I ever come across an entropy meter, like a thermometer, a thermometer. I don't know how to measure entropy. I don't know, even as a physicist, how to define it well. I certainly don't know how to utilize it in a mathematical setting as well as I'd like to. Among my biology friends, rather than energy, they would prefer in many ways to embrace information and information theory. I'm a simple physicist, kind of like a country doctor. I take something that I.
Yeah, that's exactly what Bateson was proposing, using Lamarck and Russell as opposed to Darwin, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't make that big of a difference. So I'm not really worried about it. In fact, we added a bunch of Lamarck's back to the current modern interpretation evolution anyway. So like epigenetics, that's a Lamarckian thing.
Right. Right. It's more intelligent because that system is functioning within an environment as he's describing here, right? So it's more complete in its analysis, right?
Yep.
Can understand, that I can define, that I can measure, that I have an intuitive feel for, and that's energy. It's an invention.
And he's saying that energy is more tactile thing to measure than entropy, but still, he's saying that what we're really measuring at the end of the day is information, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I think that information and energy have a direct relationship. I think there was a formula. Let me look it up.
Of the 19th century physicists. So some people in Cambridge will say, oh, it's an old-fashioned concept, but energy is a very powerful concept. Our whole civilization, our whole civilization just runs on energy, but so does a star. So does any life form in your backyard run on energy. Take away energy or provide too much energy. That's they die. That's why there's an optimal range of not too little and not too much. It's kind of like watering a plant. Too little or too much. Is it just right amount of energy flow through these systems?
Okay, so they don't really have a real good handle on complexity. It's like a lot of these concepts, but that's at least there's an understanding that there is such a thing. We just don't know where to draw a line. Perhaps,
but I can show you the lines that are drawn between and among, let's say, galaxies, stars, planets, life, and society in terms of the amount of energy flowing through those systems per unit time.
Okay.
And I can put a quantified value on the differences. Galaxies have smaller values, stars have more, planets get more.
That's the graph we were looking at. See what I'm saying, Hank?
Yes.
So he's saying you can pretty much measure energy rate change per time within a system. So he's saying that complexity is not so arbitrary when you see it that way.
Yeah.
Or life forms a great deal more.
Right.
There's more energy per unit mass, more energy per unit mass flowing through your body per unit time than there is flowing through the sun.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Can you imagine that, Hank? That's pretty, like, that would even be pretty miraculous. I mean,
that things move faster when they're more energy dense energetically
than the sun. Yeah, crazy.
No, because the sun's not that dense, so I'm not really surprised.
Mass flowing through your body per unit time than there is flowing through the sun.
Yes,
that's flowing through a great deal more. There's more energy per unit mass, more energy per unit mass flowing through your body per unit time than there is flowing through the sun. Per unit, a great deal more. There's more energy per unit mass, more energy per unit mass flowing through your body per unit time than there is flowing through the sun.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard it the third time. I'm not surprised by it. The sun's not very dense.
Holy cows, man.
A great deal more. There's more energy per unit mass, more energy per unit mass flowing through your body per unit time than there is flowing through the sun.
Yes, I
about
remember
1,000 times more energy per unit mass per unit time, and throwing through your brain is upwards of nearly 1,000,000 times more energy per unit mass. So it's a per capita measure. Than flowing through the sun.
That was, I thought, an excellent point in your book. I remember that vividly, in the scale going up to your brain, and then it becomes almost staggering that the human brain, which is not that big, but it uses this disproportionate amount of energy if you take that into consideration. So thank you for setting the stage there. I'd like to run through, and unfortunately we're running through your epochs. You've got, is it 7 epochs in the universe, and this is done so beautifully in the book that I think
they
in the
pull up a
books, I
graphic
guess,
of it.
taken together, that people will be well rewarded to read them. Start with the beginning, with the particle epoch. You make some very good arguments, if I recall, about the different models of the universe. You went through these 3 models. Would you start us with that?
Well, my favorite model, philosophically, as an idea, is an oscillating universe, one that has no beginning and has no end. It just always has been oscillating. Currently, it's expanding, and then we'll come back and bounce into another. And it avoids any need for a big bang or an ultimate end. However, there's not a shred of evidence for that model. So I have to kind of put that in my back pocket and hope that maybe someday I'll observe something that might bolster it. But right now, the leading model is one that has a beginning and probably has no end. It's the Big Bang model.
Right.
A lot of the data seem to be that we acquire telescopes and with spacecraft pointing increasingly so toward a notion, toward an idea that the universe began about 14 billion years ago in a very hot and very dense state. And then once it did begin, for whatever reason, we're not going there tonight.
Not inflation.
That's not science yet, I think. And it may never be part of the fabric of science to examine what is the origin of the origin. But for whatever reason, it did go bang, not as an explosion.
That might be a key point as well. You know what I'm saying, Hank? That actually it makes no statement about the origin.
Yeah, I know it doesn't make any statement about the origin.
Right. So, you know, it leaves it open whether it's God or not. So that's pretty interesting. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that's a strong point because it's like, well, it doesn't really say anything about, you know, God. And yet, and still, you can expand the notion of what it is. What is evolution? Right? It gets interesting. I like that video. Lanza. Is that really Lanza or I don't know?
Let me check. Yes. Yeah, I could tell by what they're saying. That's absolutely Brown's boy. I mean, no one to date has been able to copy his style.
Yeah, he said, well, we can't repeat it here, but yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, it's pretty messed up too. But yeah. Yeah, Noel's okay. But
Yeah, I like Noel.
yeah, she seems like okay kid.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Jack Talcon and I aren't in lockstep. I can like people he doesn't like. Like I like Cynthia.
Yeah, I like Brenda. I don't know why they, I thought they were gonna get along. Honestly, I didn't know that was gonna go down like that. But yeah,
I knew it would.
really?
Yeah, really.
Wow.
Because atheist.
She's too insistent.
Yeah. So pretty much atheists like to play this peekaboo games that
Right.
this doesn't, this that doesn't. Well, we need to find our terms first before you assert whether something exists or not.
Exactly.
Yeah, because if we don't define our terms, then you could just be empirically wrong.
Holy moly. Okay, let me put this up here. And let's put this video back on. I have to step away in a minute because I have to call my wife. But
Yeah, it's fine. In fact, when you do that, we're just gonna just pause the show.
exactly. I'll put ellul on and then see if anybody wants to come up.
But as an expansion.
Mhm.
And we're along for the ride.
Yeah.
And the universe evolves, it changes, it's dynamic, it's not static. The steady state model, which was popular in Europe in the mid 20th century, is now put to bed pretty much.
Which some very prominent
Sure,
scientists
sure. And they were the
promoted at the
ones
time.
out of
Right.
derision gave the name the
Right.
Big Bang.
Right. May I ask you, what would be the best evidence for the oscillating universe? You remind me of Paul Steinhardt and Neil Turok,
Yes.
a book on that, but I don't know if they gave up in the end. But they worked on inflation, for example, and then they retreated and said, this isn't working, the oscillating. But what would be the evidence that you would accept that would tell you?
If the universe were slowing its rate of expansion outwards, which is what we thought we were going to find
But
10,
it
10
isn't,
12
yeah,
years
right,
ago.
okay.
That is, if the universe was decelerating. But the data are head-scratchingly showing that the universe is continuing to accelerate outwards.
Yeah.
And so I look upon that as unfortunate for those of us who would like the universe to eventually come back and oscillate. But on the fortunate side, look at the positive side of the accelerating universe. That suggests that there will be a rise and continue to rise in complexity forevermore.
Mm-hmm.
And the universe will never come back to a point much like that from which it began. The rise of complexity and the expansion outward will apparently continue until infinite time. As hard as it is to imagine.
That is hard, isn't it?
Yes.
It really is, and counterintuitive for sure.
So.
And very hard to get our heads around something like that as well. But in any case, well, you gave us no comfort there. But in any case, I'm leaving the.
Yeah, so I don't know if most people know that that's what physicists actually say. Right? They say that the universe came from a single point, expanded outwards, and yes, that expansion is not slowing down, but it's actually accelerating. Right? So, yeah, as they said, it actually makes no sense at all.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. I mean, so you say it expands to a point, but it also said we say it's kind of the same size too the whole time in some sense. So it just doesn't follow. I guess you can. I mean, we could say that the universe is still at a point. So
yeah, because the space is infinitely full and it's infinitely dense. So, what how is it expand? I don't know.
What it's expanding into
an increase of some type of information.
Yeah, but what it's expanding into. So that's why I'd rather say it's curvature, because that's actually coherent. If it's negatively curved, then observation makes sense. Not this expansion thing. Say it's expand for a point. Well, we could still be at a point now. It depends on what background we're at. So if there's like a super space and we point at where we are, then we are still at a point. So the narrative just doesn't make sense.
Holy cows, man.
I mean, you can say the Earth's at a point in the solar system.
Oh my god, I'm still trying to get over the sun thing. I know it wasn't surprising for you, but good lord, this is just too much for me. I mean,
it's a cloud of gas. I don't know why you're surprised.
well, just the fact that it fucking gives life to, like, we need it for life. That's what's fucking shocking.
It's not that dense though, which is why we're more
There
dense
should be,
than it is.
there should honestly be aliens living inside the thing. There's no way this is real. But yeah.
You know, there could be. We just can't really go there because it's too hot for us.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Nassim Haramein?
No.
Yeah, he had all these like videos where he's like, look at these things flying out of the sun. And he's like talking about how alien spacecrafts were coming out of the sun. Wild shit, man. But yeah, he's kind of cuckoo cuckoo. You know what I mean?
Yes, like Rocky.
The particle.
Well, Rocky is just normal. Rocky is a regular old guy. But Nassim Haramein, he seems like he's a mega occultist.
Now, Rocky believes in lizard people under the DC, so.
Something's definitely going on.
Epoch behind you really quickly. Yes, right. But I'd like to dwell on the galaxy epoch a little bit. You brought out several things there, but one of the most interesting things about your view of that is that people really don't understand the emergence of galaxies very well. Is that still true?
Yes. It's probably the origin of galaxies is probably one of the 2 or 3 great missing links in this entire story. Origin of life and origin of intelligence might be.
Yeah, there's stuff in space that's fucking weird. Like they talk about like pulsars and quasars and shit. Like, where the fuck did that shit come from?
Relative to us, it's always been there.
The others, but the origin of galaxies, which must have occurred all long ago because they're all old. There are no young galaxies, nor are there any dead galaxies that we know of. They must have all formed in the earliest universe, and that means they formed far away in space, but long ago in time. And we can't see them very well. They're dim and they're dirty and they're dusty and they're far away. And so we like to say at the Harvard Observatory that galaxy research is probably 50 years behind stellar research. Stellar research really came into its own in the middle part of the 20th century. We're just catching up now among the galaxy research efforts. But every single day, the lunches I go to, the seminars I go to at the Harvard Observatory, where there are 180 PhD astrophysicists all assembled there, contentiously talking about this stuff behind closed doors. Most of that work now that's so exciting is on galaxies, along with exoplanets and others. But we're trying to understand by bringing home more data from the early.
What the fuck is an exoplanet?
An exoplanet's like a big planet like Jupiter, far away from the star.
Oh, okay.
Earliest frontiers of the universe, how those baby galaxies became mature galaxies, how those baby.
And they actually say that Jupiter is going to turn into a star, and that we're going to merge with the Andromeda. So,
that's not what I heard about Jupiter, but yes, we'll merge with Andromeda eventually.
Baby galaxies emerged.
Yeah.
How those first structures brought together enough atoms to make a galaxy. You need 10 to the 68
you
atoms
brought
to make a
that up,
galaxy. That's a
yes.
lot of
Yes.
atoms. You
Yes.
cannot do that by chance and chance alone.
Yeah.
You cannot build a single galaxy in the age of the universe by chance and chance alone. Yet there are, we estimate, about 10 to the 11 or 100 billion
of these
such
things.
galaxies.
Right.
Again, it's chance and necessity.
Yeah.
There must have been a mixture in the early
Mhm.
universe, the same as there is now.
Mhm.
Whereas there were elements of chance that brought atoms together, but then the laws of physics also were involved with chance to assemble and to bolster the development of these early galaxies. And that's what we're struggling now with telescopes like Hubble and its successor called.
How many universes was in his data set that he could say it can have my chance? How many universes did he study? It was just one. He can't make that claim. He doesn't have enough data.
You really think so? You really think you can't just say that it looks very ordered in this universe?
If your data set is one, then he doesn't have enough data to say if it's chance or not. You can't speak of chance on a constant. It's like saying, well, what chance is number one being an integer? It's a constant. It's constantly an integer all the time. Yeah. Ask a better question, one that makes some kind of sense.
Well, I guess before the universe is created, there's no time. So I guess when it starts is pretty much arbitrary. So it would just be random when it starts.
Yeah. Or random when we decide to could see it.
Yeah, like why did it begin at one time rather than another time?
Exactly.
So seems pretty much, like if you don't know that, then I guess you can't say that it was by chance or not. Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying, Hank.
The Webb telescope and the Spitzer telescope on orbit and the Chandra telescope to really see. We'd love to see a baby galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
We're not sure if we've ever seen a proto-galaxy yet because we don't have a machine that we have built as human beings that can see well enough to those earliest epochs in the universe where those galaxies had to have formed. We will get there.
Do you have a pet theory yet about the formation of galaxies? We hear about seeding, obviously from the
hard thing about galaxy origins is that somehow, some way, the notion of dark matter comes into play. It appears from a variety of circumstantial evidence, nothing direct, but lots and lots of relatively strong circumstantial. Oh, sounds like an oxymoron. I have a strong circumstantial piece of evidence that the universe has a lot of dark matter contained.
It is an oxymoron.
Dark matter outstrips ordinary normal matter, we call baryonic matter, by a factor of 5 or 6.
Yeah, it is an oxymoron. You can't. We haven't been able to detect it. It just based on our models, we put it in just to make the balance sheet look legit, and it's BS.
Right.
Yeah, just imagine like a bank or medical saying, "Oh, here's a bunch of dark money. Where'd you get it from?" It's woo, just woo. That's what they're doing. Then you'll get audited.
Looks like we have another contestant. Oh, it's just Neurojack. Yep. Yeah, I gotta get off here. Call my wife. But yeah.
Oh shucks. Hello.
A normal
Hank.
picture of Elon Musk.
Yeah, this is the real Elon Musk from an ancient portrait that he took one time.
It's been he was time traveling.
That's right. He's a time traveling space alien like a lot of our other friends. I learned about that from Owen Benjamin. That rhymed. So it must be true.
Yeah, of course.
So what are you guys covering? Sorry, I just jumped in without realizing.
No, this is your show, so
yeah, Hank's got a bone to pick with you too, but
I already picked that bone.
Oh yeah.
So we're cool now, right? Kind of.
Yes, we'll go with that.
All right, cool. Hank, why don't you share the screen? You can manage the show for as long as you like.
Drop the link. Drop the link to that thing in the private chat. Let me see, or the public chat. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. And Hank, share screen. I'll let you share, and I'll be in and out for a few minutes, but I'll be listening. I mean, I'll be joining you in a second.
Yeah, and I will be back within an hour or so.
Sounds good. Yeah, and I'll help review a little bit whatever Hank covers. So cool.
I actually wasn't even expecting you. I thought we'll just pause the show for now because I actually need to do something too. So we'll just pause the show.
Okay, I'll put something up in a second. Okay, cool. Then come back when you're ready. Just let me know when you're ready. Hey, message me. Okay.
Okay.
I'm packed up, ingredients stacked up, my laptop downloaded that military cookbook PDF. Elements, everyday chemicals at my reach. Household bleach to extract the potassium chlorate. Boiling on a hot plate with hate. Recipe for disaster. Plastic bomb blaster. I mix up 5 parts wax to Vaseline. Slowly dissolving gasoline. Add to potassium in a large metal bowl. Heat like dough, so they leave real slow. Gasoline evaporates. Cool, dry place. I'm strapped up across my chest, bomb belt attached. Deeply satisfied with the plan I hatch. Electrodes connected to a gas cooker lighter. Switch in my hand, the situation demands self-sacrifice. Getting back advice with a £50 price. I'm 31, numb, but the hell is gone. Gonna build a dirty bomb. Use this privilege and education. My PhD will free me. Made off the recipes from weapons grade uranium. Taught myself skills from Pakistan and ran upgraded. In stage 2 of the plan. Rage, I felt a new density gauge. Stolen by the catches from a base in Georgia. I get some cobalt 60 from a food radiator. So easy to send the infidels to their creator. It takes a dirty mind to build a dirty bomb. Simplicity is numbing. Genius is dumbing down the situation to a manageable level. To make the world impossible to live for these devils. A suitcase of Semtex, a mobile phone trigger. Blow them all to hell for $1 million figure. I insist, I'm a legitimate scientist.
paid by the government with your finances. I got a private room in the White House suite, so I can develop according to presidential brief. The Megatron, John Gulf War veteran, foremost proponent of the neutron bomb. At the center, atomic, surrounded on all sides, wrapped in layers of lithium deuteride. The bomb detonates, causing lithium to fission into helium, tritium, neutrons into fission. The blast causes shockwaves that melt body fat. Uniquely though, they leave the buildings intact. I made it a 25 mega bomb daisy cutter, a great blast radius with very little clutter. There's less radiation, so you get a cleaner bomb. Show money, people, because they're billion on.
What happened to Hank? The hell? Son of a bitch.
I hope that.
Hey, a lot of showmanship, man-centeredness. The Pentecostals rebuking the devil by their own power instead of the power of the Lord. Not using proper, you could say, liturgy. And I think that the Roman Catholic Church, for example, you have Father Rippiger. I've seen his. I've listened to him.
Business. The other one's.
Exorcism prayers, ancient. They will use them, and I would say that it's a good prayer. It's just that the package that it's coming in is confused.
I have a great quote on this. It says, "Sometimes the demons work miracles in order to lift into pride the man who believes himself to possess the miraculous gift, and to prepare him for a miraculous fall. They pretend that they are being burnt up and driven out from bodies where they are dwelling through the holiness of people whom they truly know to be unholy. In the gospel we read, there shall rise false Christs and false prophets." And that's from Father Seraphim Rose, Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future.
Yeah, they can definitely perform like wondrous works and things. I mean, like even going back to when Moses challenged, I think it was Pharaoh and his wizards or whatever they were, and they were able to cast down sticks and turn them into snakes, just like God was able to, that kind of stuff, especially for the purpose of deception, especially for the purpose of the Antichrist, which is to mimic or to take people away from Christ.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they'll the demons will act like, oh, we're burning up and we're getting cast out and all this stuff for people they know that are really unholy, and it's to give the appearance that this person is holy, maybe lift them in pride. And it kind of reminds me of this Elder Ephraim story that came out with, OE recently.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to get back to the comments. And plus, I want to give John a chance to ask a question because I know he's been here for a little while. If you wanted to ask a question or you had a comment, etc. Hi, greetings, John. How are you?
Good. How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Good.
What's your question, comment, thought, challenge? You name it.
Well, I kind of wanted to give a little bit of a comment. So I don't know a lot about True Orthodox, but I came across your discussion with Craig Truglia, and I'm a little bit actually more interested on getting your perspective on things when it relates to like common orthodoxy compared to true orthodox.
We would say we're common orthodoxy, and they're the weirdos that change the calendar.
Sorry, yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. I was just really thrown off a little bit by Craig Truglia. It was a little bit surprising because usually he comes off usually pretty unbiased, seems pretty chill, like like in debates and stuff like that. But he was kind of being like the moderator to it, and I just felt like he was really like leading on the debate and the attack on you, and it kind of like it took me off guard a little bit, because usually like I just feel like truly, like usually from like a lot of the videos and live streams and debates he does, like he seems to be more calm or not. Maybe I haven't watched enough of him to determine that, but usually that's how I felt. I don't know. I just felt like he was kind of attacking you. So I was kind of thinking to myself, like, what would have created, this animosity, his hostility. And so, I understand, like, I'm trying to look a little bit more into it. It seems like it's an issue regarding the calendar and ecumenical issues. Is that kind of the main concern?
It's a little more complicated than that. And again, I'm not a huge fan of, throwing shade on Craig on my channel. I kind of thought I said enough, but I will say this because it has affected me personally. Craig basically, he was with the Bulgarian New Calendarists, and then more recently, about 2 years ago, as he became more aware of things like ecumenism, etc., he joined the Row Corps under the Moscow Patriarchate. We're of course critical of that because there's other Row Corps churches that are not with the Moscow Patriarchate, and we would kind of respect them more because the Moscow Patriarchate has been heavily involved in ecumenism and Sergianism for decades. So the problem is it's kind of like an inconsistent position, but it's the position that they had cultivated a following for marketing, and I almost call it like jumping into another pot that's still boiling. So basically the goal, and I knew this for a while, even though I had, previously a more positive relationship with Craig, the goal was basically always to make sure nobody found out about true orthodoxy, because it would just be a lot easier if no one did. Because it's one thing you'll hear about the Greek Old Calendarists, but they won't tell you about the Bulgarian Old Calendarists, the Romanian Old Calendarists, the Serbian True Orthodox, the Russian True, and you start realizing it's a giant worldwide thing. But since people generally tend to, a lot of people, especially a lot of recent conversions to Orthodoxy in the past few years, have been fairly low information, it was pretty easy to hide that until certain high-profile things happened. And then I feel like Craig personally felt invested in kind of putting a lid on it. And if you watch the video where I say my last word on this, and I explain the background to it, unfortunately, it didn't work. It worked exactly the opposite of the way they were hoping. And more people are, seeing the truth. Now, you've been waiting a while. You heard me talking about how I felt kind of oppressed since then, because I think a lot of people are angry and the demons are able to manipulate that. But the fact that you're here and you saw it in the way basically the rest of us saw it tells me that there's more positive than negative, and maybe I should buck up a little and stop being such a weakling.
Interesting.
Well,
I wish I had more. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'll say quickly, Jesus said, you will be hated by all for my name's sake, and in the last days. So, I mean,
I would say this too, as far as, not to interrupt you, Father, but I just did an episode on high treason, which is the Moscow Patriarchate leading Row Corps into the communion, and this was released by Subdeacon Nectaris. It's an extremely important background on what happened, and specifically the jurisdiction that CTUHLU is part of. So that could be found on my channel. So.
When you have the church,
hello, it's me.
This is a real power move,
Mr. Mustache Man.
And so, it's something to take very seriously. And my take on it is that there's more to come.
Unholy appetite, is that
and
you,
that we
my
need
friend?
to be strengthened, and really ask the Lord to help us in these days, because, I could blend like our conversation on the occult, on Satanism, with the culture of the rock bands.
So I'm
and
going to go on this
etc.
other panel for a
And
minute, and
this
in a minute. Hold on one
Moscow
second here. Stay here for
patriarch,
a second.
the
No
collision
appetite.
of
Don't move.
their infiltration, the communistic influence, of course, in the Moscow Patriarchate, and which is, you know, basically Satanism. So you have the forces and the voices growing, and so there's a confrontation of even a more intense one is growing, and so the Orthodox Church is called to rise up above it and counter it and proclaim the salvation of Christ.
I hope that helps answer, John.
Yeah, no, I guess maybe just to ask just one question. What would you guys think about, or how would true Orthodoxy view, say, the Orthodox Church of America, or like the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese?
Well, there's history there. This is one thing that you have to remember. There's history. When the OCA, you know, broke off at the Cleveland Sabor in 1946, they broke off from the historical ROCOR. ROCOR had very little, what's the word I'm looking for? Very little positive to say, even though they stayed in some formal correspondence with the future OCA. And once the OCA got their autocephaly from Moscow, at least at the time, most of the people in the ROCOR took that as a betrayal of the true church. As for the Greek Archdiocese, unfortunately, since 1965, with the lifting of the anathemas, and they're basically being, basically since then, a lot of true Orthodox have had little to no positive opinion. Okay, so yeah, that's what I would say there. Give me a moment. Welcome, Anna Purna.
Thank you for having me. I'm here via Unseen Warfare. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah, that's my friend here.
Okay. Well, what's your question?
I just have here a few questions on your perspective of what is true Orthodoxy versus world Orthodoxy, or and I'm a Hindu, so you know I'm coming at it completely without any nuance at all. So how do you differentiate yourself, or what is true Christianity, essentially, for lack of better words?
Well, you have to be part of the church, ultimately the church that Christ founded, and you have to adhere to the teachings that were handed down by the apostles.
And Jesus said that there would be false teachers that come into the church, and that's what happens. And so you get false teachings, false doctrines, and you get these conflicts. And the Lord said that the devil would send them into the church. And so that's what's happened, along with the other false religions of the world.
Yeah, so it's kind of like
what about Protestants that say that they are they're following the teachings that are put down?
Well, again, there's if you look at Saint Irenaeus's rule, he talks about three things, and that was the common faith proclaimed in the creed, the apostolic succession, as well as the teaching directly from the apostles as one united proof. Protestants lack, well, technically they lack all three, but assuming they believed the same things we do, they would still lack the apostolic succession as well as the living transmission. So it's to us that they could disagree all they want, but that's just historically the truth.
And Father Joseph is bringing up a lot of these particulars, and also one thing to consider is that when Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, that there is truth and that there's absolute truth, and that anything that is not of the truth is false. And so the Orthodox Church has been upholding truth from the very beginning. And that is a really big difference. And the way you find out about the difference is to study it, to listen and learn about it.
And Are you of the view, like unseen warfare, that there's a true orthodoxy and a world orthodoxy?
Well, we use the term world orthodoxy. We use the term true orthodoxy and world orthodoxy as they're used by people. True Orthodox do not believe that world orthodoxy is the church, and vice versa. So it's just both sides are claiming the mantle of orthodoxy, but it's on both sides to prove that they actually are worthy of it.
But both sides accept apostolic succession and like the traditions passed down. That is accepted by both.
Well, we would argue that world Orthodox reject the traditions that are passed down in the calendar and in the traditional practice of the church.
Okay. And last thing, can you give me a link between communism and like falsehood within Christianity? Do you think there exists any such link?
A link between communism and, you mean like communism in
That's
relation?
even world orthodoxy. Why don't? Yeah, I just.
Yeah. Well, I don't have anything handy on unseen warfare. I think you might have something.
Unholy
that,
Appetite. Did you be there?
You. Otherwise,
Yeah, well,
I'll help you find that book.
I think there's some videos. Let's say if she looked at a video on Patriarch Joseph, was it Joseph? There are some good.
You know, in where?
The videos on what Patriarch of Joseph during the time of the Sergian debate in the the 19.
You mean Saint Joseph of Petrograd? Yeah, he wasn't the patriarch.
Some of those videos help to explain Sergianism and the conflict that he had with it.
There's some papers written by Vladimir Moss as well, where it's talking about Putin, the communist Christian, and then the continuation of Soviet power. And what a guy like Putin and Kirill, part of the Moscow Patriarchate, believe is that communism and Christianity are compatible, and they're not. You know, there's a difference between a Christian community sort of living in a village and sharing things, and the kind of state forcing this and shutting down churches, and there's a big difference between the two. And in the scriptures it talks about being obedient to the ruler in place, but when the ruler in place goes against the teachings of God, then we have to stand up for what's right and what the church teaches. And that, I would say, that's the big difference there.
Excellent. And so would Hinduism be like a false religion, respectfully asking, but according to true orthodoxy, is that like heresy or something bad?
Well, it's paganism, I would assume. I mean, we believe in one God, the Father Almighty, the Son, who came to redeem us from our sins, and in the Holy Spirit, who proceeds from the Father and gives life to the world. I'm pretty sure Hindus don't believe in those.
Well, I think a great book on that would be Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future, and it covers, a true Orthodox perspective on Hinduism. And
sounds gay.
I think that Father Seraphim might have been associated with it, or got somebody that was a part of Hinduism that ended up converting to Orthodoxy, and he pretty lays out our view pretty good, I'd say. So.
But that's written by a true Orthodox, right? Father
Absolutely.
Seraphim. Okay.
Yeah, Father Seraphim Rose was part of the Royal Corps before they were in communion with the Moscow Patriarchate, and he, was in communion with the true Orthodox of Greece and Russia and Bulgaria and different true Orthodox groups.
I do want to look at. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
You could even look at the missionary efforts in India by the early church, and that might be an inspiration to you.
Thomas,
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm aware of I'm from South India, so I'm aware of the early. But that was kind of demolished, I believe. It was his efforts were they demolished the church that he built in the 1st century AD.
Yeah, Well, that's happened in many countries of the world, but we always look for revival.
Mr. Unholy Apprentice or
I did
Appetite,
want to say
you're
that
going up
it's
next. So
one
let me
God
send you the
in
link.
Hinduism. The supreme is one, and then the feminine component is, I guess, I don't want to do any heresy by trying to compare two things that are different, but the
Why would I
feminine
go up?
principle arises from God, and that is what creates the material world. But they're like the picture I have and all that is supposed to be manifestations of God, but not God in and of itself.
I guess I
But
need to go up here
yeah,
and argue with a
that's
bunch
a
of
big discussion.
weirdos.
But just that one point that it's not it's not really a polytheistic religion, my understanding.
If we were to relate it to Christianity, like, would it be
Oh,
compared
these
to
are
like
hardcore priests.
modalism?
These are men of God, my friend.
I'm not familiar with modalism. I'm sorry, you'll have to enlighten me.
Hey, yeah, buddy.
Like that there's like different manifestations of the one God?
I guess so, but not in the entirety. Like a full. I don't know still if Christianity believes that.
All right,
Jesus
I
is
sent
the
you the link.
full
I'm waiting for you to join, my
manifestation
friend.
of God.
No, we do. He is absolutely. He's one of the persons of the Holy Trinity.
Just go in there and be like, let me ask you some. Let me ask you. Let
But
me ask you some.
the Hindu deities is not a complete. It's like almost like unmanifestable.
If you're good at something,
Majority
never do
of
it for
God,
free.
like we can't understand. So it's sort of
All
manifesting.
right, who's willing to? Who in this chat? 9 people. Who's willing to throw in $5? Let's get this through $15. Come on.
But you know, does Hinduism have a understanding of what sin is and its consequences, and that there was the need for the salvation of mankind?
$15, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If that money doesn't show that you owe me, OEO.
His own way, and the Lord laid on him the iniquity of us all. And so, what we have here is the origins of mankind, where man was created good, but then man disobeyed God. And so man chose to go in his own direction, contrary to God. And so then God has reached out to save man, to bring him back to himself, but he's also given man a free will that they can choose him or not. And so you have the development of all these world religions. So you have where is there one truth? And so the scriptures are saying that Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but through me. And that if you look at the revelation of scripture, it gives the idea here that Christ came to the world to die, to pay the penalty for sin, and to lead men to eternal life. And so, you know, and so when he died, he rose from the dead. No other religion in the world has it where God came to the earth, died, and rose. He resurrected with eyewitnesses, mind you. This just isn't an idea. It's a physical reality that's verifiable. And so, you know, Hinduism does not have that. So we have these realities that actually show that it is truth, and that God is calling all men to turn from their idols, to turn from these false ways, and to come into his family and to have eternal life, which he promises. And so, you know, there can't be two truths just walking side by side. You can't have two gods. Well, I'm God and I'm God. No, there's one God, and one cannot contradict the other. Otherwise, one is a liar. You know. So this is what Christianity is presenting.
I understand, and there is all that you said earlier, that man was created good and then fell from grace. That is in accordance with Hinduism. That as the times progress, man leaves his position near God and goes further away.
But how can he be reconciled to God? Can he earn his own salvation? Can he do it by his own works, or does he need to trust and by faith in a substitutionary sacrifice for him? You see.
Right. So that component is unique to Christianity. I have to admit, the rising from the dead, and the sacrifice component. In Hinduism,
right.
God always comes like to right the wrongs, essentially, to bring back justice to the world. That's the
Yeah, and a lot of it is just moralistic. It's a code of ethics, and that's the same with Buddhism and others.
There's karma, so there is consequence.
Okay, there's, I mean, what you call karma, right? Bad karma, good karma, whatever. Yes, that's basically the law of God working itself out in the society of men. However, we want to reconcile it properly so that our slate is clean. In other words, the scriptures say God made him to be sin for us who knew no sin, that we might be made the righteousness of God in him. We need to be holy. When we stand before God, when we die, which is a consequence of sin, when we die, we want to be holy. Otherwise, we're not going to be accepted into the kingdom of God. So Christ was made sin for us. And so therefore, when we trust in him, we are cleansed. And so this is the reality that the other world's religions don't have. And it's done by faith. It's not works oriented, which is what the Pharisees were trying to do, and which is what the world religions are trying to do.
I would disagree with you, sir, because Hinduism is not based on works, because there's no amount of works that can erase karma, especially if
one thing that
incarnation into it.
One thing that I do want to make clear, karma, as it's understood, if I remember correctly, is not you reap what you sow. Many Christians assume that that's what karma is, but karma is primarily retributive, if I understand correctly. So in other words,
no, sir. No,
okay.
it's more close to you reap what you sow, because it's positive and negative.
I was under the impression that it was primarily negative.
But it's also cumulative among lifetimes. So we believe that we come in with all this, and that it's unresolvable with infinite lifetimes, but it's only resolvable through faith, as he was saying. That's the belief.
Can I ask a question? Like you mentioned that you mentioned that Hinduism is monotheistic. I don't think I've ever heard any Hindu say that in my life. There's a variety of gods.
Deities.
Deities. That's another word for God.
But that's not God.
Deities are gods.
Well, that's not God to us. That's not the supreme.
Okay.
So is there a supreme in Hinduism?
Yeah. What's the supreme?
Well, it's essentially undescribable. There's a word for it, Paramatma, which means universal soul, I guess you could translate. But everything that is arises from God, but is not God, essentially. Just like we can have a little bit of a view of God, but we don't really know all of God.
Well, the thing is that the Apostle Paul said, you have an unknowable God, but we present to you this unknowable God who came in the flesh. So you don't have a personal God. You have an unknowable God. Now we will grant that there are things about God that are unknowable.
That doesn't make it impersonal. I didn't say that, because the religion is there to connect with God. Otherwise, why else is there Hinduism? So that's the point of the religion.
On where I was supposed to argue with these people about.
Well, I said impersonal because you're just promoting an idea. Where is God as a person? Because you just can't have a idea floating around that made the world. We have a person in the form of the Father, in the form of a Trinity, and then Jesus Christ, who came to the earth in the flesh. So Christ came to the earth. He walked on the earth, and men have to deal with him as a person. He made his claims. He was God. He said he was God. I and the Father are one. And then he fulfilled his task, rose from the dead, and we have to deal with him as a person. And so, where this isn't just an idea, which is what all I'm hearing you're saying, because Christianity says God is a person that we will have to deal with and stand before this person on the day of judgment.
But the Father is not a person, right? The person is Jesus.
Jesus was incarnate, so he has the human divine nature, but they're all personal. They're persons in the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
They're one in essence, though.
Yeah, and undivided.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus was the Word of God manifest in the flesh.
You don't have to go argue with them, but you can go ask them just ask them like a question like why as a Protestant as just a normal Bible believing.
I've got a quick question, though, because
why
would I join the Orthodox? You guys do believe in spirits, like good spirits and evil spirits?
There's demons and deities, so that's what I was referring to. And there's seven worlds above this world and 7 hellish realms below the world.
So I'll just tell you, I am a Protestant, so I definitely do not speak for any of the other people on this panel, but in Christianity, there's the concept of testing the spirits.
Because this guy Matthew is like you, and I think
we do believe that
you and him will have a good
with flesh and blood. We are actually wrestling with a larger spiritual realm that is all around us, through us, and all that. Now, there is a concept of testing the spirits, which is basically the simplest way that it's put in the Bible is that the spirits that point to Christ being the Messiah, the spirits that point to Christ being risen, those are spirits that are of God, and any other spirits that are not pointing to that are spirits of error. And they won't even have a concept of Christ being the Messiah, Christ being risen from the dead, because that is the gospel message that a Christian believes, that really that indwells us with the spirit that gives us the ability to discern between what we would say good and bad spirits, which really it's spirits of God and spirits not of God. I just didn't know if there's something similar to that in Hinduism.
Yeah, because the deities are supposed to be close to God, and the demons are supposed to be further removed, and in what is it, degeneracy? That's what they're identified with. And the deities are giving examples of how to be pure, essentially. But they're not incorruptible. Only God is incorruptible. God is above all.
Okay, so the deities are mortal?
No, they in our frame of reference, they're immortal. But they will have a death. They will have death. But in our frame of reference, it's like thousands and thousands of years.
So how do you view women throwing their babies into the Ganges as a sacrifice to the gods?
That's not. I'm not saying Hinduism hasn't been corrupted or anything, but that's not. That's not. We do have scripture. So what I'm telling you is on scripture, that isn't.
I mean, it's like I get the desire to kind of be appeasing in saying that Christianity is compatible with Hinduism. I will say, however, that when I made a joke on Twitter probably 3 or 4 years ago, there was a video of like, I forget where it was in India, but it was a bunch of I guess people like left food for bears or something, and I made some dumb off-color comment. And I wasn't expecting the vitriol I got for that off-color comment, but I got things like, you believe in a zombie god, a tortured dead god. I did learn.
That's so funny because I was raised, pre whatever social media, but I was taught to view Christ as an incarnation of God, just like Krishna. But that's my family teaching me, right? So when they taught me those stories of our incarnations of God, he said, my grandpa would always say, oh, and then, Jesus has come. You should also view Jesus the same way. There's no, and what I'm trying to say is I was never taught to put down Jesus, is what I'm trying to say, or Christianity. That's a newer phenomenon. That's coming from someone known as Sadhguru. I don't know if you've heard of this figure. He's quite famous. But he's the one purporting to Hindus that they should not even consider Christ as a historical figure, and that it's completely false and deranged. And that's a newer phenomenon, in my opinion.
Right, and you had somebody like Vivekananda who would consider Christianity the lowest truth or something, and he would there was a scale for truth, and Vedanta was at the top and Christianity was at the bottom.
Yeah, but if you really look at Vedanta, it's almost the same. I mean, okay, maybe the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit Trinity is not there, but everything else is almost the same. And Vivekananda was a Freemason. I want to mention that as well. So, there you have.
I don't know. There's a difference between like the Hindu Trinity and the Trinity we believe in, because that would go back to this kind of modalism where it's three separate entities that aren't of the same essence, right?
But that's not Vedanta, though. Vedanta is not about the Hindu Trinity. It's about God.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about what I was referring, what was called an idea, I believe, like that.
But so Jesus's opinion though is that thou shalt have no other gods before me. So while your family is saying that Jesus is just one of the prophets, that's not what
they said. He was like an incarnation, because we have 10 incarnations of God that we study. And I was told to respect Jesus as one. So, that's like.
And Jesus said, thou shalt have no other gods before me, that there are no other gods. Those other 9 are illegal. They're not accepted. And Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Yeah,
and so
you
therefore,
can imagine a little bit that it's the same God coming. It's not different gods. It's just the same one coming up.
Well, we would have. That's what I think it was Matthew who brought up testing spirits. I mean, are you saying that all these 10 different, I guess you would say incarnations, that they all said the same thing? And if so,
it's in the scripture.
But that would imply that they all say the same thing as Christ, who we understand.
No, I don't know about that. I'm just saying that I was never taught to blaspheme Christianity as a Hindu.
Right.
But I was trying to make a point for the comments that you received.
Well, yeah. Well, I wasn't trying. I wasn't necessarily. It wasn't like I was saying that I was personally affected. I wasn't. But
this is not something that is in Hinduism, like in scripturally accurate. That to just go around blaspheming, that would actually be anti-Hindu.
But if it's Hindus doing it in India, I mean, that's my point. It is. There is a significant granted, they have much bigger problems to deal with the Muslims, but we're not exactly much higher. We're not much higher on the list of disliked people. Like we're better than being seen as terrorists, but not that much better. If you get what I'm saying.
Yes, I understand. And I don't condone it, but you have to understand that most of the Christianity there today came in with the Jesuits. And those people were ruthless. So, that's not even true Christianity.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's fair. I mean, but the point is, when we're talking about Protestant Christians, or when we're talking about the Thomas Christians or the Orthodox, I mean, they had nothing to do with that. And so, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be a pain about it, but yeah, okay, the Jesuits were bad. We know. I think everyone knows that.
Not Indians, no. There's still a lot of them in the dark, and it's a radicalization by political rhetoric as well. There's a Hindu nationalist prime minister been there for the last 10 years.
Tell them I worship Lucifer
the sentiment is to kick out every Muslim and Christian and make India a Hindu country. That's what the movement is essentially.
Can I ask a quick question? You said that we are always separate from in Hinduism, we're always separate from the divine. Is it our bad karma, or is it just the fact that we are a creation, or is it the bad karma that keeps us separate from the divine?
So we aren't separate. We're part of God. It's just that the larger part, the creation is part of God. It's just that the larger part of God isn't born and doesn't die. That's the understanding. But you have a direct line to God in you, and that's inalienable, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of Christian theology, but we do have the concept of the wages of sin is not punishment, or the wages of sin is we are separate from God, but the wages of sin is death, and that is the reason Christ had to come. Christ, as the Word of God, had to come and sacrifice himself, because that is the way that a just God works. It's not a lot of people look at the crucifixion as this barbaric old way of thinking, and it's really not. It's because he stated very clearly that the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And so that is ultimately what separates us from God, is our sin, and we cannot, through acting well or behaving well, get back to God. We have to go to God through a perfect. We have to be clothed in like a perfect clothing, so to speak. I don't know the word I'm trying to. It's kind of hard to describe in words, but we have to come before God with perfection, and the only way that we can do that is through Jesus Christ. And the way that we do that is because there's also what does it say about blood as well? It's that the remission of sin, like you have to.
Without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sin.
Yes, yeah. So this is why it's so vital that the whole story of Christianity, which we call the gospel, which is the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, we put our faith in that, and that is what allows us to be able to basically be indwelled with the Holy Spirit. It gives us access to God through Jesus Christ. And so I guess that's what I meant by that. Was I was just wondering, when you were saying that we can never be the complete divine, maybe I misunderstood when I was
in life, I guess, in life, and in this age, because in the previous ages man was closer to the divine nature, but he has fallen. And
well, then you said you can have a direct line to God. What do you mean by that? Because if you say he's fallen, doesn't sound like man has a direct line to God.
It's just going to be harder because human beings have cultivated habits that distance us from God, and ways of thinking and being that distance. The line is still there. It's just nobody is willing to do the
she
work.
sounds more
No
Christian
one's
than
willing
they
to be
do.
celibate and all those kind of things.
Well, that's an interest. That can go in a different way, but I really want to get to some of these comments because.
Well, thank you for having me.
No. Some of them are questions for you. So, just give me a second here. Basically, Black Ortho Acolyte says, right by divine revelations, humans can reason out all sorts of madness, especially with demons always looking to influence. I guess John MC said some Hindus say that these deities walked upon the earth, that they were avatars like Rama. John MC says, but how do they know that without revelation?
By witness, and then the witness writing it down.
Okay. Because basically the way, as Ortho Pirate also points out, we have personal revelation from God himself. What is the Hindu source of revelation other than just
the sage sat down and God came and wrote the scripture. That's how we have the authority of God. He sat down and he had, his purity. He was a upstanding sage, and
so basically, like these were like wise men sort of things.
Yeah, sages, correct. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But sages, living over 100, 200 years, sometimes 1,000.
Okay, now here's a question. Isaac, he said basically, he was suggesting you should attack samsara and reincarnation in relation to Christianity's one life. Karma cannot apply if you're given one life, and this is something that was talked about in the earlier Christian era with Origin, with the transmigration of souls, and was condemned. Christians believe that we have one, basically our lifetime is one chance to get it right, not that you get a repeat or anything like that.
I see. Okay. But I want to mention a nuance there is that you get like maybe 1 or 2 human lives in Hinduism. And then if you don't, quote unquote, make it, then you become a stone or whatever. You come back as a stone,
a cat or something
lower. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just see here. I'm still trying to go through. Ortho Pirate has another question. What is the Hindu justification for good and evil?
Well, those concepts are highly explored in the scriptures, and There's a universal good. I mean, there's like a universal principle of what is good and then what is evil. And evil acts are like grape and murder and I don't know, sin. I mean, even eating animal flesh is kind of seen as not very.
Welcome, Reader John.
So I wanted to bring up this.
God bless you.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask just one more last question before I leave. Is there any association with the Hindu god in relation to the caste system?
No, actually. So the caste system is not scriptural, essentially. It's administrative. There is like some caste, the words for the caste, like Brahmin, they do have a Sanskrit meaning. A Brahmin means somebody who's pure in spirit, essentially, but it's been relegated to the priestly class.
Go over and tell them to worship Satan.
The caste system was corrupted about 1,500 years ago, where it became hereditary and not by merit. So there were 4 organizational classes for 4 different peoples in society, just to make society work efficiently. And you weren't born into a caste; you were classified based upon the talents that you showed. So,
are there different schools of thought in Hinduism now?
There have been, yeah, there have been for
more recently.
1,000 years, if that's recent, yeah.
Yeah, that's recent for you guys. So.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a variety of schools, and then there's Sikhism, Jainism, Buddhism, you know, all of that is coming out of Hinduism.
So would you say that not every Hindu subscribes to the same things that you're presenting here about the corruptions?
They should, if they read the original Vedas, the scriptures. They should. But because I'm not giving any of my opinion. Everything that I'm saying is from the original Vedas.
Okay. Well,
so
I'm
Jesus would walk down the street in India, and he would say, "I am the truth, and the rest of all these things that you're referring to are liars." That's what he said.
Do you really think that Jesus would do that?
Sure, he would, because he said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life."
So you said you have multiple.
You're saying that Jesus would say that our gods are like different, and like I guess the Hindu concept of one God is different to the God of Christianity?
Yes.
True.
I don't believe. I actually believe that we all believe in the same God.
If we believe that, we would be ecumenists.
Well, don't you have a multiplicity of deities and
yeah, but they're not God. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Well, yeah, they're not the one God, right? But they do participate with the one God, correct?
I mean, it depends. They're not incorruptible, so you know, the same rules apply to them as humans.
And
so
would you say
there have been deities that fell from grace?
Mm-hmm. And would some of those deities, do they indwell statues and carvings and stuff?
So the statue and carving, it's much later. So that is probably only 2,000 years old.
Yes.
And before that, the temple used to be in nature. So if a cow spontaneously gave milk upon a stone, that stone would be considered having sacred energy. And so people would start bringing offerings of flowers and stuff to that area in a natural spring or whatever area it was. But
wait, did you just say that if a cow milked on a stone, the people would start bringing food to the stone?
Well,
offering holy water, ghee, flowers, not just regular food, but there's certain things prescribed,
for the rock.
So I believe cows are
for the rock. It's seen that point is like a nexus point, like a connection point with the divine. So whatever you offer there is going up to the divine. That's what it's seen.
So even back then, cows were considered sacred.
Yeah, because females were dying in childbirth, and the only replacement for mother's milk is cow's milk. So that's why it's considered a sacred animal and a gentle animal as well. Yeah.
I wanted to bring up this quote, and it's from Father Seraphim Rose. He says, "The Hindu traditions teaches many true things about the end of the Kali Yuga, but one who merely knows these truths in the mind will be helpless to resist the temptation of those times And many who recognize the Antichrist, and then he uses the word, we talked about this before, and Chakravarti, when he comes, will nonetheless worship him. Only power Christ given in the heart will have the strength to resist him. So, according to one of our saints, he's saying that, you know, there are truths here.
Of course,
but it's kind of like a broken reflection of the truth in water. You know, where we're saying that the fullness of truth is just in Christ, right? Not that there is no truth there.
Well, there's shadows of the truth within other truths.
You know, the same way with Lao Tzu, where Lao Tzu, you know, was talking about the Tao, and we would relate that with the Logos, right? But it's like Lao Tzu had a limit to his understanding of what the Tao was. So in ways, what we are saying is that there can be truths here, but our understanding of it is the fullness of truth is in the person that is Christ, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. That's the fullness of the truth, what's been revealed to man.
And the scripture does say that let God be found true, though every man a liar. And so, like I said, Jesus is going to walk down that street and he's going to say, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. And that's going to offend a lot of people. But he said, the rest of you are liars, because let God be found true, though every man a liar. Yes. So if your eternal life is crucial, and there has to be one truth. There has to be. You can't have all these competing truths, whether it be Hinduism or whether it be Protestantism. It's the same battle. It's a grocery store. But Jesus says there's only one grocery store, and that's heaven, and that's my truth. And so therefore you can't have all this variety of religions. No way. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but through me. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. That's the first commandment. And that goes back to the time of Moses. So, and you're talking a long time back, as Hinduism is a long time back, and it applies to them then also.
Well, even Judaism.
I want to answer your question about whether the deity actually dwells in the idol. So I think it got sidetracked. The point of it bringing up, we don't see that as an idol. It's a representation, and there's a concentration of life force energy within it, but it's not any deity in it. It's the reason it's there is to create